do it for the glory. One shot, no stopping now. We do it for the glory. One chance to wear the crown. We do it for the glory, glory. We do it for the glory, glory. We do it for the glory. One shot, no stopping now. We do it for the glory. One chance to wear the crown. We do it for the glory, glory.
Congratulations, everybody. You're in money. Congratulations, everybody.
David beat Goliath. Galen Hall will lift the trophy.
It's a heart, and that means it's over. Watson wins the Bahamas.
Dominic Panker has done it.
Really sick start to this kid's career.
Maria Lampropoulou is the PCA champion.
Elke wins the main event. Another year, another trophy.
Call him Mr. PCA. DeBella calls, and that's it. He will take the PCA title. The PCA is back.
Hello once again. Welcome to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. We continue our live cards up coverage of the main event. It's day 4 and 54 players remain. We will have our featured table on that main stage, which will also host the final table on Sunday, and then it will host the PSPC. That's right, the Players' Championship, just a few days away. The countdown is on. Platinum Pass winners starting to arrive in the next 24 hours. It is James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Hey.
So, Maria, we had you at the poker tables yesterday. We've got you at this table today. Can I just highlight that you had a deep run in the BSOP event at the start of this series with a 20th place finish and a 98th place finish in the PCA main event, making the money in that one as well?
Yeah, I do feel pretty good about the 2 out of 2 start, but left a little money on the table, I think.
Overall, how do you feel your PCA main event went? When it came to the bubble, were you kind of in that awkward stack where you couldn't really do much?
Yeah, I was somewhat short coming into the day. I knew that it would be pretty easy to make it into the money, but that my stack would get decimated by all the pressure that the bigger stacks were going to put on it. And, you know, shortly after we hit the money, I hit the rail.
I want to roll it back to the Brazilian series of poker, if I can, for a second. The B-SOP, as we call it sometimes, or in Maria's case, the Beat-SOP. Because is it true that when you went broke in the Brazilian series of poker, your beat was so bad that the table groaned when they saw the hand that called you?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a mixture of groan and then this awkward laughter of like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this guy called it off and got there. I, however, had no reaction because I'm dead inside.
No tears.
Oh. Well, obviously, Maria, we witnessed your elimination from the PCA main event yesterday. If you missed our coverage, here's what went down yesterday. I think it's fair to say that day 3 did not disappoint. And the frenzy started early as the bubble loomed. We thought it would be over when Justin Steinbrenner made a set of kings. But an ace on the turn kept the money at bay. After several rounds of hand for hand, the bubble burst. Juan Membrano going out in 128th.
Congratulations, everybody. You're in money. Congratulations, everybody.
And then the bust-outs came thick and fast, with the big stacks doing most of the damage. Spanish pro Sergey Reitzak bagged the chip lead at the end of play. I have to say, Joe, it's been a while since we had a bubble that went the distance. Yesterday's bubble went the distance.
Yeah, yesterday's bubble was so long that even Christoph Vogelsang was like, do you think we could speed it up a little bit? And actually, it went on so long that we actually started 2 away from the money, which doesn't always happen. And when we lost that first player, I thought that was the bubble for like a half hour until we kept doing hand for hand. That's how long it went on for. It was almost, what, like a level and a half? I don't know, it was a long time.
It was an entire level, and obviously it felt long from our perspective, Maria. How did it feel from a player's perspective?
Yeah, it was a lot longer than I expected because I looked around and there were a few really, really short stacked, but there was a dog at my table, so that kept things kind of interesting during that time period.
I don't know what to make of the dog at the table, but do you know what? It's cute. I'll allow it. So then we had the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. That brings us to the start of day 4, and these are the big stacks coming into play today. Mentioned already we've got 54 players remaining. Mentioned that Sergej Reitzak is the biggest stack overall. Americans making up the rest of the top 5. Couple of EPT champions in the top 10. Anton Wick, Artur Martirosyan, and Andre Marques. That's the part-time fisherman who won the WCOOP main event a couple of years ago.
The other Marques.
And the key thing to highlight, Maria, is, as we just saw from the chip leaders, if we look at the field overall, it's still pretty stacked. There's a lot of talent, a lot of big names, a lot of tough pros.
Yeah, which is going to make any table you put on as the feature really interesting. We know that when the structure is this good, there's going to be so many interesting hands that will develop, and the dynamic that has been created throughout these last few days amongst these players are certainly going to come into play today.
Well, let's hear from our chip leader, Sergej Reitzak. We asked him last night what it would mean to him to win this.
It would be quite nice and important for me. The last 6 months I've been sick on my heart, so it's the first stop that I come from these last 6 months that I've been at home resting. So it would be a very nice way to start the year and to start my recovery from the health problem.
Oh, man, when he said he was sick from his heart, I thought he meant he was heartbroken or that he was sad about something. Turns out maybe it's like an actual health problem. The good news is that lots and lots of money can help both.
Good point, well made. Sergej Reitzak is going to be on our main feature table. Let's look at the full lineup we are going to have on the main stage today. In addition to Reitzak, we have got French pro Sylvain Loosely, American pro Taylor Poor, Steve O'Dwyer, another former EPT champion, and obviously a player who has a lot of big results, especially in big buy-in events. 7-handed on the main stage, and of course, one of the great things we have here in the Bahamas is 2 feature tables. And at that secondary table, Artur Martirosyan, mentioned him already. Plus, we are going to follow Ramon Kalilas playing a 43 big blind stack. The blinds 5K, 10K with a 10K big blind ante when we get the action restarted in the next couple of minutes. So Joe, Ramon repping the red spade, but he's not the only Team Pro still alive in the field. At the outer tables, Sam Grafton, the Squid.
Yeah, obviously 2 of the big PokerStars names still out there. Sam, not only an absolute killer, but super, super fun to watch. And I get to be lazy because as long as he's at the table, he's talking, I don't have to. Everybody wins.
And I do feel, Maria, because we bigged you up at the start of the show, I can draw attention that not only did you not win the Battle of the Maria last longers against Maria Konnikova, but also the Battle of the PokerStars commentator last longest against Sam Grafton.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very tough crowd to be a part of. Apparently, I'm going to have to try harder in the PSPC.
PSPC still to come. And of course, there is going to be a mini PSPC starting on Monday, part of the mini PCA. That is the series we are running. Low buy-in tournaments every single day. And there is a big one on Sunday, the mini PCA main event, which is going to have an EPT Monte Carlo package added to the prize pool, going to the winner. Of course, every single mini PCA event has EPT satellite tickets added to the prize pool. Looks like we're about to get the action started. Day 4 of the PCA main event. Here we go. Should highlight that the objective today is to try and get down to the final 2 tables. I think in 5 levels that might be a little bit of a stretch. Do you want to know what the widget says, Maria?
Oh, I'd love to hear what the widget says.
The widget says we'll finish between 21 and 17 players.
Okay, I mean, I'm going to rely on this widget. It seemed very, very accurate yesterday.
My widget says that we are going to end somewhere between 54 and 17 players.
Your widget could do with a little bit of work. The good news, Joe, is you don't need any gadgets to calculate how many big blinds people have because you are the human calculator. It has nothing to do with the fact that we are playing a 10K ante. A 10K big blind.
No, of course not. No, I'm glad you brought it up. Finally. I've been begging you. At the 2,500 level, I was like, why don't, and you're like, no, let's wait.
Players arriving for the start of the day. Sam Grafton stalking tournament director Toby Stone.
Toby Stone.
Jonathan Little.
He's a little happy.
Doing wonderfully today. How are you, sir?
Artur Martirosyan, EPT Sochi champion 2021.
Man bag.
Maria Konikova's had some great results here in the Bahamas. He's made it to day 4 of the main event. Ramon Kalilas, colourful shirt day for Ramon. Noah Buchan, old school. He won his EPT title in season 1 of the tour back in 2005. Justin Bonomo is still in the field, along with another high roller reg, Steve O'Dwyer. And there is the start of day chip leader. There is Spanish pro Sergey Reitzak. And it's time to shuffle up and deal. This is level 19 of the main event. Blinds are indeed 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante. Average stack right now 493k, just below 50 big blinds.
How often do you get the timer? Every day.
Oh, of course.
Not till tomorrow, yeah.
The one thing we haven't mentioned, shot clock in play today. So everyone receiving 6 time bank cards to extend their thinking time should they need it. Otherwise, 30 seconds per decision on every single street.
Gotta love it. I'm a big fan of introducing the shot clock in the later stages of the tournament. We definitely could have used it yesterday. I had you viral at my table.
I think he's purposely leaving pauses into his decisions so he can vlog later, so he can do that vlog voice. This is what a typical day is like for me in a poker tournament. First I go sit down on my table, then I go check out the orange juice station. Then I'll walk over and get a coffee. Now I have a really difficult decision with ace-king.
So we've had a raise from Jesse Lonas with pocket sixes. Steve O'Dwyer has folded the small blind. It's the chip leader, Sergey Reitzak, in the big blind. Now, obviously, there's going to be a lot of player movement today. We know that Sam Grafton's table will be first to break. So I imagine we'll mix up who we see on the main stage over the course of the day. Right now, we are following the chip leader. We are following Reitzak as he defends his big with 8 deuce of hearts, and we see our first flop of the day. And it is 8-7 tray, so Reitzak outflops Lonas.
And Lonas has some showdown. You see him checking back.
Reitzak now a 95% favorite. Checks a second time.
This is a pretty interesting card for Lonas because he could consider, of course, turning his hand into a bluff, but then you're only targeting a very narrow range. You're only trying to get, of course, 8Xs and 7Xs to fold because you're actually going to be beating most of the hands that Reitzak is defending with from the big blind. So you can see that is why Lonas opted to check back the turn.
And Barry Greenstein makes an appearance as Reitzak bets the river for 12,000. Lonas still rocking the moon swatch. Not sure if he queued outside a swatch store for 28 hours or bought it on eBay for $1,000.
Poker players aren't really queuers.
You are getting such a good price. You know, you only have to be right 1 out of every 6 times or so to make this a profitable call given the sizing, but you know, sometimes you can let it go.
It's really tough against the big blind, isn't it?
And the chip leader chips up. 175 big blinds for Reitzak after the first hand of the day. The players spread over 7 tables.
Someone in chat just said, who is Barry Greenstein? That's like watching Law and Order and asking, who is Detective Munch? We stand on the shoulders of giants. 5'4" giants.
I mean, I love the way you highlight Law and Order. Any detective show or law enforcement-based show produced by the NBC network of the last 3 decades Who is Detective Munch?
Exactly. That's what I mean. You gotta know your history, people.
Pocket Kings for Jesse Lonis opens to 22,000. Round to Steve O'Dwyer on the button, who's got 4 deuce of diamonds and folds. Right sack in the small. Passes. Sylvain Loosely has ace-10 in the big.
Loosely's always been a player that I have found to have incredible table presence, and he's also made so many big calls in at tables that I've been in that it's like, okay, he's on my do not bluff list.
Loosely calls.
Yeah.
A little bit of justice here for Lonis. Hopefully.
Yeah, I was
So
going to
far.
say, well, Loosely does have some great backdoor equity he could turn, plus the overcard to the kings, of course.
$20,000 apiece. We go to the turn, which is the 5 of spades. Loosely checks a second time.
The straight draw does get there, but there are still quite a few hands you can hope to get value from. Of course, you want to maybe protect against some flush draws. The 9Xs would certainly come along for another bullet if sized properly, but Lonis just decides to check the turn. Not a bad river card for Loosely to perhaps entertain the thought of turning his hand into a bluff, but looks like he's gonna go for the check.
And now Lonis going for the value bet. 99,000 in the middle. Lonis with 242K behind. That's a fistful of blue. Those are the 5K chips. It's a bet of 45,000.
Does Loosely dare to perhaps find the check raise?
I mean, you gave the proper amount of foreshadowing about 2 minutes ago when you said you've seen him make some pretty ridiculous plays.
It certainly looks very strong if he decides to go for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pulls
this guy.
the trigger on a check raise bluff.
No.
All you can eat, and it's all into call for Lonis.
You are a sicko, but I love it.
Lonis is like, why did it have to be a diamond? Why didn't I just check back river?
No, you can't check back this river, but I get it. Oh, boy.
You've got to feel sick.
That's a time bank card going in.
The problem for Lonis is that Loosely doesn't have to be just check raising with the nut flush. I believe Loosely would do this with all his flushes, and considering he defended from the big blind, he certainly has every suited combo. People are not folding suited combos from the big blind. So
can you eliminate, obviously, some of the suited combos based on what cards are out there already, right? Like your 6-7 suited and your 8-9 suited and your 9-10 suited. Those are all...
Yeah, but they're going to defend 8 deuce suited, right? Like we've seen the 8 deuce suited defends. We've seen the 5 deuce suited defends. We've seen 4 deuce suited defends. And you're not just going to be afraid that you're up against a bigger flush draw as Loosely. So why wouldn't you go for a check raise here in the spot with a lot of your flushes, not just the nut flush? So it's not just about having you know, the ace X of diamonds in the big blind, because obviously that would narrow the range quite a bit. Lonis can't do it.
The French go wild as Sylvain Loosely gets the bluff through. Jesse Lonis folds kings, and Loosely adds nearly 100K to his stack. Second in chips at this feature table.
Bluff?
Just further
He needs to
reinforcement.
know.
Yeah, I get to find out this time. Yesterday I couldn't find out.
Bluff.
Oh, it sounds like maybe they got tangled up in a hand on a previous day.
Okay, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Yesterday was quite different. It was quite different yesterday.
Yeah, it was way different yesterday.
But he did bluff you both times.
Yeah, he's like, I worked yesterday. Why not do it again?
Got greedy. Got greedy.
I don't think betting
Got punished.
kings there is that greedy, personally. I got a hashtag fun fact
are greedy. Don't feel bad. Yeah.
about something we were talking about previously. Producer Eric gets in touch to say, Detective John Munch has appeared on 10 different TV shows on 5 different networks.
That's
not
incredible.
Just NBC.
It's incredible that they allowed the character
He's whitelisted.
to cross-pollinate the law enforcement universe of network TV.
Propaganda is all about the John Munch.
By the way, we've got poker legend Lon McCarron watching the live stream on YouTube.
Oh, when someone wrote Lon, I thought they were just being lazy about Lonis.
No, Lon sent me a really nice text today. He's in Mallorca, but he says it's raining out, so he's watching the coverage.
We're used to ruining people's vacations.
If it's not the weather, it's us. So hand 3 of day 4 of the PCA 2023 main event. Chip leader Sergej Reitzak with king 3 on the button, raises and takes it.
And Eric has written back to remind me that he was, you know, obviously on a bunch of shows, but the X-Files. Munch made it to the X-Files, which I do remember. Do you think that hand we just saw, by the way, with the bluff is one of those that's like feature table induced a little bit sometimes? Not with Loosely, maybe, I guess, but...
No, I don't think with Loosely, but I mean, coming from personal experience, and as you guys saw when I was on the feature table, I think that it definitely changes the way people play, and unfortunately, sometimes it works out for the pro, and sometimes it doesn't.
Reitzak, ace, queen suited.
By the way, you will have observed that we have ticked down to 53 players.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph Blomberg, first man out. He goes by his middle name, Colton.
Cool name.
Colton Blomberg.
Slippery as shit. You got time.
This is EPT reg Michel Detani. Has ace queen on the button, raises to 22,000.
I almost bought that exact same mustache.
Taylor Port, a player with $5.3 million in live earnings, has a WPT title, has a WSOP bracelet.
And my mortal enemy, just for this event.
Mm-hmm.
He is called out of the small blind and he has flopped top pair. With the action check to him, Tatani continues flop. 22,000.
Power's calling range from the small blind certainly would find this type of board pretty well connected with his hands, and even if he called pre with a hand like 6s, 7s, 8s, you know, those are always going to take one off.
Meanwhile, Phil, the Razor has joined us on YouTube. Says, just got home from Vegas. Haven't been able to watch the stream. Did I miss anything?
Nah.
I don't think that's a legitimate question, Phil. I just think that that is a pathetically veiled brag that you've just been to Vegas.
Oh, smart. I was about to run down the entire tournament so far.
Like you remember any of it.
I remember Maria played a hand.
Because we recapped it in the pregame.
Yes, that's what I remember, the pregame.
Taylor Poor adding 64,000 to his stack. He is playing around 47 big blinds right now.
Boo that man.
Just below average, the average being 503,000. So we are at a 50 BB average once again.
You know, back to, what did you say, Lon was in Majorca? I was just in Majorca in August, and here's a tip. Don't go on a boat with Spraggy.
Is that similar to going on a boat with Francine?
Yeah, except Spraggy did chunks and not in a tournament this time. The cute part was a bunch of fish swam up and ate it all.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a detail I didn't need to hear. I'm looking at that potato salad now thinking, nah. Right stack with kings opens under the gun +1 to 20K. Lonis calling in the small blind with ace-8 of clubs. Jamil Wakil folds the beg, so we are going heads up to the flop on hand number 6 of the day. Queen 9 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Can we go back to the Sylvan loosely bluff? I can't get it out of my head. Yeah, I'm glad we're looking at Lonis here. If you do call with the kings there and you are up against the flush, how bad is that?
I mean, define what you mean by how bad
How
is that.
embarrassing is it?
Like
Oh,
embarrassing?
I mean, I was say how bad is you're out, the PCA main event. I mean, you're eliminated.
How incorrect is it? How wrong is it?
I would not say that it would be incorrect. I feel like a lot of poker players would maybe find the call. It's going to be opponent dependent, certainly. Maybe read dependent. I don't fully believe so much in live reads in the sense of that would be the sole reason I would call somebody in that spot. But I'm saying that that can, of course, factor in. You're going to deviate from maybe what the optimal strategy is or what you think you should be doing, and you're going to make those calls. And
does having the king of diamonds make a huge difference or a little bit of difference? Or no difference?
A very little, considering it came from the big blind, because the big blind is
still
going to
tons and tons of
right.
diamonds.
But if it was like a under the gun open versus under the gun +1 flat, then having the king of diamonds would matter, because a lot of the likely hands that would call your raise pre-flop would contain suited broadways, and that would kind of remove those hands from their range. So that would have mattered, but you know, Jesse didn't have the king of diamonds anyways in that particular spot, and I also just think that in that situation, I probably would have liked to see a bet on the turn a little more than going for value on the river. I understand him wanting to get 2 streets, but I actually think that I would prefer to see the second barrel on the turn and then a check back on the river.
Interesting. Okay.
Damien P on YouTube asks, is Jay Little still in? Yes, Jonathan Little.
He was asking about Justin Little.
Well, Jonathan Little, very much still part of this tournament, and as Jonathan was discussing on the live stream yesterday, he was part of this production back in 2018. There's another commentator you failed to outlast, Maria.
It's a long list, apparently.
Jonathan Little, by the way, made the final table of the PCA back in 2007, the year that Ike Haxton was the runner-up.
Oh, wow. He must have been really little back then.
Jonathan Littler.
Well, he was much littler.
Under the gun raised from loosely with Jack, so Dwyer with the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
A Savage Muffin says, oh, Dwyer has gotten garbage hole cards every hand. First of all, it's hold cards. But it looks like he can play these if he wants, and he wants.
He defends, calls out of the small. Has the chip leader to contend with, though. Right sack in the big. And we've only seen one of his cards. We know he has the ace of diamonds.
But you've got to be wondering if he's thinking about squeezing with just that one card. He is taking quite a bit of time with his pre-flop decision. Oh, and there goes the green chips.
Squeeze from the big blind.
Oh. Not just squeezing for squeezing's sake in this case.
Yeah, a very reasonable hand and spot to do it with. I would imagine the fact that loosely is so deep, he will likely just want to call here. Nobody's trying to get in 65 big blinds pre with jacks.
Hi.
So loosely makes the call. O'Dwyer folds the 10-9, and these two players will go heads up to the flop. Two biggest stacks at the feature table.
Gulp.
One of them the chip leader.
Tournament chip leader.
Indeed. Leads the final 53 as we see an ace-10 jack flop. And what's the MO for loosely in this spot, Maria?
Go like this. Ah! And fold out of position.
I guess he's actually in position,
Out of
right?
turn, I mean.
But assuming right sack continues, do you have to call one street?
Yeah, I would imagine that right sack is going to go somewhat small, you know, neighborhood of a third pot or so. And so if that's the case, then loosely is likely going to take one off with all of those potential for, you know, straights on the turn, straight draws. And also, you know, I mean, especially to this sizing, I can't imagine loosely folding. This is even smaller than I had thought. But you also have to remember, you're not just going to give right sack credit for 3-betting with value, even though if he did, of course, the ace is likely to hit a lot of those type of hands. But now, ooh, this is a little problematic.
I wonder how he got all those chips. Just by getting dealt good hands, being a good player, and having favorable runouts. I don't know. Seems like a deadly combination.
Yeah, the ace pairing certainly strengthens loosely's holding in his mind, just making it a little less likely that right sack has an ace in his, or even 2 aces for that matter.
So the second barrel is 60K into a pot of 292K.
Obviously designed to keep in all of the pairs that loosely would have called pre-flop.
I would fold right here and right now and then ask for a setup. Oh, he did! Come on!
And he shows him.
So good.
Sergey Reitzak wins another one, though, is up over 2 million. We spoke to him last night. We also spoke to the chip leader before the start of play today when he arrived at the venue.
Well, I'm chip lead, so I'm very excited to try to go through the day today and be in these last 16 players to have a chance to win the Bahamas. It's a very tough tournament, so it's always nice to play against the best players in the world.
What do you got to do today to be chip leader tomorrow?
Focus in which players I think I could put pressure, and winning all-in is also very important, right?
Yes, winning all-ins, very important.
It's okay, it's okay. I didn't ask it before because I could feel like it.
You feel it.
The energy, you know. The other day was with Chino at the table. Like,
We had a good table.
yeah.
Oh, you guys were at the feature? Yeah.
I'm not saying it's bad.
Chronic on Twitch says, it's 50 left with millions up top. Giveaway 0 info. Mistake to show. Which I sort of disagree with because it's on a live stream and it'll be seen in 30 minutes. But then follows up by saying, if he showed the queen, that's genius.
Day 2, yeah.
It's kind of covering all your bases there, Chronic.
Tani raising under the gun, called by Taylor Poor, under the gun +1. And this is domination rotation in Tani's favor, but Poor does have the open-ended straight draw.
James, I just want to let you know that we're like 23 hours away from Chat Pro Saturday.
Yeah, I think we agreed, or maybe at least we discussed in Prague about having a one-time veto on Chat Pro Saturday.
You used that the time a final table was on Chat Pro Saturday.
Did I?
Yeah.
Damn.
I'll tell you what, you can do whatever you like when it's you and whoever else in here. I would be a hypocrite and a liar.
See, I've got a really, really great idea. This works for Twitch at least, where I have moderator status. I can change it to emote-only chat.
That you can. Look, that's a loophole. I love a good loophole.
That's a great idea from producer Chris. Let's move Chat Pro Saturday to the following Saturday.
Wait, to the PSPC Saturday?
Oh, no.
It finishes on a Friday.
Oh.
To the Saturday, yes, the Saturday that happens next weekend. By the way, you'll see that we've now ticked down to 52 players. Someone who we saw survive the bubble, Anthony Hu, has just exited in 53rd place. He cashes for 29,400. That is the current payout. Of course, the huge sums of money up top. 6-figure scores for the top 10, 7-figure scores for the top 2, $1 million for the runner-up, 1.5 million for the winner.
Dude finished in 53rd place. The last we could have done was get his last name.
We've come over to the secondary feature table now. Ramon Kalilas has opened with ace-10 in the hijack. Meanwhile, Evan Sparling has ace-jack on the button. And it's a re-raise. The 3-bet is to 62,000. We have to step away because we have got action on the main stage. I'm hearing there is an all-in and a call at the main feature table. It is Steve O'Dwyer all-in with King 10, and he has run into the ace-king of Lonus. Plus, we've got Loosely with 8s.
Domination situation.
So Lonis is the at-risk player here. O'Dwyer will be left with 5 big blinds unless we see some sickness. Well, there is an ace on the flop. Gut shot for Steve O'Dwyer. 4 cards for Lonis to fade. Five of hearts changes nothing. Same 4 cards that Steve O'Dwyer needs to see. Otherwise, he's left super short. And indeed, Lonis's ace-king holds, and Lonis doubles up. And Steve O'Dwyer is now in the danger zone.
Danger zone?
157, I believe.
I mean, this is a legit danger zone. 5 big blinds.
Lonis, meanwhile, playing 33 bigs.
This is 157.
And we have ticked down to 51. We've lost someone in 52nd place. It is? No, the squid. Sam Grafton ran queens into aces, and he cashes out in 52nd place for 29,400. So once again, we find ourselves in a situation where Ramon Kalilas is the last remaining player from Team PokerStars Pro.
My goodness. So Sam, you see, he smiles, he gets up like a professional, but you saw that table knock. There was a lot of mustard on that. It was quite the...
Well spotted on that.
So we're 30 minutes into the day, 30 minutes into the first level of day 4. And we have seen 3 eliminations so far.
Jamil Wakil. Love it.
Hasn't picked up much in the way of hands. Doesn't really have good enough stack where he wants to be opening too wide, especially with
53.
all of these good players behind him with big stacks, such as Right Sack.
Steve O'Dwyer all in from the hijack with 10-9 suited. A hand named after the player who we just saw KO'd in 52nd place. And Taylor Poor, I guess, is priced in with pretty much any 2, right?
Yeah, there's a few hands, you know, the very bottom of the range he could fold, but I think he might look him up with the Jack-7.
Good luck, Steve.
Jack High is ahead right now. Steve needs to hit, needs to improve.
I know it's going to sound crazy, but I think Steve could still outplay him.
He's got 44% equity. Could be worse.
Well, we just saw Grafton go bust. Can Steve survive with the Grafton?
It's all connected.
Suited
flop.
connected.
Whoa!
Wow.
It's all
Yeah.
hearts.
Yeah, I think that's you.
Whatever Steve wants, he gets, except for his luggage.
No sweat on the turn. Taylor Poor drawing dead. So Steve O'Dwyer gets more than a double up. Steve now playing a 12 big blind stack. Still very short. Jamil Wakil also playing 15 big blinds. So 2 shorties on the main stage. At the other end of the spectrum is Sergey Reitzak, who is the tournament chip leader. He's got more than 200 bigs. you.
I've seen worse. I can't help but think of that line for rounders anytime I've got a bet in the cave. Got a hanger, Sarge.
Action folded around to the button. Michel Detani, who's got queen 7 off.
Heir to the Detani water fortune.
Raises to 22,000, and Jesse Lonas has got 6s in the bag. And the flop is ace king 7. It is always coming 7 today. That is a pair for Detani.
Feels like an easy continue for Detani, even though Detani's range can be a lot wider opening from the button. Obviously, Lonas would have likely put in a 3-bet off of 30 bigs had he had something stronger like a premium ace-x type holdings.
So you got like a good nominative determinism name like Chris Moneymaker, right? That's a good one. Then there's a bad one, Loan Us. Not good for poker.
We got It's Corey on Twitch saying, wish one day I could afford to enter a tourney like this, and this is where I get to shill. Not only can you qualify for live events on PokerStars, but also if you want the PCA experience from the comfort of your own home, we are running the Mini PCA, which is an online series offering low buy-in tournaments every single day with so much added value. EPT satellite tickets added to the prize pool of every single event in this series. And on Sunday, which is when the final table of the main event plays here in the Bahamas, we will offer a mini PCA main event. And that is going to have an EPT Monte Carlo package added, going to the winner. The series continues throughout the PSPC as well. One of the highlights is the mini PSPC, and we'll talk about that in more detail in the coming hours and days as we see Steve O'Dwyer all in with ace-10 up against Jamil Wakil's queens. Not looking good for O'Dwyer.
Yeah, but so far today, Hearts has been his friend.
Short stack versus short stack. It's like a little slap fight between dwarves.
Oh, okay. Instead of the flush, he's just going to hit the overcard.
Probably no hearts now would be good.
Steve O'Dwyer just has to fade a queen on the river, and he gets another double up, and that's going to leave Jamil Wakil with just 2 big blinds. A queen on the river! Steve O'Dwyer gets done by a 2-outer on the river. Granted, Wakil had the best hand when all the money went in. Steve O'Dwyer eliminated in 51st place. The champion of the EPT Monte Carlo main event in 2013, cashing out for $29,400.
Terrifically brutal drama there.
But exciting for Wakil now, up to almost 30 big blinds.
So, just a quick missive from the desk of Toby Stone.
Oh.
Obviously, we're always keen to find out from players what they want, right? You want to do what's best for the players. And sometimes it's hard because you've got like 50% say one thing, 50% say the other thing, and then it's tough to make a decision. But this is an occasion where it's pretty decisive. So they've basically been asking players about mystery bounties and about whether you would prefer to have a $200,000 top prize or 2 chances to win a $100,000 prize. And interestingly, I think this is pretty decisive. And these are players who competed in the 3K event. 93% want there to be 2 100K prizes rather than a single 200K winner.
That's what I would have voted for.
I mean, that's the point of the mystery bounty, right? Like, if you want a top-heavy first-place prize, like, play a non-mystery bounty event. It's cool that 90. You know what's going to be the annoying part, though? How vocal are those 7% going to be? They're going to be the only people we hear from for the next 6 months.
But I think it's always important to highlight that when people question, why did you change this? Why is this now like this? It's done in consultation with the players. It's not just random decisions being taken for the sake of it. Right stack with another opportunity to accrue chips. Aces in the big blind, but does not get any action from Wakil.
I did vote in that 257 times, though.
Crazy. I already had like kings, aces, ace queen, and ace queen twice.
So far?
Yeah.
Wow.
I had kings, 6s twice, and ace king. Had some big hands too.
Yeah, but you got bluffed off.
You know when I had the king. No diamond, even though I still pray for.
So sick.
Also, I guess while
That
we're
was my
doing
thin value, you know?
PSAs, I should highlight there has been an important change of policy at PokerStars live events regarding pets. Following some incidents and players' complaints, from now on, we will not be allowing any pets in the tournament room. Okay in common areas, but none in the playing area.
No.
Who let the dogs in?
Now I forgot.
That was yesterday. That was last night.
Yesterday for sure.
Another reference to that great pop hit and that great pop act whose family gave their name to the resort that is hosting the PCA.
What hand did you have when you won your big pot? When you won it? You won a really big pot, right, yesterday?
Like queens.
You had queens?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I open race queens and Leonard called Cal.
Yeah.
10-8 versus ace-6. Just a nut flush for Datani.
Where's this flopping flushes today? I think it's a, what, 2% chance with suited cards that you'll flop a flush?
Yeah, a little over, but Datani obviously realizing how rare it could be for your opponent to have much to call with when you have all of the goods in your hand. Checks back, which allows loosely to make a straight.
First hand, I used 2 time bangs. Usually I don't use any of them. I mean,
Oh, wow, and you see loosely
I
go
know, yeah.
pretty big on the sizing.
You know, some days you go through the whole day, you won't use one of these.
Yeah.
Like first hand.
Loosely, more like loosely.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot for 90.
And this is exactly what Datani was hoping for when he checked back the
and
flop,
not to get
was
more into it. But it's the
to
same
get
deal.
loosely to bet into him on the turn, but I don't even think Datani knows how good that turn card
No.
is for
I
him.
think your original time should be 45 seconds. Because
Pre-flop?
no, when you're in
Oh, your first.
after flop.
Oh,
Should be
yeah,
45
this
seconds.
is all
30
bad.
seconds in a lot of spots and this deep in the tournament. It's really not that much time.
Very
you know?
bricky river is
It is,
going to
but like,
cause loosely to go fairly
By the time you get to
big, I
5,
would
you're
imagine, on
rushing
the
your
sizing
decision pretty.
on the river.
Which is whatever.
I mean, you basically
It's like chess.
forced to play with it.
Yeah.
You're what?
I'm a fast player.
Forced to make your decision.
Yeah. I'm not one to play slow, but you know when you're this deep, it's like
Yeah, for sure.
30 seconds goes by quick.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
125.
Yeah, it hurts. It's going to hurt.
Get ready to feel the pain.
Especially because Loosely knows what he did earlier with just the nut blocker. That when Tatani raises, Loosely's going to be like, huh, is he taking a page out of my playbook? Do I need to look him up right now?
Yeah, he came to me.
Switching between the two of us.
Reminds me of Breaking Bad when the fly's in the lab and they're trying to. You watch Breaking Bad?
I was going to say, do you check your cards again in this situation just
the fly episode.
to make sure?
Me neither, but that show's amazing.
Yeah.
I also look at the board really carefully and ensure I have the stone cold nuts right. There's nothing else out there
I'd
that
be
could
counting
beat
on
me.
my fingers, just be like, queen, okay, no, there's no straight flush.
There is the shove from Tatani.
I will say that the difference in this situation that I think will allow Loosely to get away is that Tatani will very likely be c-betting that flop with the ace of spades in their hand. You know, that's a flop where you can very easily c-bet, take it down right then and there if you have the draw to the nut flush. If you check back here, this actually makes this raise a lot more credible and a lot more value leaning towards flushes than just, say, the naked ace of spades that misses the 4 flush.
Couple of eliminations to tell you about. Kelvin Kerber out in 50th. Bainham Patros out in 49th. 48 remaining now.
For that reason, this is, you know, quite a different scenario than when we saw Loosely get away with that one with the nut blocker against Lonis. And so I do think Loosely is going to figure this one out. I also felt like Tatani sold it a little too much on the river. He looked around a lot at other stack sizes and just did a couple things where I'm like,
And ultimately came to the decision fairly quickly. I know that he still took some time, but remember how long Loosely took before he did the bluff shove with his flush? Sorry, with his fake flush. That's how good his bluff was. I thought he actually had it, and I could see the cards.
If Loosely makes his call, he will be eliminated.
I mean, Maria said earlier, don't try to bluff this dude.
Is this still a bluff?
Made a solid fold earlier on with the jacks against the trip aces.
Really great fold there. Didn't have a straight, though.
I think that if somebody has the ace of spades in this spot and they were the under the gun pre-flop, there we go. That's the right decision.
There's a flyer around the table bothering him all the time.
Yeah. And it's us true, yeah. I just said.
Okay, just say it. Okay, and now it's on your shoulder.
You ever watch Breaking Bad, the show?
Yeah.
Breaking Bad. There was the one episode where the fly's in the lab, and they're trying to get it the whole time, and that's what it's reminding me of. This fly's ruining it. Just like
The hair product.
So we were talking earlier about the mini PCA series. For me, one of the highlights of that series is going to be the mini PSPC, an online version of the PokerStars Players Championship for 1,000th of the price. So that's $25. It's going to start on Monday, January the 30th. Now, bear in mind, it will be a 5-day event. It will play out a similar format and structure to the PSPC itself. Thousands in added value. In fact, $10,000 added to the prize pool. Registration will be open till the start of day 2, and then you miss that window, you're just going to have to follow the action on the rail. But of course, there are mini PCA events every day up to and including Friday, February 3rd.
So if we could go back to that policy decision about no more dogs being allowed. You know,
No more pets.
No more pets. You know, he's going to love that. In Twitch chat, disgruntled vet. They do have a question, though, disgruntled vet. How many till the next page up? Maybe ICM considerations influence that fold.
I think we've still got some way to go until the next page.
Obviously,
right?
there are some ICM considerations to everything, but my guess is that that was not the deciding factor
No,
there.
that definitely wasn't.
I want to say, actually, not that far. 44th place, is it? 43rd place?
Oh, I thought it was 33rd.
No. It's like every table. 40th to 55th place, 29,400. So when we're down to 39, there's a pay jump.
Still not really, though.
$58.
Freddie asking, is it worth playing the mini PCA or wait until the mini PSPC? Is it too much to play both?
It's just a mini. It's just a little guy.
I would highlight that the mini PCA main event is a one-day tournament. It'll be done and dusted on Sunday, so then you can come back on Monday and play the mini PSPC.
So it's not a 5-day event.
Otherwise, you are
No.
one number
It is
side.
10 spots for the cards, I think.
Okay, yeah.
So your seat is not actual seat.
Okay.
Oh, who have we got coming in?
Hello.
Ian Matakis.
Welcome.
No. It's Yigit Aksoy who's coming in.
We get Aksoy?
That's Matakis. We've got two players coming in. That's why I'm confused.
We had plenty of people write in yesterday to say his name is pronounced Matakis. So I guess I'm going to trust the... Can't believe I'm saying this. Trust the masses.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility that a European name has been distorted by an American. So, okay, we'll go for it.
But do people think I'm the one who's coughing into the microphone like that? Because it ain't me. It's one of the players.
Right sack with 9s in the cutoff. Tani 9-6 off in the big blind.
How real are blockers?
Poor Datani flops second pair, is up against the set.
Yeah, luckily, though, with that king on board as well, Datani will take one off, but most turns, I think, will be tough for him to continue. Pretty big sizing from Reitzak, 40,000. That puts a lot of pressure on second pair.
We can all agree if there is a 9 on the turn, we just, blockers aren't real forever, right? Okay.
Oh, this is just horrible for Datani.
It's weird because you think that king on the flop would be blocking this king coming on the turn, but it didn't.
Yeah, you gotta admit, Reitzak's getting some pretty good runouts to extract more value from his opponents. You know, saw the same thing happening with Reitzak having trip aces with 2 aces on board, and Loosely was smart to get away from that one, but I don't know if Datani is going to fold to a second barrel. Obviously, he can't love his kicker, but again,
160.
doesn't expect his opponent to necessarily have a 9 in his hand. And this big overbet, oof. Yeah. Reitzak clearly hoping that Datani had a king in his hand, but didn't think he would get called by much else.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, let's hear from the recently eliminated Sam Grafton.
Yeah, I woke up very optimistic. Obviously, it's a really exciting spot to be in with 54 left in such a big tournament. But I came in pretty short, so I know my chips are going to go in the middle a couple of times over the course of the day. That's inevitable. And I got it in with queens, which is like super strong holding. I was really happy with the spot. I actually was looking forward to getting called. Fortunately, I ran into aces. So, you know, that's tournament poker. I really enjoyed the experience. Great tournament. Wasn't my day, but I'm very happy with how I played and just an amazing experience overall. The great thing about the PCA festival is there's poker to be played every day. I'm going to get into mystery batting now, and of course there's the behemoth, the big one on the horizon, PSPC. It's going to be one of the biggest tournaments, if not the biggest tournament of the year. So, you know, I'll lick my wounds for a couple of days, and then I'll be ready to go for the PSPC.
Lick away, Sam Grafton, lick away.
You say look or lick?
Sam or James?
I'll get him an ice cream.
So back to the feature table. Jamil Wakil has opened with ace-10. Another premium starting hand for chip leader Sergei Reitzak.
Is it even fair at this point?
Well, yeah, obviously, karmically, Sergei Reitzak has done something to deserve all of these really great hands.
He re-raises to 58,000. Ace-Jack folded. Tatani in the small blind with ace-king.
Goodness, what a setup. What a setup to have the chip leader 3-bet, and then you have blockers to all the premium pairs, yet he actually has it in his hand.
And 70 big blinds.
Blech. This cold 4-bet, though, will save Wakil, because I could see Wakil maybe interested in calling just a single re-raise there, but not a 4-bet with the suited ace.
Jamil, buddy, come on, we're done with this.
Yeah, I agree. Shot clock, right? What, 10 more seconds, buddy?
Yeah, this ain't worth a time bank card, that's for sure. Question. Call with kings or 5-bet?
That is a great question. Effective stack between these two players. 56 big blinds. I mean, a part of me feels like you can just get the money in, but if you get snapped, though, you'll hate it. Let's be real.
All in.
No
Oh.
snap, you're safe.
There goes the head.
Did you see Datani's expression?
Yeah, just dropped.
And is there any chance that Datani folds ace-king to this 5-bet?
I think there is a chance.
I agree.
But, you know, Datani really hates the fact that he blocks aces and kings, right? Because if you put that much money in there already then you almost feel like you have to get it in as a flip. Like if your opponent has queens in their hand, you're kind of like, oh, there's so much dead money I've already put in.
He's folded it.
Later.
Never experienced this run in my life, I think.
Reitzak shows the kings. Datani knows he made a great laydown.
That's nice of him to show.
And we are moving over to the secondary feature table where there is an all-in and a call.
Oh.
Artur Martirosyan with a set of threes. Pocket tens was the hand for Giovanni Gouveia. And it looks like he is covered by Martirosyan, and it looks like he will be exiting in 48th place.
Gouveia. Emphasis on the go.
So down to 47. 6 tables in action.
Did you hang right there 1 second? You need to take the right.
off.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's going to. Oh.
Looks like a pretty big stack now for Martirosyan.
Not surprised. What was everyone else doing for the last couple of years? This guy won an EPT.
Many chips.
King 10 suited for Sienna.
So we're going to stay at the secondary feature table. Ace-8. The hand for Halverson, who folds. Artur Martirosyan with Queen 9 in the big.
Is this the tournament that Brad Owens is playing in? Who's Brad Owens?
Let me win this spot. I don't have space for other chips.
Martirosyan defends. And he flops top pair. Sienna with an open-ended straight draw.
King, Queen, Jack. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities still for Sienna's hand, and Martirosyan obviously going to continue with top pair and see what happens with the run out.
Martirosyan now near enough a 4-1 favorite. And has a blocker to Sienna's straight draw.
Sienna can't like the flush coming in very much, and without a diamond in his hand, a lot of times might consider taking a free card, but it looks like he's just gonna keep the semi-bluff going. Really hoping to fold out a lot of the weak one pair holdings that Martirosyan can have.
$60K called by Martirosyan, and this hand going to the river. Seven of clubs pairs the board. Martirosyan's hand is good. Alessandro Sienna did highlight that if Martirosyan wins this pot, he's literally got no space to stack the chips.
Start putting it on the shot clock.
Check, check. He does win another pot. A few people asking about the mystery bounty event we were discussing a while ago. In fact, there'll be two 100K prizes rather than a single 200K prize. I believe a platinum pass is also up for grabs in the mystery bounty. Maria, what is the concept of a mystery bounty? How does it work?
Well, one thing I think a lot of people didn't know is that if you knock someone out on day one, it doesn't matter, because bounties do not come into play until day 2. And so you have to make it to day 2 first. Then you have to knock somebody out on day 2 in order to get their bounty. And at which point you can turn that bounty in to draw for one of the mystery bounties that are in play. And each player that makes it to day 2 has a quote-unquote bounty on their head, and that's all put into a pool, and that will be randomly chosen.
So when you knock a player out, how does it work physically? Do you get given like a bounty chip or a kind of ticket?
Well, I don't know how they do it here specifically, but normally, yes, you get some type of bounty chip, or sometimes they come around and take your player's card number and they write it down.
Right.
And then you can turn it in later, either a receipt that they give you or the chip that they give you for the actual draw.
And it's that lottery element that everyone loves, okay? We all love the spin of a wheel. We all love seeing what the jackpot's going to be in a spin and go. You get to pick out an envelope. You open that envelope, and it could be a platinum pass. It could be 100K. It could be 1K. It's going to be something of cash value, but the prizes differ.
Yes. And that is definitely the fun part, is sweating it. You know, usually they have it in an envelope, and how many zeros you get is a good indication of how big of a bounty you just won.
I have a couple of questions. I've played a few bounty tournaments, never made it to the bounty phase, unfortunately. First time I played, I didn't realize, and I called it off pretty light and lost, and it turns out I had no bounty equity anyway. Anyway, question time is, so I've seen a video of you go up to a desk and pull the envelope out and sweat it, and it was pretty disappointing, if I remember, multiple times. Not the point. Anyway, when does that happen? Do you get up from the table and like leave your hand to get folded, or what? Like what?
Yeah.
Or is it on a
as
break?
far as I've seen, you can go whenever you want once you've acquired the bounty. So if you want to miss hands to draw the bounty, you're allowed, or you can go on a break. Or some people actually like to wait to accumulate all the bounties throughout the tournament and do it all at once. But some people's strategy is like, oh, well, what if
you don't want someone to pull the $1 million bounty while you're sitting there with 5 bounties to go pull.
Right. So there's differing opinions on what is going to be best, especially if you have multiple bounties that you've acquired. But I've also seen somebody go at the very end. They made the final table. They got 4th place, Calvin Anderson, and he pulled, I think, the 4th or 5th largest bounty at the very end of the tournament.
Is there actually a mathematically optimal time to go? I guess if, right?
Well,
I guess
also
if you're keeping
depends.
track of what people pulled already.
You need to see how many of each bounty there is available and then what has been pulled. Surely someone's got a widget for that.
Yeah, there's definitely a widget for that.
So we have ticked down to 44 players. We're staying with the action at the secondary feature table, where Artem Martirosyan appears to be bossing it.
You know who'd be really good at the mystery bounty? Detective Munch.
By the way, Sam Grafton has hopped in that mystery bounty, having been KO'd from the main event. Alessandro Siena up against Martirosyan once again. By the way, Siena qualified online to play the PCA main event via a €250 satellite. Lives in Malta, plays most of his poker there. 200K in live tournament earnings. Not sure what Martirosyan's other card is, but it doesn't matter right now because 10 high is winning.
Well, we can't say for sure until we see the other card.
More chips to stack. Martirosyan up to nearly $1.5 million, so that means Sergei Reitzak's still the chip leader with 2.2 million. He's at the main feature table right now. Faria under the gun. Folds. Artem Martirosyan with King 6 of hearts.
22.
Now, For a long time, I think it's important to highlight at this stage because we've referenced the fact that players like Martirosyan and Noah Buchan are former EPT champions, and for a long time, and I know geographically it doesn't make any sense, but the PCA was considered to be part of the European Poker Tour, and winning the PCA main event counted. I have been told that the two have been very much formally separated from each other, so this does not count as an EPT win. Should Artur Martirosyan win the PCA, he would not be a two-time EPT winner.
But he could have some type of triple, quadruple crown of some sort.
That's true. We can create some bizarre combo nonsense that could be an amazing achievement. Decernia, Queen 7 in the big here. Has checked to Martirosyan, who now checks back the turn. And Decernia rivering a pair, but not a good enough pair. It's Giuseppe Decernia from Venezuela.
Martirosyan taking showdown. He's going to be happy to see that that river did not give him a worse hand.
Captain Junior asks, where's the sevens guy at? He was playing in the BSOP event that you finished 20th in. Christian Rudolph made the final table of that event. Did you get to play against him at all? Did you mock him about the whole seven is coming thing?
No, actually, I did not get to play with him in that tournament, but I have played with him since, and I have spoken to him about that at length.
"19 minutes left on the level, and then we'll take the first break of the day. It's the first of 5 levels to be played on day 4 of the main event. I mean, does Martirosyan really need to win anymore? I guess he does. I guess that's the point of the game. You can't slow down. You've got to keep your foot on the gas.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to catch up to Reitzhag.
Yeah, that's a good point.
2.2 million over there.
So missing a couple of cards. We've seen Martirosyan's Jack. We've seen Sienna's Queen. We get to see both of Luis Faria's cards. Martirosyan versus Sienna again. 10-4-4. Martirosyan checks. Sienna checks behind. 6 of diamonds on the turn, puts a flush draw out there.
Yeah, sort of unclear, you know, if Martirosyan feels like he has showdown value when we can only see one card, but I mean, this sizing would indicate that he certainly is not likely to have thin value there.
Up to nearly 1.6 million now. And I guess we're going to track back to the main stage, the main feature table, where we do have the guy with more chips than anyone else right now, Sergej Reitzak, playing 2.2 million. Ian Matakis also a big stack with 1.2 million. No one has a sub-25 big blind stack. The shortest stack at this table is Jesse Lonis, but he's got 27 big blinds.
Did you guys already pick up on this comment from moderator Tom?
Nope.
No.
He said the chat pros are a lot more quiet when there's only one hold card showing. Kind of weird, huh? Weird how suddenly people are way less opinionated when they don't know the exact right answer.
Well, we pick up the action here in a hand between Sergej Reitzak and Sylvain Loosely, and suffice to say, Reitzak's got the best of it.
We don't need the hold cards for that, do we?
Reitzak gonna go for a check and bluff catch against Loosely, but Loosely doesn't really need to bluff. He has a little piece of the board and that flush draw.
I love this. So Reitzak's going to lose a pot, and there's only like 30K in it. Even when he loses, he kind of wins.
Yeah, he just puts in the min bet. It's only just going to get a call out of Loosely. Obviously, Loosely's not going to raise with just the 6 of spades, but certainly worth looking it up.
They're about to play hand 24 of the day at the feature table. With less than 15 minutes to go now until we hit the first break of the day. 10 eliminations so far.
Raise and Matakis.
Raises to 22,000.
Not going to be a raise and Matakis.
Axoy with King Jack.
Well, Axoy.
Yeah, on the last level of the night, we saw Matakis win a huge pot off of Rocco with a set of 8s. And we shall see if he's able to continue to accumulate today.
Okay. Bet and Matakis.
Quick follow-up to my earlier announcement that Sam Grafton is playing in the Mystery Bounty. Sam Grafton is no longer playing in the Mystery Bounty.
Well, it is tough when you max late reg a Mystery Bounty or any bounty tournament, right? Because it's a huge disadvantage to be playing short when everybody is trying to go after the bounty. And so you're going to get looked up pretty light. You're going to have to win a lot of all-ins, and it's not surprising. But I'm sure he played great.
I know that there is a lot of excitement in certain parts of the world about Elias Gutierrez, about Theros, and suffice to say, we are doing everything in our power to get him onto one of the 2 feature tables. He just gets constantly moved to tables that are about to break.
That'll happen sometimes, right, Maria? You'll just end up at a table for 2 hands, it breaks, at a table for another 20 minutes, it breaks.
Yeah, which is pretty frustrating because it's so important to create reads and profile players, and
yeah,
you know, when you keep moving and you're not really able to adjust to what you've seen at the table, it's kind of puts you at a disadvantage.
Three ways to this flop. 10s holding. Checks around to Matakis. Nah, dog, that's right. Okay. Don't fall for it. 6 on the turn. Doesn't give as much equity to the 8s as I thought it would.
Yeah, Lonis going for some protection against 2 players.
Straighty board. It's pretty tough to fold 8s here.
Agreed.
You just need a little help. You just need a little help. That ain't it.
Lonis doesn't feel like he's able to get value from any worse, especially with that river. Both players showdown.
Pocket 8.
Wow.
7 to 8.
I wouldn't say that that was a tough read to make, though, right? 9s has a set.
It's still cool, though.
6s has a set. 5s has a set.
Okay, we need to head to the outer tables. Justin Bonomo is all in against Jonathan Little. Bonomo's got ace-9. Jonathan Little has ace-queen. It is a domination situation. Bonomo at risk and behind, and it is an ace-king-queen flop. 3 on the turn. Queen on the river, and with that run out, Justin Bonomo is KO'd.
So there's FOMO, there's JOMO, and now there's NOMO. Justin Bonomo.
Cash is out for $29,400. We're down to 43 in the PCA 2023 main event. That is no longer a little stack.
Whose is it then?
Oh, it's still little stack, but it's
little
not
stack.
a little stack.
Yeah. Wait.
I think Taylor Paul just got balanced off the feature table, by the way. He's definitely not been eliminated.
More like Taylor Rich.
Takis raising with Queen Jack. Lonis defending with Ace 4. King 9-5, 2 clubs on the flop.
Takis likely to bet with that gut shot, and you know, when you're up against the big blind defend range, you feel like that king high type board is going to favor you, and if you can take it down right here, obviously that would be nice, but I'm sure Lonis has no plans to fold this hand at this juncture. As usual, chat wanting max pain turn cards. 10 of clubs, please.
Only Griffin can do that.
You can have the 3 of clubs. We compromised. You got the suit you wanted, just not the rank.
The rank's part of it.
Well, we can't do it all.
I do like it when people make flush draws. There's like a little part of me that feels like I made the flush draw.
It gives you hope that you can
That
make
a person
flush
could make a
draws.
flush draw, yes.
Ironically, didn't really need to make the flush. Barry Greenstein's enough.
Yeah, and covers so much of this board that it would be hard to imagine what type of hands you could get value from, especially since Matakis did check back the turn. So even though you have such a good hand, you might want to go easy on the sizing and just hope that Matakis has a hand like 10s or jacks or something that they would pay off a smaller sized bet with. Not really a 3/4 size pot though.
Meanwhile, down to 42 players. Luis Faria eliminated from the secondary feature table. 42 now remain.
Matakis thinking about it. I mean, I see that some of the straight draws from the flop miss, like the 8-7 and the 7-6s and whatnot, but just a little too thin, I think.
So 12 eliminations during this first level. 4 minutes till the break. Yeah, I think that's a fair observation, Ro. They are going quicker than expected, but inevitably it will slow down later on, and there comes a point where they won't play any further today. If we should get to the final 2 tables, if we should get to 16 today, we will pause there.
Certainly as the pay jumps increase too, James, that will naturally slow things down. People will want to be a little more conservative and stall even for those bigger pay jumps. And the widget's never wrong. In the widget, we trust.
I mean, bear in mind the widget assumes roughly a 50 big blind average, and right now we are playing 63 big blind average. So that's why, again, I would estimate it will slow down later on. What did the widget say about this level?
Tani finding a light 3-bet, and it gets through against Rightzak. You know, you're not going to get many of those through against the chip leader. He just had one of those hands that were a little too weak to call. Certainly the suited variety would have been in there, I would assume, off of that stack.
The widget had us finishing this level with 44, and we're at 42.
Throw it out. Delete it. Start over.
By the way, a lot of people are still challenging me, saying, oh, we could get to the final table today. What part of we will stop at 16 do you not understand?
It's a real bummer James can't gamble.
I think even
oh my
the
God,
1,000
to print money.
The 1,000 to 1 that we get to 17, and there is a 7-way, 8-way all in on one table. Isn't 1,000 to 1, I don't think. What are the true odds of that happening?
I mean, so astronomical that I'll bet my whole bankroll that that won't happen.
Millions to 1, right? Hundreds of millions to 1. Lottery level. People still play the lottery, I guess.
I was going to say, I mean, were you not in this most recent one? I considered it, but I just didn't.
I think I bought $50 worth, yeah. I had to sweat, though. I had the Powerball number in one of them. Won $4. You know, I've won before, though.
Won what? Like one of the smaller ones? A couple thousand?
No, it was 180 million, and I hit 5 of the 6 numbers for $12,000.
I thought if you hit 5 of the 6 numbers, you get a lot more than that.
If you hit 5 of the 6, but including the power number, it's like 100K.
Okay, yeah.
But I didn't have the power number. But the way I read it off, I was like, my friend was holding the ticket. I was like, and I was reading the winning. I was like, do we have a 4? He's like, yes. I'm like, do we have a 7? He's like, yes. I'm like, do we have an 8? He's like, yes. I'm like, are you messing with me? He's like, I swear. And then we had the next 2 also,
wow,
and just missed the power number.
That's way better than a mystery bounty sweat. That's the ultimate.
Well, it looks like we've come to the end of the first session of play, the first level of 5 to be played on day 4. Players are going to take a break, and we will be doing the same. When we come back, the blinds will be up to 6,000 to 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante. And looks like we're going to be sticking with this lineup on the main stage. During that session, chip leader Sergej Reitzak extended his chip lead up to 2.2 million, which will equate to a 184 big blind stack at the new blind level. Still no shorties. Sylvain Loosely is the shortest stack at the table, 26 bigs, but is not in the danger zone. So back inside of 20 minutes with more live cards up action from day 4 of the PCA 2023 main event. Just saw Gus Hansen being interviewed front of stage. Gus, the original PCA champion, the first ever PokerStars Caribbean adventure held on a cruise ship in 2004. Gus Hansen was the champion. From 2005 onwards, the PCA was held at Atlantis. John Gale, the first ever winner at this particular location. Pocket 7s for Kevin Saul.
He's going to raise to 95,000.
7 call. Kevin Saul.
Raises to 95K. Queen 8 suited for Benny Spindler in the small blind.
Look, if you're going to 3-bet 3-5 and 7-9 and a 4 in the rules for playing poker, I feel like against the button open, you can 3-bet Queen 8 suited, surely.
Might be worse than the other one.
The one thing I'd be worried about is that you keep doing it to the same guy. Now, granted, it's the guy sitting to your immediate right, so you're supposed to do it, but eventually, he's going to stick it in your ear, especially in 2009.
3 bets to 310,000. That's a fold from the big blind. Action back on Kevin Saul.
He's not folding.
Adam Geyer out in 15th place after
what a Geyer.
Getting sucked out by Alex Gomez. So we're down to 14 players now.
Kevin's going to make the call.
Saul calling in position, and we are going to go to the flop. Deuce 10-10 deuce, just the one club. I tell you what, Joe, there are worse flops than that for a pair of 7s.
Yeah, if Benny bets here, it's better call Saul.
He doesn't. He checks, and Kevin checks behind.
All right, let's look at the
Turn card for free, and it is the king of spades.
King 10-10 deuce, 2 spades.
Okay, that makes things a little bit worse, but still, when he goes check on the flop, you know, you keep this pot small. And if you decide that you finally want to make a stand against Benny Spindler, you can do so.
375,000.
So I think that a lot of Benny's King X hands are going to continue that flop. So when Benny checks the flop, he either has a 10, which he is not likely to do. He has some very strong hand, or he's missed. So I don't know if the delayed C-bet's going to work.
Kevin's going to make the call.
375,000 each, 1.4 million in the middle to the river.
All right, let's see the river, please.
And it is the ace of hearts. The board now looking pretty gross for sevens.
It's just like, you're just like, just no more overcards. Crap.
I mean, in the back of Kevin's mind is that 5-3 hand, though, right?
Yeah, of course. And probably lots of other hands that he's seen. And, you know, this is the spot you're waiting for, is to have a made hand against the guy that's, like, constantly barreling. But here's something to consider, right? So Kevin's got to consider what hands Benny thinks he has, right? So let's say Benny has a 10 here. Is Kevin really going to have that many hands that can call? Like when Benny goes bet, 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 so Kevin's going to need a strong hand to call. So if Benny did have a strong hand, maybe he wouldn't be playing it quite this aggressively. These are the kinds of leveling wars that were going on. Everyone just getting a little too aggro.
He calls.
You love to see it.
Heroes with the sevens. Benny Spindler mucks.
I want to see the hand.
Ah!
Queen 8 of clubs for Benny.
He paid the looking price. He has the right to see it.
I'm sorry, I have no read on you, so I just want to see what you were re-raising.
He had no read on you. That was a lot of chips.
Kevin's going to make the call of 210,000.
Hey, look at this dude.
This is Pori Nazari.
Small blind now. Tony's got the big.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple of players at this table who we haven't seen so far.
We're going to go heads up to this flop. Let's take a look.
Can't cover everybody.
Flop is a deuce of clubs.
6-6 deuce.
Six of hearts. Alex is first.
Man, oh man. I don't know if I'm reading into things too much, or
355,000.
it was really good foreshadowing, but if Kevin Saul went crazy here with King Queen, I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of here for it. No offense to Kevin Saul.
Kevin makes the call of 350.
This is just the dream, though, right? Like having aces against one of these complete goober heads
Turn, please.
that just has their foot on the gas 24/7, and you just let them drive directly into a brick wall.
So Gomez turns a full house. We can see Kevin Saul is now drawing dead. He flatted the continuation bet, and Gomez now checks to him on the turn, and here comes Saul about to bet.
Kevin bets 500,000.
$500,000.
Oh, what do I do with the second nuts? I'm so stressed out. What? Really, all I'm doing is thinking about Rio and Mardi Gras.
Amazing Hollywooding from Alex Gomez. By amazing, I mean terrible, but you get my point.
If someone did this to me, I would be mad. I would be like, what are you doing? I would give anything if Kevin just looked and went, you have aces. We got it.
Alex calls, 500,000.
Oh man, if Kevin catches a king or a queen, this is going to be a shame. Oh my God.
Full house versus full house.
How much do you have left?
Oh my God. This is incredible because you might even make a good read, right? When what does he have, a migraine? You either have a migraine or the nuts. Right? You even might convince yourself you're making a good read. You're like,
That's 40 stacks?
Yes.
Yeah, one.
So that's 2 million in back, right? Or
Yeah,
1
maybe
million
a
in
little
back.
more. Sorry about that.
you're like, I think he looks strong on this Hollywooding. He looks strong. Whoever does that when they have a bad hand, James?
No one.
Whoever does that with like tens there. So anyway, you might be able to figure out that like no one's ever behaving that way when they have a weak hand. But then you hit your gin card. You're like, well, now I have, what is it, the third nuts? You got a 6, you got aces, you got kings. Yeah, the fourth nuts.
Kevin bets 1.3 million.
1.3 million. Gomez moves all in.
All right,
you gotta
want an exact count, so pull the 1.3 in. Or
I think you can fold this.
Exactly.
1 million, 2.
Am I crazy because I can see the whole cards, or can you get away from this?
Why don't I just check behind?
Like, who in their right mind hems and haws like that,
2 million.
rubs their face, and then moves all in?
But this is where you convince yourself that your opponent has ace queen and you're chopping.
885. The all-in is a total bet of 2,885,000.
That's possible.
1.3, so it's 1.55.
Okay.
1.585. Excuse me.
Because remember,
1.585 more.
everything about this body language says 6, says aces, and I also think you can maybe get away from it if you think they could have kings. But yes, that's the one scenario I can see, James. You convince yourself you're chopping.
I call.
Call.
Yeah, aces?
Yeah. Saul knew it.
Yeah.
Guessed the hand, but still found himself making the call.
Should not have called Saul.
What a pot for Alex Gomez. He's now playing more than 8 million. Kevin Saul, chip leader no more.
Inconsolable.
Poirier Nazari with ace-10 offsuit. Raises to 205,000. Pocket jacks for Jan Collado.
What did you just buy in now?
And Collado is all in for 910,000. And I think Nazari is going to be priced in here.
I think Collado is about to be the red shirt ensign.
But you didn't say all in.
I didn't.
I know it's kind of silly, but he didn't say all in.
Who's right?
Yeah, bring in he's got a nickel left.
So he basically had one chip left behind, and because he didn't say all in, it's a virtual all in. But let's put it this way, all the chips are going in here.
Call. Called.
All in, call.
Ace 10 against jacks. Jan is the all-in player.
Collado in a good spot to double up here.
No, he's got one of those faces.
Korea. Jan has a jack of spades and a jack of diamonds. Korea
He's definitely an extra.
Flop is ace, deuce, three.
And there is the ace high flop. Always an ace on the desk.
All the flush possibilities. Korea's taking the lead with the aces. Let's see the turn card. Turn is the queen of diamonds.
Is that Nazari's real?
One of the two jacks left in the deck in order to double through.
Jack required on the river.
Let's see the river card.
It's the 8 of hearts. Well, you may have classed him as an extra, Joe, but Jan Collado still makes $175,000 for his 9th place finish. But that will take us down to the official final table of PCA 2009.
So what's everyone guaranteed at this point?
With 4 players remaining, 750 grand.
So sick. So sick.
Gomez with aces raises to 305,000. King Jack for Benny Spindler. This is a hand from the archives. I'm sure a few of you recognize this one and know what's going to happen.
I don't. I mean, giving contextual clues, it seems like we're about to see some more chips go into this pot.
Benny's going to make the call, 305,000.
Okay, just a call.
Don't spoil it, guys. Wait for it.
For 305,000 apiece.
Wait for it.
Alex and Benny are going to go heads up to this flop.
Here comes the flop.
Jack, Jack, Jack.
Whoa, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, this hand, I mean, look, I understand why this hand in a vacuum is interesting, but given what just happened, with the 3 6s on board and the aces,
Yeah.
you got to be kidding me.
Gomez with the full house. Benny Spindler with flopped quads.
You have got to be kidding me. How does this happen twice and this time the second nuts is no good?
1 point.
Spindler raises the flop. Gomez continued. Spindler's made it more than 1.3 million.
This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. And the people who watch this hand on its own have no idea how much crazier it really is.
Like 10?
820,000 you raise.
I call.
Call. Alex calls.
Gomez just calls, thinking he's trapping here, thinking he must have the best hand.
I guess he's saving the good Hollywooding for the turn.
All right, for 1 million.
Remember, these are the 2 biggest stacks, by the way. These guys are 1 and 2 in chips right now.
Turn card's a 5.
Well, that 5 on the turn has Gomez drawing dead.
Jack 5 with 2 spades on board. Alex is first.
He can no longer hit running aces.
Gomez checks the action to Spindler. Benny loading up to bet big.
Benny bets out 2 million.
A bet of 2 million into a pot of 3.5 million.
Here we go. Just
no one on the rail has any idea.
I'm all in.
The shove from Gomez. Spindler checks his hand before calling.
Benny has quads.
Such a sick cooler. 15.5 million chips in the pot. Alex Gomez out. No river card can help him. Eliminated in 4th place for $750,000.
Alex is drawing dead. Let's see the river, please.
And Benny Spindler, monster chip leader, with just 3 players remaining in the PCA 2009 main event.
What a way to go out.
Welcome back to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. Day 4 of the main event continues. 1 level down, 4 to go. We'll only stop earlier if we somehow get to the final 16, which I still contend is unlikely. We started the day with 54, we're down to 42, and these are the chip leaders coming back from break. Sergej Rytsak is actually second on the leaderboard with a marginal advantage. It's Christoph Chick right now. Artem Artarosian, who had a storming session, sits in 3rd place right now. And these are the sums of money they will be playing for over the next 2 days. Right now, everyone's cashing out for around 30K. You're looking at 6-figure scores if you make it into the top 10. Unless you make top 2, 7-figure score territory. $1 million for the runner-up, 1.5 million for the winner, and the PCA main event trophy. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me, Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And a player from Team Pro who we recently saw KO'd from this tournament. What up the squid? Sam Grafton's with us on the stream.
Hey, guys. Sad to be in the booth. It wasn't how I was hoping the day would play out, but it's a nice little consolation prize.
And obviously, Sam, one thing that we have highlighted time and time again over the course of the last 48 hours is how ridiculously
well I played? Is that what you're about to say?
Proficient.
Handsome I am?
Most, if not all, of the players in the field, including your good self, are. It's rare to get to this stage where you've got around 50 players left, and 80% of them are really well-known, established, accomplished pros?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly in terms of sort of the fame factor or the reputation factor, there's a lot of players who I don't even know how much they're playing, but are certainly big names from the past and some big names from the present.
So keeping the same lineup at the main feature table, we have got a new secondary feature table with chip leader Christoph Chick, former chip leader Alex Kulev, Nicky Petrangelo.
Wow. Yeah,
plus.
I mean, you're proving your point there exactly. With that lineup with, you know, Alex, who's a up-and-comer, Nicky Petrangelo, one of the absolute most talented poker players in the world. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing.
And also, the fact that we've got not just any old EPT champions, but like Anton Wigg, who's been an EPT champion for more than a decade, and Noah Buchan, who won an EPT in the first ever season of the tour.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Noah, a real old school figure in lots of ways. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, and who was I playing with? I was playing with Marcus, and he was saying that he final tabled EPT Copenhagen season 1, like on one of their feature tables. Absolutely crazy. It just shows what the PCA means to people. A lot of people, this will be the only 10K they play all year, or the only big poker trip they make. But PCA, such great memories for so many poker players, recreational professionals, and ex-professionals, who of course are an ever-growing community of retired professionals living out their life in Florida playing golf. Maybe that's a community we can expect to see more of in the future.
And of course, with your exit during the last session, Sam, that means once again what feels like the 4th time in the last 12 months, Ramon Kalilas is the last remaining member of Team Pro.
Sure. I mean, I always joke it's a little bit embarrassing. We have a group chat for the Team Pros, and it's always like, yeah, there's always one of us on sort of day 3. It's like, good luck to Andre Akari with like 80,000. Good luck to Ramon with 470,000. You know, the next stop, it's like, good luck to Spraggy with 60K. Good luck to Ramon with 190K. It's like he shows us up constantly.
So first hand back from break, and it is a blind v blind situation. Matakis versus Rytsak, 6-5 versus Ace-5. Now, obviously, Rytsak's a very strong player, Sam, but he has, by his own confession, been running absurdly hot today.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, obviously, to accumulate a huge chip lead like he did yesterday, you need to be on the right end of things. I fell victim to him a couple of times yesterday myself when he made strong hands. But he's a very, very talented player, very, very considered in all his decisions. Experience as well, been around for, despite the youthful look, been around for a number of years. And in an advantageous situation here right out the gate.
Well, 12,000 apiece, and Reitzak with the big advantage on this board. And worth highlighting, Nick, that these are the two biggest stacks at the table.
Yeah, and with this very nutty gut shot and a board that, yeah, in general favors you, Reitzak going to raise a considerable amount of his aces. Matakis might want to fire again, and fire big. Yeah, and this is just a very, obviously there's so many hands, so much deuce X, 3X that would be pressurized by this big bet, but you're in such a nice position with this somewhat disguised ace, and also the backup of this gut shot, which of course would be, absolutely disastrous if it did come in.
You'll know the answer to this, Sam. We've covered a lot of Reitzak when we've covered online poker. What's his Stars handle again?
SRX Girona, which I guess is, I'm pretty certain that's where he's from. In fact, I know that's from in Spain. And with the second nut low on the river, you sort of feel obliged to pull from this for a bluff. I mean, it might be that a 5 is bad because 2, 5, 3, 5. And such, like, I really don't know, but I wouldn't. Nah, he waves the white flag here, sort of respecting Sergi's talent, his covering stack, the late stage in the tournament. You can see that a bet probably wouldn't have worked. And now Sergi just thinking, right, can I go for value against a 9x? Am I just going to run? Am I ever going to run into ace 10 here or ace 8?
120.
And feels like no better hand would check and picks up the pot.
Yeah, a quick fold from Matakis. Comment on YouTube from Fizig. We are losing out here with no Little or Konnikova at the feature table. This, Nick, is one of the problems of having such a strong field. Is not everyone can be at the feature table, and inevitably we're not going to be able to show everyone we want to show.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do have the benefit of having 2 feature tables, so we're trying to cover as much as possible, guys, and it's rare we get a chance to do this. This bigger production allows for that, and honestly, we've been catching some amazing stuff. Just left, right, and center. I mean, we've been doing comps for a few days now, and I feel like we've caught so many incredible spots and just, really made some memories here at the PCA.
And obviously, Sam, you've had the opportunity to play rather than watch the stream, so we are spending extended amounts of time tracking across and watching play from the secondary feature table as well.
Yeah, and I see how hard the camera guys and reporters are working out in the field to make sure that, you can follow along on the PokerStars blog, on Poker News, etc., and also get some coverage of some of the bigger hands from the field as well.
Yeah, big shout out to those guys. He's absolutely right. The TV team working behind the scenes to make sure we're capturing as much of that is just running around like headless chickens.
So Jonathan Little was discussing yesterday that he was part of the broadcast team when we did the PCA in 2018, and he was saying there are 80 people working on the production. Fast forward to 2023, it's a crew of 130.
Wow.
Yeah, that's sick.
So Wakil here making the raise from the cutoff with the ace-7 off. Matakis on the button with king-queen of hearts does decide just to call. And a potential squeeze spot here, Sam. Ace-10 off in the small blind from our chip leader. Wow. Just lays it down.
Yeah, that's interesting.
What do you reckon, Sam?
Yeah, that's very interesting. I guess at the stack depth, he's going to want some suited aces. I don't know. I would have taken that spot pretty often myself, but also perhaps dampening the aggression as a result of being so deep in the tournament.
Yeah, Wakil having about 39 big blinds behind once he's made that 2x or slightly above 2x open. Matakis with 84. As we go to the flop, ace-7 still the best hand.
If I can do it quick.
Wakil with the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, I'm sure that in theory you're supposed to check here a lot. But Wakil with the ace of diamonds, yeah, does decide to check. I think that's pretty reasonable. Can always utilize this ace for a check raise or delay the aggression to a further street.
So Sam, if you're going to check raise with the ace here, you know, you're also going to maybe do the same thing with some overpairs and stuff like that too. How do you balance that out if you're going to check raise with the ace of diamonds?
Well, I think just cutoff versus button, you're playing super high check. The button just has a stronger range than you.
Sure.
Because they don't have exactly these type of holdings, sort of offsuit aces,
right.
offsuit Broadway. They're like suited pair and pair heavy.
Right.
So you have to check a lot basically, and so then. You just want, you know, you're checking aces. Well, I wouldn't check raise aces, but you're checking kings, queens, jacks. You can check raise. And then you just pick some real flush draws and some faux flush draws, as they say. And now attack is gonna have a stab. See, the ace shrivels. Ace of diamonds a little bit less useful because, of course, you can't make a strong hand. You're only ever going to be bluffing. And I wonder what Jamil is going to do. Does seem credible that your opponent can have a queen jack, king jack, jack 10 and the like. I'm just going to let it go. Yeah, and it's interesting. Obviously, I'm coming to the feature table with fresh eyes. And, you know, I don't want to read too much into it, but interesting, we've sort of had someone give up with the 6 high. Someone just check fold an ace high. You know, Sergi passing up on a marginal squeeze spot. I think that just indicative of where we are in the tournament, looming large, that final table, the huge first prize. I think it probably is actually a correct adjustment maybe some of these top-level guys are going to make of just dampening the aggression, skipping the more marginal spots in terms of EV. But, you know, that might also allow opportunity for someone to take a bit more of a hold of the table if they are willing to put their chips at risk a bit more.
Do you think if the stacks were slightly different in that spot, for example, the initial opener there was closer to like 30 big blinds or something like that, we'd see more squeezing from the ace-10, the big stack leaning on one of the shorties a little bit more? Or do you think it was the fact that they were deeper that kind of maybe made him avoid it, as you say, sort of protecting the tournament life?
Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, although you're a chip leader, you don't necessarily want to mix it up with a medium stack. Yeah, I mean, put it this way, we can definitely defer to Sergi in the spot. He's such a strong player. He's going to have a sense of their frequencies and the type of players that he wants to go after and the type of hands he wants to do it with. As a commentary cop out there. Hashtag commentary cop. We can do that.
It's all part of the game. It's all part of the game.
Dude, I've spent a 17-year career on commentary cop-outs. That's
nice.
All right, we have an all-in here.
Sylvain loosely shoving for just shy of 300K with ace-jack after Lonis open with jack-10, but it's ace-king for Aksoy.
Yeah, and almost exactly the same stack for Aksoy. And again, I don't think, yeah, he's not going to fold. It's not as exciting as it ordinarily would be, given the positions.
So we do have a domination situation, and Loosely is the dominated player. He is the at-risk player. And he could be departing in 42nd place unless he gets lucky.
Yeah, Aksoy going to be delighted to see the ace-jack and not a pocket pair, getting it in very good shape for so late in the tournament.
He covers me. He covers.
Very close.
Loosely aware that he is the at-risk player in this situation.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Wow.
Well, it's looking really bad for Sylvain Loosely. All diamonds on the flop. Aksoy has the ace of diamonds, so he's drawing to one out, the jack of clubs. Okay, picks up additional equity on the turn. Has the straight draw.
Bumps up to 10% equity.
10% feels a lot more sweaty, though, right, Sam?
Oh, there we go. A date with an 8 for the Frenchman, and he gets a huge double up.
Oh, no, not like this.
And
not
you've
like this.
Got to feel for Yigat Aksoy, who had his opponent drawing pretty much dead, and then catches running cards to outdo him, and Aksoy's left with 16K.
Yeah, absolutely brutal run out. And so deep in the tournament. Huge amount of equity, money, essentially changing hands here.
And this is exactly the kind of stuff, Nick, that people are always telling us in chat only happens online.
You just never see it live. It's so weird.
And they will absolutely whine to the rafters about it when it happens in like a $1 spin and go. This guy's playing in a 10K main event with millions on the line, and that just happened to him.
Oh, the savagery. 10% never felt more sweaty, and sure enough.
Wow.
Oh, just so savage.
Did a good job.
Yeah. And Sylvan, obviously, I mean, an incredibly experienced player, main event final tableist, very, very talented poker player, and you know, that's a big swing. He'll be a force now with 50 players left rather than eliminated.
So Aksoy is in the small blind and therefore has less than a big blind behind. Loosely with 6s on the button, is in a position to potentially finish him off. Nope. Has another orbit. How close are we to the money jump? 3 eliminations, right? Money goes up when we get to 39. Right now we are at 42, so maybe the orbit he's just bought himself gets him there.
Yeah, I guess he had pretty bad hands to fold there. I'm not sure when you get to fold there. That's pretty sick. Very honourable as well. I mean, if he is thinking about the potential pay jump, didn't even use his time bank. Didn't even use 20 seconds, so that's quite sweet. That is on his mind.
Ace-8 suited for Jamil Wakil.
I was chatting with Jamil in Prague. Recently left his job to be a full-time poker player. Was an amateur poker player. Had a lot of success. Ran deep in a number of EPTs and is now full-time committed to this.
This is what I'm saying about the fact that...
Well, this is why you fold the ace-10, mate.
Sergey running ridiculously hot. He's had aces, he's had kings, he's now got aces again. And he has re-raised.
Yeah, and this is a very dicey spot.
Well, if Wakil is having a flashback to earlier, the last time he got 3-bet by right sack, Sergey had kings.
It's a weird one, isn't it, Sam?
Yeah, it's very close. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Always have it.
Interesting positions there. Always have it. He shows the aces.
I had an ace.
Every hand he's shown today has been a monster.
Crazy.
He's always got the nuts, except when he bluffs. Classic.
How many times aces? So
Today?
far?
Today?
Yeah, today twice. Yeah.
Today twice.
But before? Zero?
I think 0, right?
Catching up, Olivier.
Thank you.
Again, I'll highlight that as someone at the table and no one in the booth.
Now you would have
Lobster watching on Twitch since I can hear the squid is on commentary duty, what place did Sam end in?
That's a good question. Might be a trivia question.
Do you know?
No, like 55th?
No, we only started the day with 54 players and you weren't the first out.
Okay, 51st.
52nd.
Yeah.
But, I mean, everyone's cash for the same, 29,400.
Yeah.
We haven't had the money jump yet.
Yeah, I tell you what, it was a nice feeling because I finished obviously a little bit shorter than I'd sort of peaked at 550 and finished on 200. So, you know, I was a little bit blue. But then when you wake up in the morning with 54 left, no matter what you stack, I was absolutely buzzing. It's such a great feeling to come back and it's a manageable field size. Or, you know, it feels like today, if you run good, you're going to be in an amazing spot. It was really, really delightful.
The end is in sight.
Yeah. I mean, despite, of course, the difficulty of the field, I wasn't complacent, but yeah, it's really nice.
So we got a little bit of blind v blind action here, guys.
Oh, is he shoved?
Sounds like
oh,
he's
it's
just
24
bigs.
I have
Think about raising free. Gave away 37.
So when we were last in London, EPT London that is, we were commenting on how tough that field was, Sam. On a scale of 1 to 10, how tough would you say the field was in London versus how you would rate it here at the PCA?
Look at the king first. I got excited.
That's a good question, actually. Yeah, it's fine. It's not so bad. I mean, you play for 1.5 million. Of course, there's going to be a few tougher players in the field, but I don't know. They both look pretty good to me. So.
Down to 41 players with Robert Hydorn going out in 42nd place.
Let's go.
Loosely's going to open up here. UTG +1, Queen Jack off. Folding around. Wakil not interested. Does the big blind have one of those defending hands? King, Queen off, certainly going to be one he's going to continue with in some way, shape, or form. Given the nature of the earlier open here, though, might opt for the more passive call. Does make the call after all.
I think it was. I think this is. I don't know Matakis. This is. He's the guy that knocked me out. I'm pretty sure with the aces.
Catch my phone real quick.
It's checked on a 9-5-5 flop. Any c-bet from Loosely?
He's just going to put a big blind out there, I guess.
15,000. Blinds are currently 6,000, 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante.
Yeah, and Matakis will continue. Just deciding, is that through check raise or call? And it's just indicative of how I've seen people play. Just makes sense. Keeps in exactly a hand like Queen Jack.
4 hearts on the turn, doesn't change anything.
Yeah, now it's an interesting decision for Loosely. Going to be up against a very few slow-played monsters, occasionally a 9, although that will often check raise. Going to be just up against a lot of ace-high here. And so he's just going to decide whether he wants to fire again and try and fold out, yeah, the ace-jacks, the king-queens, make this queen and jack just a bit more clear out, and does take it down.
We're going to head away from the main stage. We're going to head to one of the outer tables and pick up on the guy we were just discussing a short while ago, the last remaining Team Pro, reigning PSPC champion Ramon Kalilas, involved in a hand against Mitchell Halverson. This hand has gone to the river. The board is 6-6, 7-10, 9. It's straighty. But there is Yes, it's also flushy. There's 3 spades out there as well. And Ramon has equipped that linen jacket that he wore in Monte Carlo, where he made the final table. Betting 25,000 on the river. Halverson going for green chips. Those are the 25K, so that is a raise to 200,000, and Ramon is done with his hand.
Rough editorial decision there. The poor man gets raised on the river. We just go out there to see poor old Ramon dump off 40,000 chips.
We don't know that he's not going to win the hand.
Wow, absolutely brutal. See, it's a tough life being Team Pro. You make one small mistake, you put out one block bet that gets raised, and it's headline news around the globe.
Team Pro gets outplayed on the river.
Do you want to be in the spotlight, or do you not want to be in the spotlight?
Pick a lane.
So, Matakis completed in the small, right sack raised from the big. We have gone heads up to the flop, and there's a pair of 4s for Matakis. We have been advised, by the way, Sam, I would say exactly the same way you were saying it as Matakis, but apparently it's Matakis.
Sure. I'm happy to go with that.
Again, no one in the booth.
Great board to continue on, right, Sam? I mean, especially given the pre-flop action, limping, raising that limp, blind v blind.
Yeah, it makes some sense. I mean, I think that Matakis will connect with the jack and the 9. Obviously, in this instance, he's got the bottom pair. I mean, he's going to have some 9-10s, jack-10s, queen-jacks as well, and be around about it. I mean, it's not fun here with the bottom pair, but you gotta continue.
Yeah, you got to call.
Best Balling asks on YouTube, if Little final tables, will they broadcast it? Of course we will. Whichever 6 players make the final table, we're streaming it on Sunday. Jonathan Little was on the secondary feature table yesterday. As long as we're ignoring him.
Actually, he was sat next to Bonomo today, and I thought, wow, I wonder when those guys first played against each other. Must have been battling for 15 years.
We were reminded earlier on, Sam, that Jonathan Little was at the final table of this tournament in 2007 when Ike finished second.
Yeah, wow, great. Yeah, and Sergi gonna fire again, pressurizing. I mean, you just see exactly what this bet accomplishes. The 4 shriveling up now against this big bet. Such little visibility. Pressurizing a 9 and a 4 here. And obviously with that nut shot to the straight and picks it up. Nice play from Sergi.
I had no ace. I promise that.
Yeah, I did.
Ah, you had another ace, you said?
I would have raised either way. I went from ace 5 off to, yeah, I would have had ace 5 suited if it was that ace. Or I would have had aces. I'm not sure which card I got first.
Yeah.
Either way,
you weren't sure.
Yeah, I was going to raise either way.
New player coming in, which means we must be down to 40. Must have broken a table.
Don't feel right.
Are we on the money jump now for our boy, actually?
Yeah, I got you.
Indeed we are. So Mitchell Halverson, who we just saw win that pot against Ramon Kalilas at the outer tables, has joined us on the main stage.
And it begins.
And let me just find out who went out in 41st place.
Welcome.
It was Alessandro Siena, who we saw tangling with Artur Martirosyan earlier on.
Of course it is.
The Italian who lives in Malta, cashed out in 41st place for 29,400.
In 2 hours.
Yeah.
I only play King's class, just to let you know.
Easy game.
So just to clarify, 40 remain from 889 total entries, with most of the $8.6 million prize pool still to be paid.
So folds around here to the small blind.
Secondary feature?
I was secondary.
Right, Zach, with the 7-4 off, is going to call.
Maybe 2 orbits. And then,
big blind here. Mr. Loosely has about 58 big blinds behind him. And he has king 6 of clubs. I think this is a nice one to raise versus limp. And he's going to make it 45K to go. What do you think about that size, Sam?
Is that 3x?
It's like, yeah, something like that. A little bit more than 3x.
Yeah, seems reasonable. 3.5.
3 and a bit.
I feel pressure. Good luck. Thanks.
I hope you get the page up.
Professor Dory, someone's fallen asleep on their console. We are definitely at 40 right now.
Yeah, and let's wish Aksoy well with his all-in here.
Yeah, only 3K. Anyway, it's not huge.
Forced all in the big blind.
Do it if you want.
And this is the exact situation we've been talking about. It came up in Prague, it's come up again here. This is why it posts as the big blind first.
Big blind first.
So this guy actually has a chance to win some chips rather than just get his ante back.
Oh yeah, actually, I don't think you.
No, I don't. I can't.
Yeah,
just like
you can't do it.
You
were saying the hand before.
Yeah, I could, but
Yeah.
I didn't choose it.
It's always good to stick to your more.
They're saying how he didn't use his time banks there under the gun, which, you know, would have been somewhat understandable, to be honest.
Every damn time, man. I used to work way too hard for money. 3K, wait 2 minutes.
That's cute from Sylvan. Allowing him an extra 25 seconds in case someone busts on another table. Yeah. It's a beautiful little moment between poker pros.
That's really nice.
4K, I used to have to work.
PCA energy, good vibes.
Unfortunately, zero-sum game, so it's also taking EV from someone else at another table. But there we go. We don't worry about that too much.
It's also an excuse for him to stall as well, isn't it? You know?
Wow.
Oh, nice wake
Patience
up.
rewarded. If we know about anything about poker, it's that this man's hopes and smiles are 31% likely to be completely dashed.
Good things come to those who wait, guys.
Like, thing down to 1 chip, right?
Yeah.
Many times.
So Aksoy, 68% favorite with 9s. 7-6-6 on the flop.
Not bad.
Just has to fade a king.
I guess when you've hit a 1 in 10 shot on the river on that all diamond board, you can allow a little bit of largesse to your opponent. And let's see a deuce here for our boy Aksoy. There we go.
So Aksoy survives. Now has just over 1 big blind.
Wow. The dream is alive.
So could legitimately now fold the small blind and wait another orbit to try and get that money jump to 39th place.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you don't get down, I think it's...
if I start to steal now, after these words, like, next time I'm using all of the 5 next 5. Will be fun.
As a wise man once said, guys, all you need is 1 chip and 1 chair.
Oh, okay. I thought we just had to put him in a square.
Oh, wait, no, that was
And
Joe.
there's the camera also.
Yeah, but the camera is here, not...
No problem.
That's why I'm opening the cards like this.
So here's the thing.
I don't usually open the cards like this.
The cards are an RFID deck. The scanners read the cards for the graphics. But when you're cutting TV shows, players looking at their whole cards looks really cool. That's why the cameras are there as well.
I thought they could just read them.
Sure.
Yeah, I haven't put them up once. People don't want to play.
A little cameraman in there. Very short cameraman dashing from whole card cam to whole card cam to capture it.
We've got Bernie the Lizard inside the time bank. What kind of animal is inside watching the trying to get that footage for us, James?
Bernie's cousin, Gary the Gecko.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, and Jesse with a little bit of a loose open, I guess. Yeah. I did open King 9 myself yesterday on the feature table, but a little different stage in the tournament. Oh, wow.
9s again?
Back to back.
All you need is a chip and a chair. Another great spot to get another double. Pocket 9s, ultimate stars nuts.
Yeah, and it's going to be delighted to see that this early position open is just one overcard off suited. Wow.
Oh. But wait, there's more. The big blind, King, Queen of clubs for Datani, and very likely to continue here.
Yeah, this makes sense.
This is not a bounty.
I'm aware. The pot is though.
Yeah.
So 3 players going to the flop. Axoy all in. Potential action on the side between Datani and Lonis.
Wow.
Lot going on.
I mean, 9's still ahead, but
yeah,
there's a lot can change.
Yeah, and obviously it's interesting from Jesse, because obviously it is essentially a dead pot. He has to be Axoy. I think what you would fold out here. Not that much. Might, yeah. Be interesting to see how he approaches it and the sizings down the street. See, Axoy going to be a little frustrated to see bet and call. Would have loved like ace king to just, and there's a, from Axoy's perspective and us knowing the cards, a brick on the turn.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see whether Lonis fires again. Now there is something to be won. There's a side pot of 25K. Lex to check back. Oof.
Oh.
Oh, the queen on the river gives Lonis the straight, and however the side pot plays out between Lonis and Datani, Axoy will be eliminated, I guess.
Yeah, and so Lonis going to go for value here.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the super straight, his opponent can't have ace king, so hoping that his opponent's got a 9. Datani going to be frustrated to see a bet go in, of course.
I mean,
with top pair.
Axoy smirking slightly. Does he think his straight is good?
No, I mean, he's certainly going to be aware that ace king, not necessarily king 9 off, but that ace king is a possible and probable holding for Lonis opening in early position.
So showdown, and sadly, even though he managed to cling on for an entire orbit and then double up once,
That's 9.
no money jump for Yigat Axoy. He does finish in 40th place. So he's the last player to cash out for $29,400. Everyone else is now guaranteed more than 33 grand.
Yeah,
9s again.
Tough break. Fought hard with the short stack, and obviously the victim of that, to use an old school phrase, bad beat with the ace king versus ace jack. Nice run, my friend.
It may be an old school phrase, but it still rings true. So down to 39 players. 5 tables remaining in the PCA 2023 main event.
Maybe he thought he was splitting for a second.
I think he did.
Maybe.
He thought what?
I think he.
Yeah, I
I
think.
think they thought you were chopping.
I think he thought for a second that it was a split pot.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm pretty sure he did.
Well, if in doubt, best to stick around at the table and get someone to verify it rather than just assuming.
So when he had the 9s. I made more.
We were saying at the start of the day, Sam, that obviously we're reaching the exciting late stages of the PCA main event combined with the anticipation of the PSPC starting on Monday, because today is when some of the Platinum Pass winners start to arrive. Another huge influx on Saturday, most then arriving on Sunday. It's kind of like you're feeling like after a 3.5-year wait that we're finally there.
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you about the Mystery Bounty right now. That's absolutely huge. People are loving it. People piling in, you know, like winning bounties. That's an exciting event that's going on. Yeah, everything's huge and people having a lot of fun, that's for sure.
Yeah, there is a Platinum Pass being added to that Mystery Bounty. Should highlight there is also a step qualifier event that's got at least 3 Platinum Passes up for grabs, so there's still late chances for people to qualify for the PSPC that starts on Monday.
Yeah, it did kind of make me think, if you are an individual lucky enough to win a Platinum Pass and you're bringing your +1, it does really make a lot of sense to bring another poker player along who might be in with the chance to win their own Platinum Pass, you know, throughout the week leading up to it or something like that as well. So much added value in that tournament.
Tani, very experienced player. Loving this Keith Haring shirt he's got on. Love that.
I mean, Tani feels like he's been playing on the European circuit for like...
Yes. I think been through many iterations as well, like cash and spinning those and now tournaments, and very, very, very experienced. Like a lot of the players that we see here, like a lot of people that are 10-year pros, 15-year pros, or whatever it might be. But still very much up to date. I mean, someone that's playing very well and very current in his thinking, I would imagine.
We've seen him make some really, really good folds today. In particular, I think it was Titani who made the fold with the ace-king, James?
Yes.
Folded ace-king to kings. Just seems very confident in his thought process.
Wow,
just seems to make very, very solid decisions. It was a cold 4-bet pot. Guy just 5-bets it in, and he's just like, nah, it's got to be kings plus, lets it go. Really, really amazing stuff.
Sick.
Yeah. Okay, folding around Matakis lets go of his ace-4 off, UTG +1. Our chip leader makes the fold. And background to the man we were just discussing, Ditani on the button with the pocket trays. Ditani here has about 45 big blinds now, 43 behind after he makes his 2x-ish open. Halverson in the small blind, queen 7 of diamonds, makes the fold. Big blind, queen 4 off, not the best of hands.
Yeah, average stack right now, quite big. More than 50 bigs, around 700K, with 39 remaining.
What do you think about this one, Sam? It's queen 4 off. Doesn't feel good, does it?
No, it doesn't feel exciting, does it? Yeah, I think it's anything that's right on the cusp, deep in the tournament, you can just let it pass, even versus the button.
Queen 4 suited, you're just going to snap all day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The power of playability, ladies and gentlemen, very important to learn those ones. You'll see that a lot. Big blind defense, so important in the game of Texas Hold'em.
Please use its full name. No Limit Texas Hold'em. No, Alexander, we are not playing down to the final table today. We're playing 5 90-minute levels. We will stop earlier than that if we get to the last 16, the last 2 tables. Tomorrow is the penultimate day of the PCA main event. We play down to the final 6, and then we play for the trophy and the $1.5 million first prize on Sunday. And then we segue straight into all 5 days of the PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship.
Wow.
So Matakis here opening UTG. Halverson is going to try and see a flop here with the 5s. Lonis in the small blind now, Jack 10 off, going in the bin. It looks like a big blind fold as well, so we are heads up going to the flop.
Pair of fives still good.
Interesting spot here. Obviously, this button defend is going to contain plenty of King X combos. Might even have hands like 8-7 suited, that kind of thing, Sam.
Yeah, I like a bet with the fives here. You can bluff some turns, and it's nice to just win the pot now, if possible.
Ooh, hello. Yeah. Matakis improves on the turn. A little bit of protection if you bet the flop as well with those fives, of course, from exactly these kinds of turn cards.
Yeah, and obviously the kicker now doesn't play, so you can just feel a bit more comfortable with the ace-4, and Matakis takes it down.
Yeah, not bad. I like this one. It can't be that way? It's gotta be that way? I always move the button out.
And 43. So the shortest stack at the table, Jesse Lonis, Jamil Wakil also with a similar size stack. They're around 35 big blinds each. So no shorties at this feature table.
I mean, the average stack all the way through this tournament has been like 65 big blinds. It's amazingly well-structured tournament. Lots and lots of play. Very, very deluxe, and makes for, you know, really exciting hands. You know, not just, of course, all-ins and calls are exciting, but a lot of sophisticated play down the home stretch. And whoever wins it will be a very, very deserving champion. I think also that's another reason we've seen so many talented pros going deep. The structure really allows for that skill edge to emerge.
A sophisticated structure with sophisticated play for a sophisticated chap such as yourself, Sammy.
It's a sophisticated Twitch chat and commentary team.
Perfect for the deluxe Sam Squid.
Yes. If only it got a bit shorter today, I could have just spun it into a win. It's annoying.
If only the average stack was a little bit shallower, Sam might have had a chance.
Darn it.
Three-way to this flop. King 10-3.
Yeah.
Top two for Lonis.
Yeah, confident here from Matakis. Some people, I think, would mug this 6-4. And Lonis hitting the flop very hard. Obviously, you do get decent amount of bets here, Sergi, but 8-7 really not connecting in any way. And, of course, we can see there's no real straight draws or flush draws, but really going to want to protect the top two here and put in a bit of money.
Bet of 49,000 from Lonis that is going to get folds from both players as we reach the halfway point of the level. 45 minutes left on the clock at the 6-12 blind level.
Yeah, Jesse, I don't know so well, but I think one of these, yeah, maybe I'm doing him a disservice to say emerging pro, but do see him occasionally getting results in America. I'm sure he's doing very well.
Hello. Hello.
Not someone we see on the EPT circuit quite as much. Playing more in Choctaw and Florida. Yeah, I don't know. You name some. Nashville, New Orleans.
Windstar.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy American.
Hamul.
Crazy American places.
Turning Stone.
Oh, yeah, there we go. It's not that old. Turning Stone's more. That's where the original 2+2
That's where Deeb's out of Turning Stone. I don't remember. Did you watch this as a young man? I watched the really famous heads-up match between Phil Ivey and John D'Agostino out of Turning Stone.
Wow.
The original Poker Superstars, I think, was filmed.
Wow.
At Turning Stone.
Bit of poker nostalgia there. Wow.
I'm old school now.
No, I mean, I'm old school, and you're older than me in poker.
Yeah.
Poker years.
Barely.
I couldn't believe Jason was saying he was 36 yesterday. I was like, how are you 6 years younger than me and been retired for 8 years?
Yeah, right.
He had to be retired for 10 years for me to get better than him.
The weird thing is that that he'll never catch up. That's hard for your brain to reconcile at some point. You'll always be older than him.
Well, it's the theory of relativity. I don't know whether that's a very banal or very profound thing you just said there, Einstein.
Probably banal. Suited connectors for Datani. Alanis coming along, and ace-4 suited for Matekas in the small blind.
Yeah, we've been seeing some quite straight-up poker. This might be one of the first times we see someone get a little bit out of line.
Can you say fruity?
Yeah, a little bit fruity. Why not?
I like when you say fruity, yeah.
Yeah,
especially with hearts.
There we go.
I was going to say, nice little squeeze spot here.
Hearts is always the aggressive suit as well. Everyone knows this.
Clubs, although a weapon, are somewhat gentle.
He doesn't always squeeze with the ace-4, but when it's the hearts.
Yeah. Nice.
And that's it. It's over.
Nice to have a nice little pickup.
The juice is loose. Juicy fruit.
Sir Platty in the chat says, Sam, your bluff with King-9 was probably the sexiest thing I've seen in a long time.
Oh, yeah, that was really dope. That was very cool, Sam.
You need to get out more, bro. Fuck it. No, that's very nice. I take the compliment.
Who was the one that, it was Griffin in the booth at the time, right? Or was it you, Nick?
I saw it, but I think it was Griff.
Yeah, Griffin was like, I think Sam, and I was like, he's doing it.
I saw the moment. It was great.
That's nice. Nice to see. Yeah, sometimes you just got to go for it.
Okay. Jesse going to fold a Jack-8 here. Jamil Wakil. 9-7 suited. Everyone's famous, almost grafted.
It's in the range.
It's in the grafted family.
Yeah.
YouTube
the
chat.
genus.
The genus. The YouTube chat saying there should be an award for the best dressed poker player of the year. Now, at first glance,
that's a lot of losers.
At first glance, that seems a little bit silly, but I do feel like we have some pretty interesting show-ups. So it might add a lot to the live scene if we get some.
If they know they're being judged.
Yeah, well, I feel like poker players are the ones to really go ham in order to win that, and might bring a little bit of levity to the table.
I just feel like ham is not the way to win best dressed. All right, well, that's a flop that has a little something for everyone. Unfortunately for Loosely, not enough for him. Trip for a kill.
Yeah, I mean you're better at this this kind of putting than me, but a Loosely defend from Silverman.
Sure.
And it's going to cost him at least a smidge. Wakil just betting one big blind, as he would with sort of ace-king high for protection. And this is an interesting board because you have the 9x, you can also incorporate some check raises with the ducks, but decides to just call.
Oh, well then.
Yes.
Quads on the turn for Wakil.
And look at this. This is why I like. Look at this poker face here. No acknowledgement inside. It gets the heart rate up just a little bit.
How many quads do you have to make in your life before you stop being excited about making quads?
It's a very exciting thing.
Sam, I'm not sure if he knows that he has quads yet.
I know.
That's how cold he is.
Yeah, and Sylvan doesn't. Has he checked? Yeah, he's got to check it over. Wow, and Jamil reaching quite.
That's quite quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, he snapped that. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, by the way, that might be a way to make it look like you don't have quads to do it that quickly. By the way, it's pretty interesting.
I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, and Sylvan has the 2 and can also obviously outdraw. A pocket jacks, pocket 10s, and such like if he hits the king, and will continue. And
River card is a jack.
Yeah, pretty good card for Jamil's range. Some of the bluff's going to be Jack 10, Queen Jack, Jack 8 suited, and the like. And now, what sizing do you want to go? Very interesting spot because, you know, as much as you study, you don't, you know, it's quite hard to know actually what to do with the 999 board where they have the 9 advantage or whatever it might be. Yes.
This, of course, going into my blockers are definitely real file.
Yes. So what does Sylvan want to do with the full house here? Yeah, he's not loving it, I guess.
Is he loving it less because of the jack also?
Yes, definitely. That's some of the bluffs have got that. What do you? Is a king X bluffing? Is it good to have a king? Is it better to have king 2 here, blocking kings, than 2-4 where you unblock the 7-8 bluffs? You know, all this going through his head. And also, to be honest, this is a little bit of a. Do we know anything about this individual, right? Are they just going to bet 10-8, bet like this with such confidence, with such speed? There's a lot of factors playing in, and you can see it's a very marginal.
At this level, is there like a bare sort of, like a minimum of bluffs you have to give them credit for? Wow, okay.
That's just a very strong fold. I mean, this is just, yeah.
Not the first good fold we've seen from Loose Lead today either.
Yeah, I feel like that's. I don't know the spot well enough. Almost like an exploitative fold. Really, I think having the king deuce there, if you're playing pure theory, you're probably supposed to pay, but just feels something's off, something in the universe, and pass the spot.
All right, we're going to take a break from here and check in on Theros, a.k.a. Elias Gutierrez versus Justin Zaki. There's a flop out already. Gutierrez's bet 5,000, putting Zaki all in. Is that right? I guess, yeah, just 3 yellow chips left in the tank. Well, maybe waiting for a pay jump potentially. There's the call. Gutierrez shows ace-9, ace-jack for Zaki. And there is a jack on the board. So Gutierrez is behind and drawing quite thin.
Florida's finest here. Giving a little bit of. Matt's been playing cards for a long time.
Sorry, I know it sucks. I know it sucks. Huh?
And the turn is
a
5. Oh, it's a 9 on the board, not a jack. Excuse me.
That's unfortunate.
So it's
GG to Justin.
Zaki who's out. I think there were some mistakes in the information here that I was reading. Could have been me. Could have been me. I'm oftentimes the person to blame there. Anyway, sad moment for everyone involved. Back to the feature table.
Wow.
And this is a fun one, too, it looks like. A street flash draw for Loosely.
Yeah. Nice. Normally it would be nice for Wakil to have the ace of clubs as a bit of backup here. Gonna start the betting with so much equity, really just clearing out 4s, 5s, 6s, which might flat from the small blind. And Sylvan with so much hand, it's now a question of how you can't really do anything wrong here. It's just a case of do we go into the call line or we go into the raise line, and just goes for the call. See, it's a weird hand. So 9 would be a straight plus 2 pair. Club would be nut flush draw versus made flush, and we get the inconsequential sailboat on the turn instead.
Oh, I don't hear sailboats enough.
And now Jamil has to decide whether to try and pressure King 10, Ace 10, 10, 9, and the like, or just take his equity in position. See, one advantage normally, you know, when you don't know Sylvan's hand, is you can sort of barrel this and then bluff clubs. But yeah, this is, I think, Jamil's style, and checks.
A more consequential sailboat.
Yes.
On the river. And Wakil this time with not much to pay off loosely.
Well, it's interesting because when you have the top pair and the flush, sometimes you want to just go into the smaller sizing with that particular flush. And, you know, we were talking about my King 9 hand yesterday where I did turn my hand into a bluff using a blocker. You know, it'd be interesting. Obviously, if you knew Jamil's hand, you would just be betting very, very small.
You can't be all loosely goosely eating a sandwich, says GTO Noob.
Nice, love that. Yeah, and this makes a lot of sense. All right, you know, we block the king queen of clubs snap call, queen jack, queen of clubs snap call, or whatever it might be. So we go into the smaller sizing, and Jamil, we don't see deep in the way he's. We don't see people take this bluff spot too much deep, I don't think. But it is definitely something to consider. Can beat King Jack now and just into the muck. And this is what we've seen a lot from this table. People approaching things quite cautiously. And, yeah, to be fair, has realized all his equity in position and lost the minimum. Wow, legendary lineup.
So we're sure this is Ramon Collias and Johan Gubert? Yo Viral, we sure about this? King 3, Jack, Ace on the board. Gilbert bet 21,000, call. Hold on, King, Jack, Ace 3 on the board. Okay, 2 spades, river. Jack of spades.
Wow, what a great river card.
How do you know that?
Well, it's just an exciting one. Ramon could lead, flush came in. Bluff catches turn into value, all sorts of stuff going on.
Ramon looking relatively short here as well.
Yeah, and you see he doesn't automatically check to the person that bet the last street. Yeah,
and
there we go.
Whoa, he does lead. Oh, and Yo Viral with a quick fold. I thought he was a bit of a tinker.
There we go, balanced range. We saw him, we saw Ramon losing chips, and now we see him winning chips.
And Ramon's still pretty short, 160K.
What does he look like in this linen jacket? I'm trying to think. It looks like it's like our man in Havana or something.
So he's wearing a linen jacket in Monte Carlo, which I just did the TV voiceover for, and I did like 3 gags about it in a row. And the producer stops me and he goes, "Is it going to be all linen jacket jokes? Because if so, I just want to know now." And I was like, "No, I have one more." And he's like, "All right."
No, I thought you were going to say they capped you out at 3. You know, like limit hold'em. You can do.
It was
3 bets.
3, and like it was 1 per segment for the first 3 segments.
So we got the good, you know. So let that be a warning to you if you're listening. Do not go to one of Joe's LA stand-ups wearing a linen jacket. He has the material ready to go. If
locked and loaded.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, February 10th, February 17th, Comedy Chateau, Comedy Store, respectively.
I just tee it up for you there, Joe. No problem.
I'm still at the phase of my career where I absolutely do have to get people to come see me, or I will not be invited back.
Two drink minimum. And
it's the MLM version of stand-up comedy. You tell 2 friends, and they tell 2 friends, and so on and so on.
There we go.
Wakil's going to raise under the gun with the 3 of clubs. Narrows things down. And a quick fold from the small blind.
How delightful to look down in the big blind and see Jack 10 of spades.
Really is delightful, right?
Especially when your opponent only has one card.
Because you can't really always justify the Jack-10 call against under the gun, but in the big blind, come on.
Bingo, bango.
And yes, ace-3 of spades. That would have been probably everyone's first guess. Top pair for Lonis. One club for Wakil.
Yeah, and again, similar options to what I spoke about with Sylvan. Because you have the sort of 5x advantage, you can actually sort of, your jacks are a bit shielded, you can consider check raising. But again, just in keeping with what we've seen, people taking the slightly more passive option, and Lonis improving on the turn, outdrawing ace-jack and king-jack. And now Wakil will decide how to approach the turn. 10, very, very good for the pre-flop raiser. Bad to have clubs here, in my opinion. Definitely better to have a different suit, just because the immediate folds come from the backdoor clubs that float the flop. And yeah, again, just with how we've seen people approaching things, decides to check turn. I think it's reasonable with this holding, in fact. And now Jesse probably going to go for some value.
Hearts come in.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite hard to have bluffs, I guess. Is Jesse here? Really, you have to actually pull from ace-x, maybe. Yeah, and goes for the smaller sizing. Pretty nicely played hand by both parties, you would imagine. And Jesse, who was the shortest stack on this table, padding his stack somewhat.
Sam, I got a question for you.
Yes, bruv.
Your analysis, great, top notch. Not a question, just a statement. A question to follow. Obviously, when you're at the table, you have less information. You only know your own hold cards. But
Sure.
when you're there, are you capable of having the same thought process exactly as you have when you're here? Or is it still a little bit easier when you're away from it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, one of the things that makes a good poker player is being able to have the good theoretical thought process under high pressure, right?
Yeah.
That's something that, like,
So how
Sergi,
much do you
Sylvan,
lose in translation between here to there?
Well, I hope not much. And actually, one thing I would say is I think these top live guys, these guys that you see go deep time and time again, someone like Sylvan, someone like Robert Hindorn, maybe they're so dialed in live that you're actually picking up on something that's a bit beyond theory, where you can really, you know, just, you're really so dialed in that you can sort of sense something's a little bit up with this thing. They bet 35K rather than 30K on this flop. Is this a little bit of a stronger holding, or they're a bit frustrated? And actually, you know, obviously these top guys, they're just elevated even a bit beyond theory. So,
yeah.
So while you might lose something, you know, my theoretical analysis, yes, sure, in the dispassionate space of the commentary booth might be a little bit better than it is in game.
But it's pretty close for you.
Yeah, I hope that it's pretty close.
Cool. Because whatever level it is for me in here, right? We won't say what it is. It is significantly reduced when I'm in that chair.
Yeah,
like almost non-existent, like blank space.
Well, exactly, because you're a great commentator, and this is the happy, comfortable space for you, and out on the felt is the more difficult space.
Like, right? I try to tank. I try to think about the situation, and it's just nothingness.
Yeah. I mean, it's also the reason it's nice to study, you know, in whatever form that takes, just reading an article, watching a video, watching some YouTube clips, listening to our commentary and improving, is because under the high pressure you've got, you know, like when I'm 8 hours in to the session, falling back on the theory of like, this is the cards I want, let's just put the money in.
Yeah.
These are the cards I don't want to bluff, let's play more passively. You know, you fall back on that
Okay.
thought process, hopefully. That's the kind of architecture, you know, theoretical architecture which you're leaning on.
It looks like we've got cards on their backs at the secondary feature table.
Very packed secondary table.
I see an all-in triangle. And
we're good. It's the
looks like
Hitchcock shot.
It was a
We're
double
going to go
up.
to a key in the back of someone's hand.
Yeah,
Crane in and someone's
If
passing a
Hitchcock
secret
walks
note.
by in the background, then we know.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of my Argentinian friends.
I guess the people that max late reg gave me some incentive, but still, it's just.
Looks like doubled up through
that one I
Kulev.
just did the first one and the
Lucas Gonzalez.
the last one. Also because Orpin's like pretty good now.
Exactly. I think Orpin is really good.
Yeah.
Especially ICM-wise, I think he's...
This just in, Orpin is good.
Catching a little bit of high roller chit-chat.
I want to get to the level where I can call him Orpy.
Yes.
I hear
yeah,
people
I
calling him
think so.
Orpy. Not there
I would
yet.
actually take him over a lot of pros in tournaments.
Yes. Yeah. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah, Petrangelo's actually, I think he knows how good Orpin is. But
Aware,
we try not to tell everyone how good he is. Orpin's likes everyone to know that he's brilliant at poker. And we're like, please don't tell anyone. He's so good now, Orpy. It's unbelievable. It's like actually better than me. It's quite depressing.
Marta Rosian opening under the gun, ace-7 suited. Hey, Nicky Petrangelo.
Yeah.
Come on, come with me for a minute. I want to talk to you.
And this is actually a nice clash to join for two super top level pros, and my boy Lander potentially coming in with the 60 suited in the big blind. Arthur in full swag. I don't quite know what designer. Whether is it Moschino, is it Louis Vuitton?
It's written right on there. It's Gucci, baby.
Ah, it's Gucci. There we go. House of Gucci with Marta.
100% G's.
Marta Rosian.
Full house of Gucci.
Love this.
Those tigers on that hat, man.
Yeah, and you know, Nicky and Arta will have played a lot of hands together, live and online. Let's see if we can get a fruity flop.
A lot of red cards out there. 3 red cards on the board. Ace, Jack, 4, 2 hearts. Petrangelo with the flush draw. Matarosian with the backdoor nut flush draw. Landa with the no good flush draw. Backdoor.
Very succinctly summarized, my friend, exactly. And Nicky P with the 6 high, gonna just put in a bet, clear out the big blind. And Arta with some playability down the streets. And one of the weaker aces, he's going to open, going to just go into check call mode. A 7 would be an interesting card. 7 of clubs would be...
All right, you don't get everything you want, unfortunately, Sam. Just a diamond. Is that interesting enough?
Well, and a gut shot for Nicky P. And now, so much equity in position. You can go both ways. You could check back and just realize. But sort of attacking, let's imagine Arta had a Jack 10 of clubs, a pocket kings, you know, something like this. 10s with a heart. You can get those to fold here and now. And Nicky P might fire big here.
Yeah, those are the big chips.
So the pot was
30,000.
Yeah.
It looks like it. 166 was the pot originally. 130K, as Joe said, on the turn.
Yes. And Arta just going to balance things out for when he's got more ropey holding. Obviously, just such robust equity. Really nice when your bluff catcher can also improve to outdraw, you know, an ace-4 of clubs or or ace-jack or whatever it might be. Obviously, can make the nuts and outdraw any hand. And now I'm kind of excited to see a brick.
You're all over the shop, Grafton.
Yeah, just because, I mean, there's some follow-through.
Oh, wow.
You're one straight
I'm really
early.
Worried here. Obviously, you know, I'm affectionate
2, 4,
about
5,
Arta.
6, 7. Is that something?
But
no. Okay.
this low flush draw, obviously, you can just fold out now. Jack X of hearts is just a hand that when you bet big here will relinquish. It's going to come down. I mean, it's just very hard to check down six high when you're the top level guy like Nicky Petrangelo. Do we want to deviate in some way because we're in this main event field?
350.
Wow, going for the big guns. 350K into 426.
Hachi Machi.
And a snap call. A7 will be taking this ginormous pot.
Yeah, great river card for Arthur. Just made that call all the more easy. Would have been interesting to see whether that bluff would work on, say, the 9 of spades.
Right. Or a different player.
Yeah, and that's yeah. No, I mean, that's just a big swing right there between two top players. Nick Petrangelo, maybe, you know, maybe #1 left in this field in terms of talent, ability, and results.
When you were saying like the guys that can just do it on the spot, I was gonna say his name.
Yes,
and he counts obviously.
Yeah,
he might be the.
He might be the. I mean, he might be one of the. He might be top 5 that registered this tournament. But
what's he like as a person? Like, I've never spent any time with him socially.
Yeah, he's great. Well, obviously, there's the famous retweet that gets around every now and again of him being like, "Grow up, guys," and cracking the beer. You know, he's a big,
I do like that one. You're right.
He's a big double
Is that
fister.
him?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
He loves,
I don't mean like. I mean that's
yeah, he
that's
loves
normal
to,
for him.
Yeah, he's a big. He's a big.
That's what he looks like.
Yeah.
So the disparity between that and being like a genius is hard for me to reconcile.
No, I mean he's just also someone that needs the quiet and concentration at the table. Like, even though we're very friendly and we you know, I lent him a book recently. We were chatting about, and yeah, like we're close. At the table, he wants to be focused and dialed in. So that's just his style when he's playing. But
I mean,
yeah,
he
away
looks
from
like the
table
sort
is
of
great
guy I
fun.
would have hid from as a kid. Like, whatever, I'd see him come around the corner and be like, "Oh," like, and it turns out he's like a deep analytical poker mind.
Yeah,
like,
of course, and then obviously lives in lives up in Canada playing with wolves and dogs and stuff
in
like
Canada.
that.
Okay, I didn't know that either.
Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah.
He does it all. Everyone does analysis. He does color.
The cash game before anything else, like tournaments. Like
Yeah, and this is a nice matchup to see. Lander, who a little bit more, less experienced in the spot, and
they don't.
Arthur blind on blind.
Rarely run as well.
Right. I would play this Sunday 10K, and I would play probably
Cash games on the side.
like if the cash games run, like because I feel comfortable in those lineups pretty much. When there's like,
Yeah, and this is just when it's tricky. It's kind of far out. I like this.
Landa.
Were you always playing cash on the side, or is that kind of
for a long time? Yeah.
For a long
It's looking like his table mate's getting through to him a little bit for the chatter.
Yeah, Boris. Alex, rather.
Okay,
Alex
the
Kulev, yeah.
Alex is a chatty guy.
Back to the main feature table. 15 minutes left on the level. By the way, that massive pot from Martirosian puts him around 100 bigs.
Yeah. I mean, he also is someone that, you know, it's going to be interesting to see him on the feature table and if he goes deep, because in general, he's not someone that takes the passive option, or I never have seen him really slow down. He's very aggressive pre-flop. Very, very talented guy, of course.
And Sylvain in the small blind with King, Queen suited, facing the button raise from Reichsack.
Yeah, I'm just going to be too good versus a button raise. We want to put it into...
Too good against a lot, yeah.
Yeah, into 3-bet. You know, King, Queen, obviously lots of spots where you just flat it, but it's not going to be one.
Lights Out Loser asks Mr. Stapleton, is table draw determined at all by chip counts? Absolutely not. Table draw is 100% random. It's entirely possible you could have all the big stacks at one table, all the small stacks. They could go in ascending order, descending order. It's all random, 100% random. They're scrambled up at random, and then we choose one to be the feature table once they've been randomized, or we choose a second one to be the secondary feature table, but it is 100% random.
Thank you for your question.
Yes, thank you for your question.
Genuinely. Who chooses? It's you, Joe?
No, absolutely not.
Joe Stapleton comes in and goes, I want to see. It's based on. He's like Jamil Wakil. I can work with that. Give me Wakil. Give me loosely. I got some. I'm ready to riff. Is anyone wearing a linen suit?
Is anyone wearing a linen suit? Exactly.
I have as much saying it as like you come home from school and your parents are cooking dinner and they say we're having goulash and you go, okay, like that's how much my opinion goes into what the feature table is.
I forgot about your childhood in Budapest.
I did have goulash a couple times a month.
All right, guys, how about this for an idea? We show the tables that are currently available and we get Twitch chat to vote which one they most likely want to have up there.
No. Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your question.
That also defers to the parenting rule. If you tell your parents that the Twitch chat has voted for this table, they still don't care.
Do what you have for dinner then as a backhand, probably. Queen high flop. Ace high, leading at the moment. Halverson checks to the razor.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Halverson proceeds here. It's quite a strong holding in the big blind versus the button. In general, this is just a board that Sylvan's going to bet, sort of just push a small equity edge here and now. And I would like to see Halverson continue. It's not exciting. It's just a small bet. Gives you a bit of coverage.
Unfortunately, I'm going to hear Sam say that Halverson should continue with King Jack here, and I'm going to apply it all the wrong times. I'll be like, I missed a flop, but Sam says I'm supposed to see a turn here, and I'm going to apply it in every situation when it's probably specific to this one.
Yeah, it's just, you know, you have to be a little bit sensitive to where your opponents have opened from. And you're just going to, what's going to just happen is you're going to just hit a jack against Sylvan's Jack 8 and win some, and he's gone for a check raise, which is unexpected to me, but interesting. And look what it does. Sylvan, 74% equity. Going to be kind of hating it now. Yeah, this is another way to go, to take a marginal call and just check raise it. It's going to be it's a little out of line, but gets the job done. Who knows? You can always get a little commentator get out. We can always say he picked up on something. Maybe these two have played before. Who knows? But nice from Halverson, and rewarded by taking down the pot with the worst of it.
You always defer to history, Sam. You always go, these guys definitely have history. You can tell.
They're old nosebleed regs from the 10-20 full tilt days.
You say,
he knows he's weak on Queen Deuce 6.
You go,
he overstabs.
You go, here's a spot where he's always going to check raise. Oh, he doesn't. They must have history. Yeah, no, these guys definitely have had some history in the past. That's why I got it wrong. But no, I'm with Sam on that. I think the check raise there is very unusual. Absolutely. With the King Jack specific combo. Attack is now Jack 9 of Hearts, UTG +1. Going to go ahead and open up this pot.
Where's Matakis from? Oh, US. US is the little flag in the corner there.
But I got corrected multiple times yesterday by multiple people who said it's Matakis. So
apologies.
He
knocked me out of the tournament, so I could call him whatever I want. He's lucky I'm even using his name.
He's,
this guy.
He's more like
this dude.
More like my mortal enemy.
Yeah.
My nemesis opens up
my
Jack
nemesis.
9 of Hearts.
There you go. Halverson with the biggest of slicks.
Yeah. And, wow, a lot going on here. Because
the fruity one as well.
Datani with top of the flatting range here. And Halverson throwing in. Yeah, and this is really going to leverage Datani's stack. Not much room to just call. You don't
40
imagine.
bigs, the awkwardest of stack sizes.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen people. Yeah, I mean, it just may go in. I wonder, would be a remarkable fold from Datani.
Is that a big round of applause or rain?
How does he approach it? See Datani not comfortable, not excited. Yeah, there he goes.
Domination situation. Datani behind and at risk.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Just flattered with the ace-queen, wanting to, you know, so deep and with such a big edge here, I'm sure he'll feel deep in this tournament, wanting to not get involved in big pre-flop confrontations, but having your strongest holding on the button versus such a sizable squeeze. So nice to just pick up the pot versus a king-jack or an ace-4, not risk getting bluffed down the streets.
Golden Jaguar says, great commentary, guys. Thank you for cheering me up in my hospital bed. It's been so great watching Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's not over yet. We've seen it happen. People have got out of worse in poker, that's for sure.
Hope you feel better, Golden Jaguar. Here we go. Queen ball. Hello. It's a miracle. Get up out of that bed and walk.
It's amazing you're still employed by this company. And look at this switch of emotions.
Halverson is getting halved.
Yeah, it's huge, huge pot. King required for Halverson.
Just the worst. River card, not a king. Double up Datani.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, this just, of course, this just happens 25% of the time, but, you know, it's not every day. It's not every year that you're so deep in a giant tournament with 1.5 million up top. And, yeah, look at that. I mean, it's real emotion. It's so tough. You squeeze the ace-king, get a shove from exactly the hand you're trying to get it in against, not even up against the pocket pair, and then cruelly outdrawn, really, really tough. And a lot of chips, a lot of money, a lot of equity being shifted to Datani. And it's the second time on this feature table we see a top level pro, top level European pro suck out and gain a huge stack. Datani and loosely two of the very most experienced pros left in this tournament. Both been deep multiple times before in huge tournaments and EPTs and very much in contention for the PCA title.
Not just emotional, but financial. Once I got it in there with Ace King, I'd have been like ordering jet skis on my phone. I'd be canceling that right now.
Can you please explain the reason for your refund? Well, funny story. I was all in with Ace King. I mean,
do you know what a domination
you know what that
is?
feels like.
Have you been to the Domination Nation? You have a
Outer table action. Michael Rocco all in and called by Alan Mello. Rocco was a force yesterday at the feature table. Rocco with kings, Mello with ace jack, queen 9-8 on the flop. So trying to fade an ace really for Rocco, who is all in. Mello with a ton of chips, another 9 on the turn.
Another old school legend.
Oh,
Michael
I guess
Rocco.
a straight possible as well for the ace jack.
I'm getting seasick from this camera work. Zoom in, here it comes.
River card is a 9. That's a full house for Rocco and a full double up. Now up over 850. And back to the main feature table. 5 minutes left on the level. 37 players of the 889 total entries still hanging around. Ace, jack. I missed the third card, but I saw all diamonds. Another flop flush.
Yeah, Wakil just catching a tiny piece.
9, there it is.
Yeah, straight flash possibilities as well. Flop to flush and can improve.
And loosely is gonna value bet immediately. 22,000 to 70. Can you just fold bottom pair here, Sam? It's like your chance of improving aren't great. The board's very likely to get worse.
I think it's reasonable, particularly with the ace and jack out there.
Cool. Oh, I see cards on their backs at the secondary feature table also. Kulev after...
What are we getting for this? For this
Looks like another domination situation, and this time the domination holds.
Yeah, and that's tough for Alex. Such a talented poker player. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of him in the future. One of the strongest up-and-comers coming out of Ireland.
We should make level 3 with massage every player.
I like that.
I like that too. 1 hour and a half.
Good idea.
Also one for the cook.
Kulev, I don't know if you just said this or not, Sam, was the start of day chip leader today, I think.
Yeah, no, Sergi was, but maybe yesterday.
Yesterday,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, yesterday.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Start of day yesterday.
Yeah.
It all blends together for me. Thank you, Sam.
I see what you're saying. It's funny how...
That's right. Reichsack definitely was too.
Exactly, butterfly. If the jack wasn't a diamond, I had better than a flush. Yeah.
Yeah, 36 is definitely
Still kind of the same thing if you have an ace.
it's the business end of the tournament
with
now.
The diamond coming out, you have to
Definitely begin to dream.
And we're approaching the final 4 tables.
Artur, of course, is an EPT champion as well. EPT Sochi before that was departed from the schedule for a while. Anton,
For a while, he was the only EPT winner for a long time.
I'm trying to save you here.
It was definitely
And an accomplished online player as well, right?
I mean, such a strong online presence, yeah. And yeah, the endorsement deal from Gucci hasn't gone to his head either. You know, it's nice to see. Still a humble kid.
Yeah, still keeping it real.
I don't mind paying 150.
Marderosian opens up the king 5 of spades. Petrangelo folds his big blind, and that will be that.
I love that. I love that you can fold 10-7 offsuit in the big blind. If Nick P's doing it,
Sure.
That's...
Note it down.
I'm so sick of having to defend all these big blind hands. No.
Keep it snug, buddy.
My big blind is up for grabs. Who wants it? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. 9 deuce suited. King 5 offsuit. Get out of here with this.
Get out of here.
Wakil back at the main feature table.
Wakil at the wheel.
Very good. Ace-8 off.
Just 20 big blinds, sensitive stack size.
Reichsack, 9-6 offsuit. But remember, all of the chips. Like almost literally.
Yeah, such an amazing feeling to have 2.21.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't know either, bro.
Ace-Ace. 7, favorable flop for Wakil.
Yeah. Strong flop.
Thank you.
Does his quad 9 space. And puts out a big blind.
If I fall quick,
Fucking sick, bro.
Playing,
Yeah, maybe a different life.
left. Or I have to wait.
Interrupt your decision.
Okay, then I wait 20 seconds. You can like
This is acceptable tanking, right? Where you just you want to make sure that you don't squeeze one more hand in, and, unless he's doing it to miss a blind or something. But
No, before.
it's just so everyone can go to the bathroom a few seconds early.
Yeah.
You didn't let me play my big blind.
I'm sure Sergi wouldn't break the etiquette, whatever it is.
That's going to be the last hand of the level, at least on the feature table. Sometimes we take a little peek, make sure nothing else is going on out there. Sergey.
Look at these guys. It looks like they're, you know.
Give me some dopamine.
All right, we're all well
Tatani looks
aware.
like a tourist just stepped in off the.
That's what I said. I almost bought that same mustache. All right, we are heading to a break. Let's take a look at the chip count. And you'll see that Reichsack coming back from the break with nearly 150 bigs. Taking us to the break, we sat down with Sergey Reichsack, actually, to learn more about his life as a Spanish pro. Halverson with 25 big blinds, 26 for Rakil. Jesse Lannis, 31 bigs. Let's hear from Sergey, and we'll be back in 15.
When I was starting playing, I remember that I was thinking about, well, one day I want to go to Bahamas. So every year that I come here, I feel like super grateful. I mean, basically, when I had a very good hand, the other guy had a very good hand too, but worse than mine. When I tried to do a big bluff, it worked out, and basically everything, all the decisions went my way.
3 on the river, and that is a double KO. And that was a huge pot.
Wow.
Poker is very stressful, so I'll try to find something that it relaxes me, because I think it's good to have balance. I like to read. I like to go for walks with my dogs. I also love basketball. I love to play and watch basketball.
Blind 61-20.
That one was the closest of all the times I've been through bet. Yeah.
Tony's on the button. 245,000 is the raise.
I call.
Call from the small blind. And call from the big blind. Nice little friendly family pot here. All 3 players to go to the flop.
3-way to the flop. And that flop is King, Jack, 7.
Benny's going to go first.
So top pair for Nazari and for Spindler. Bottom pair for Tony Gregg.
$250,000. Paria's going to make the call. Back to Tony on the button.
Nazari calls. Tony Gregg calls. Still 3-way as we go to the turn.
Let's see it, please.
Don't see this every day.
3 of hearts, King, Jack.
Benny Spindler improves to 2 pair and is now a 4-1 favorite.
He might be a 4-1 favorite overall to win this tournament, given his momentum.
Paria's going to raise.
A raise from Nazari to 1.45 million. Tony Gregg gets out of the way.
Seems like an odd hand to raise.
1.450. All right, Tony's going to pass. The raise is 1,450,000 total.
Definitely just seems like an odd spot to raise.
Make the call.
Spindler calls. We go to the river. It's the 8. A better 2 pair for Nazari.
Love the raise on the turn. What an unbelievable river card.
Paria's all in.
I don't see how Spindler can fold.
How much is that? That's sick.
All in for nearly 4.6 million. Spindler, huge chip leader with 15 million.
Fine, man.
So Spindler, I guess, kind of is bluff catching, right? Like, you don't expect Nazari to be value shoving worse than top and bottom.
Yeah.
So maybe you can fold. There's the all in, so it's like a pot size shove. Spindler does call.
And Nazari is going to get the full double up and more.
King 3 for 2 pair. Paria's going to make 2 pair up, better 2 pair on the river. Bring him in just above.
As he wins the pot.
Benny had kings and 3s on the turn. Paria makes kings and 8s on the river. Tony's going to pass his button. Benny's got the small. $600,000 is the raise.
I love the fact that Spindler hasn't changed gears. 10 deuce small, raise.
I want to say that, you know, you don't have to play every hand, but I think that
Paria's going to make
this
the
is
call.
a hand people probably do raise. Good
The blind's
players.
going to go heads up into this flop. 5 of clubs, 3 of hearts, 7 of clubs.
Well, this seems like a perfectly good spot to keep firing.
$650,000 from Benny. Paria's going to make the call, $650,000. Let's see the turn card, please. Ace of spades.
Sorry, did we just gloss over the fact that Nazari called?
Yeah.
1 million is the bet.
I mean, okay, Jack High is the best hand, but Spindler with the best draw here.
Nazari with no pair, no draw. Now, we did see him make kind of a funny raise with king no kicker.
Paria's going to make the call of 1 million.
And he calls again?
All right, for $1 million each. Let's see what kind of river
Okay.
card that buys.
This is one of the situations where you start questioning whether we've got his cards right.
Benny checks.
And Spindler can't fire a third barrel. You got to think that might have got the job done.
This can't possibly go check, though, right? Like, Nazari has to have a bluff in him at some point.
So Nazari clearly thinks he has to bluff with the best hand. Or did he genuinely think that Jack High might have been best all along? Nope, here he comes.
He's getting a little bit of the old Spindler treatment.
5 million.
How does it feel, Benny?
Benny's going to pass. And Paria
Spindler
takes the pot.
folds. Nazari wins the pot. Blinds now 150,000, 300,000.
He's going to pass.
Round to Benny Spindler in the small blind. He's got Queen Jack. He shoves.
I'm enjoying these Spindler-Nazari battles, but it looks like they might be over.
And called Nazari with Ace Jack. Spindler dominated.
Paria has ace jack.
I think when he makes a face like that, his tell is that he doesn't like his hand.
Not just a human calculator.
Queen jack, queen of diamonds, jack of hearts. Paria has ace jack, ace of spades, jack of diamonds. Benny is the player at risk. Paria has him covered. And Paria's in the lead with ace of spades, jack of diamonds, over queen of diamonds, jack of hearts. Let's see the flop, please.
Domination Nation.
King 3-4,
All spades, and Nazari has the ace of spades. Spindler now drawing super thin.
Perea's in the lead. He's also the only player with a spade in his hand. He's got the ace of spades. Benny's looking for a non-spade queen at this point in time. Let's see.
In this case, you just hope you miss altogether, right? You don't want to hit like the
Turn is the 10.
It's
He's going to make things a little more interesting on the river. 10 of diamonds. Benny now is open-ended.
It's always sweat.
He's looking for a non-spade 9, an ace, or a non-spade queen. River card.
The river card is a king pairing the board, and Benny Spindler is out in third place.
Sorry, man. You're quite sick.
Officially, Benny Spindler receives $1.1 million, or as it's listed on Hendon Mob, unknown player.
Maria's going to go first.
I thought they'd done a good job of coloring up the chips, but oh man, what a chip lead, huh?
Yeah, Nazari is stacks McNasty right now. We're going to go to the first flop of heads up. Ace-5 for Nazari, Jack-Deuce for Tony Gregg, and a King 8-7 flop.
King of diamonds. Tony's first. He's going to check.
Seems like a pretty good board to bet with the ace of diamonds in your hand. You might have the best hand already. Lots of fun backdoor cards. You can also set up a double barrel if you whiff entirely.
He's going to pass. Perea's going to take the pot.
Get Jack-Deuce to fold.
You're getting there. Here we go. See, look, you inspired them. There you go. He wants a sugar nut.
Come on, Tony. You already won $1 million.
Tony's first.
They've both locked up 1.7 million, 3 million for the winner.
He's going to raise. He's going to make it 650,000. 350,000 chip raise.
As Nazari picks up ace-10.
Perea's going to re-raise to 2 million straight.
All in.
All in.
Tony Gregg shoving with Queen 7.
It's about 8 point something, right?
7.8.
6, 7. Including the bet in front of him, it's very close to 8.
Yeah, I call.
Call. Ace-10 for Perea, Queen 7 for Tony.
Tony feeling like it was time to take a stand.
All right, Tony's
Will he double up or will it be G-R-E-G-G?
Perea has him covered with the ace of clubs and the 10 of diamonds. Dealer, let's see that flop, please. It's 5, 6, 10.
10 high flop.
The 5 of clubs and the 6 of clubs.
Nazari now an 84% favorite to win the PCA main event.
Tony's going to be looking for a queen or some straight cards here. Let's see the turn. Turns the 3 of spades. Tony's picked up a gut shot straight draw to a 4. Perea's still in the lead with the 10s. Tony's going to need a 4 or a queen in order to double through here.
Unless there's a queen or a 4 on the river, this is over. The river card is a 9, and Perea Nazari is a PCA champion. Takes down the event from January 2009. Tony Gregg the runner-up. And Tony Gregg will return to this final table. We will see him in later years on the tour, and particularly at this event. Perea Nazari will now disappear forever. Let's check in on Maurice Hawkins, who has just called a 3-bet for Maria Lampropoulou.
The Hawk. You're going to put in the sound effect there, right?
All spades on the flop, 8-6 deuce. Maria checks. Maurice bets 10K. And Maria folds.
What did you have? I have kings with the king of spades. Wow. That's what I got. I don't know what you have, but this is what I have. Yeah. It's a good thing you have a spade. No spade, right? No spade. See, that's a good thing. If you got a spade there, it's going to be problematic. High five up top.
And we're going back to Maurice Hawkins' table, involved in another hand against Maria Lampropoulou. Maurice bet 8,000 on the flop. Maria calls. Third spade on the turn, the ace of spades. Check, check. Queen of clubs on the river.
Call. Call. Call.
A bet of 12,000 and a very quick call from Maurice, who does not like what he sees.
Uh-oh, is it time for another edition of Talkins with Hawkins? Oh, looks like he's staying pretty quiet this time. No Talkins with Hawkins.
You didn't get your ace or your king, you were never seeing another card.
There it is.
You have a spade in your hand. I showed you kings earlier. So pretty much you know I'm solid.
A wise man once said, ego in poker, ego broke. Who said that? Huh.
It is round 3 between Maurice Hawkins and Maria Lampropoulou.
Yeah.
Action goes check, check on the flop. 4 of spades on the turn. Maria goes to bet. And Maurice beats her into the pot.
Maurice's body language makes it look like he is annoyed, and in general, it is easier to play against someone who's annoyed.
Deuce of spades on the river. And it goes check, check. Maurice with the best hand.
Could she have gotten a fold on the river? I don't know.
Well, there's another battle between Maurice Hawkins and Maria Lampropoulou.
This has been my favorite mismatch pairing since the movie where those guys do the ride-along. I can't remember what it's called, though.
5 deuce deuce on the flop. Action on Maria. She bets 5,000. Maurice makes it 10,000, leaving himself 2,300 behind.
Standard.
Maria calls. Chances are the rest will go in on the turn.
I don't see her folding.
9 on the turn.
All in.
Maurice shoves.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. Not sure what she's thinking about. There we go. Maurice tables 3s. Maria has him crushed 7s. And with no 3 on the river, Maurice Hawkins is eliminated.
Flying toward the exit. Hawk sound right there. Maybe some like whooshing, a flapping of wings. Cool.
Fast forward 5 years and we are back in the Bahamas for the 2023 edition of the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure. And we are into day 4 of the main event here at Bahama in Nassau. 2 levels down, 3 to go. We started the day with 54 players. We now have 36, led by Artur Martirosyan, the EPT Sochi 2021 champion, has 2.3 million. Sergi Reitzak second on the leaderboard with 2.2 million. And Reitzak continues to dominate our feature table with close to 150 big blinds. No short stacks, Jamil Wakil still playing more than 25 bigs as we start the 10K, 15K blind level with a 15K big blind ante. I am James Harshkin, rejoined by Sam Grafton.
Recent 50th place finisher.
Griffin Benja also with us on stream.
Yes, thank you for having me. Excited for this level.
The Griff Graf reunion, always one of my favorite parts of any broadcast we do. I am confident there are at least 4, maybe that's going too far. There must be at least 3 people out there who remember your GPL broadcast.
Sure. It's half the viewership, but it was memorable.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, please the fruit. Where's the masseuses?
Your massage girl's coming.
Yeah, let's get the table massages, huh?
What a bluff.
I mean, the least that they could do. All the lights.
Yeah, I mean, it is, having done it yesterday, it's of course a high-pressure situation to be 35 left in such a tough tournament. And it is difficult to be on the feature table. Credit to all these guys. You know, ramps up the pressure even more on that decision-making a little bit. You know, some of the guys are going to be very experienced with it, but it's tough. It's tough.
I find it brings out the best in me, to be honest.
Yes. Well, you're just meant to have the cameras and the lights on you, Griff. Born for it.
Under the gun raise from Datani. And raise and take it.
Yeah, the recent beneficiary of that ace-queen suck out versus ace-king. Of course, a very standard spot, but a nice, rather than heading for the door now, coming back with a very nice stack.
A lot of people asking after Maria Ho. Number 1, Maria was eliminated yesterday. Number 2, she kicked off today's broadcast. Number 3, she's back later on. So you needed to either be here earlier or you need to be here later.
Wow. Bit of a slight on us, Griff. I mean, what's she got that we don't?
She's got the homies, and
Sure.
they are her fan club.
Yeah, I mean, she deserves
Oh,
a fan
the
club.
homies. I finally get it.
Oh, Griffin.
Yeah, and Jesse's played a reasonably loose opening strategy, or maybe a pip wider than some, with a big old premium here. And Sylvan with the hand, exact same hand that he got in earlier versus Ace-King and sucked out. How will he elect to play? Just a call. $16K. I'm going to allow Datani in with the 9-7 off, right on the cusp, I guess.
Yeah, I think maybe 9-6, you're going to find some folds. 10-9, probably a pure call. 9-7 right there.
Yeah, I might have let this go. But here we go. The pot is, jeez Louise.
Street flash! I mean, look, I
know
the King of Hearts is in Lonus's hand, but let's pretend we can't see his cards. Let's pretend we're sweating with Sylvan loosely, and let's pretend that the raw draw is on.
Yeah, and for Jesse, he's going to just know this board really hits Loosely's range. Queen Jack, King Queen, Ace 10, 10 Jack.
That's what allows him to size up here, yeah.
Yeah, I think
120.
think it's nice to size up on this particular flop. And now, how does Sylvan approach things? Such a strong hand. Just goes for the call. Feeling like the SBR, well, I don't know. It's quite nice to just check raise and shove turn, but just calls and big turn incoming. Wow. Yeah, and interesting now for Lonis. Again, I think, you know, normally you might fear King Jack, but having the 2 kings in hand, right, having that blocked, now it's just more likely that Sylvan's got a 10 Jack, Queen Jack hand, which you can extract value from. And again, I think he'll go for a bigger sizing. It's a little bit weird with the SBR. 165. And Sylvan can go either way here. Shove or call. Hypothetically, the bluffs might be like a king 6 suited or like a just a bare ace 7 or something. I don't know whether everyone finds that big flop back. Yeah, it just jams. Yeah, and this is a big confrontation.
And Loosely has 40% equity. Loosely has 16 outs.
Yeah. Wow, good, great. Maths. Oh, it's up the top of the screen.
Hearts,
You knew it
eights,
anyway.
kings and aces working for Loosely. Obviously cards that Lonis has to fade. He's the at-risk player here. Needs kings to hold.
40% without a pair on the turn. Quite an amazing draw here. It's Jesse whose life is on the line, and it's an ace.
Barry Greenstein seals the fate of Jesse Lonis. And he is eliminated in 36th place, taking us down to the final 35. Now, Stu wanted me to check in on the widget. The widget had us finishing the last level on 35.5 players. We came back with 36. The widget predicts there will be 26.67 players left at the end of this level.
Wow, it's going to be a lot of clashes then. Losing a player every 8 minutes or something.
Lonis really taking it on the chin there. That was
yeah. Good lad.
Good lad, yeah.
And Loosely up to 1.2 million. He's now playing more than 80 big blinds.
Yeah, and I mean, if Sylvan does make the final, which, you know, with his skill and the field left is possible, or even becomes champion, what a highlights reel he's going to have. 2 amazing river cards there. Obviously, significant equity and, you know, against other hands, fold equity as well. But still very fortunate outcome for one of the top players in the world.
And of course, Loosely had that amazing hand at the start of the day where he bluffed Lonis and got him to fold kings, and then fast forward a couple of hours, cracks his kings, and Lonis is sent to the rail. And of course, we are well into the money now, guys. Bubble burst yesterday, 127 got paid. Everyone who gets eliminated right now is getting 33,800 euros, including...
Yeah, and it might be a bit redundant to mention, but we've actually seen some quite big suck-outs, right? The ace-jack versus the ace-king, the ace-queen versus the ace-king, and then the unpaired ace-jack, albeit with a lot of equity.
I don't know what you're talking about, Sam. That kind of stuff only happens online.
Yeah, quite amazing. Halverson with half a hand.
Sorry, is that another B or B shirt? Have we found out what the B or B thing is yet? Oh, no, that's just a patch.
Yeah, this is Sergi's, I think, coaching.
Okay, what does the B stand for, though?
Is it B?
I'm going to assume be your best, right?
Okay.
I mean, it's likely.
The mystery revealed. My days-long quest.
Kind of interesting monotone boards, a little bit weird to play, but I imagine Sergi will just go again here. Just all over this board, really, as the pre-flop raiser into pairs. And interesting to think what Halverson's other card is, whether it's a 9 or a king or obviously even a heart for backup.
Yeah, and even a 10 and maybe even a jack would play this as calls down the streets here.
Yeah, if he had jack 10 yet, certainly. And will Sergi far again? We've seen a lot of give-ups. You know, not too much river aggression without the goods. Thus, you know, in the 2 hours I've been covering, but Ryshak of a different order will fart again.
Cool.
And
nothing.
Oh, that's 2 pair.
Gets called by Halverson. Ryshak announces nothing. And Halverson has Queen Jack for top 2.
Yeah,
Big Popper asked on Twitch, sorry I missed it, what is the white chip value? The whites are the 100Ks. So we've got 5Ks, the blues is the smallest denomination chips in play now. The greens are 25K and the white/grey, they are 100,000.
Yeah, and Halverson's sort of understandable passivity, if you can call it that, paying dividends there. Just check calling against here. Hand he had actually pretty much stone dead from the flop, certainly on the almost dead on the turn.
Sam, did you get yourself a white chip in this tournament?
No, I had the greens. I don't even know whether white chips were only in play today, maybe. I had a couple of greens. That was as good as it got for me, mate. Life comes at you fast. Straight from the outer tables to the booth.
Via the mystery bounty, I believe.
Yeah, via the mystery bounty, yeah. Actually, I've busted the tournament since I busted this tournament. Wow, forgot about that. 6 suck out as well, by the way. Brutal. Been very good. Yeah, great tournament. Great tournament. Very favourable board for the big blind, but Sylvan with the you could check this back. I don't know. Might just go for it with the King of Hearts in hand. Depends. Yeah. I think that's a reasonable option.
Yummy.
Yeah, very nice turn card.
Yes.
Pour loosely.
I mean, a pair of queens is enough, but the strawberry flush is even nicer. Kazcap says, James, thoughts on showing chip stacks and big blinds? Presumably it's been discussed. Yeah, for about 10 seconds, and we said no. I mean, obviously, we do the verbal translation of chips into big blinds frequently. The graphics will display the chip counts in big blinds. But for the purpose of following the action, chips are how you keep score. You don't bet in blinds. You bet in chip denominations. Looks like we have a new player incoming.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
This is Alan Melo from Brazil. 43 big blinds.
Yeah, I think this is what the doctor ordered. Wouldn't be a feature table without. And one thing, I knew we were missing something. It's a Brazilian poker play.
Brazilian energy.
Yeah, a bit of Brazilian skill.
Vamo.
Yeah, as the kids say.
I'm liking his chain, by the way.
Very swaggy.
Jamil Wakil has been folded to him in the small blind. He has got ace-queen. It'll be Ian Matakis' big blind that he has to worry about. And Wakil completes. Matakis with ace-9.
Yeah, and very sensitive sort of inflection point with the ace-9. Guess raise call is going to be a pretty... Oh, he just shoved?
Yeah, for 22 effective.
Wow. I mean, I guess it's fine. And yeah, unfortunate to run into it. Wakil setting the trap by limping, not raising and setting off any alarm bells, and rewarded with the jam. I mean, as I said, we've seen a lot of suck outs, but 70% equity all-in pre-flop.
Yeah, tough spot with ace-9 because you'd hate to have to raise and then call it off and be just up against a pair. There's the 9.
Oh, domination rotation.
2 spades on the board for
And now,
Wakil.
Wakil has just 17% equity. Oh, there is the queen. Plus it's the queen of spades. Now goes to 95% and will only be eliminated if a 9 hits the river. Instead, it's a jack. Jamil Wakil doubles up.
Yeah,
that one is a little bit
remarkable.
Oh, I folded a 10.
Yeah, a little wipe of the brow. Big emotional swing for both players. The disappointment of getting snapped off by ace-queen, then hitting the 9, then the queen coming on the turn. Really,
Thank you.
roller coaster of a hand, you know. And
No, I didn't know if it was my blind.
this is why people love poker so much. I mean, just a simple pre-flop spot, but this deep in the tournament, it means so much to both players.
That's what they pay you. That's why you get paid the big bucks.
Looks like we're tracking over to the secondary feature table. By the way, if we should get to 24 during this level, or whenever we hit 24 today, that will necessitate a redraw for the final 3 tables. So there will be a pause in the action. We're coming over here because Anton Wigg is all in with queens. It's the sickest and classicest of races, and Chickers flop top.
Yeah.
And Anton Wigg needs a queen on the river, or he'll be exiting in 34th place. Wigg does not survive, and we lose one of our former European Poker Tour champions.
Yeah, that's a tough break. Real powerhouse of a poker player. Anton Wigg been at the top of the game for so long. And takes it in his stride, and off he goes to the beach. What's the gym, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, tough spot.
And that leaves us with 33, so one away from being down to the final 4 tables.
Just taking off his nipple ring for leaving the tournament area in case he gets caught on the water slide.
Yeah. Doesn't want that to happen again.
So Griffin, I think you may be the first member of Team Commentary to have experienced the water slides at this particular venue. How was your
Don't tell everyone that went to the water slide while they were working. That was privileged information.
No, it's great because we probably know that something ridiculous happened, and then no one is actually going to have envy anymore.
It's true, yeah. Something really ridiculous did happen. So my lovely girlfriend who's here, we went on one water slide, and then she got a bit nauseous, so we decided to go to Lazy River, and it was a bit too slow. I was like, oh, this is real. And then we got to a point where
the Goldilocks
they kind of pushed, like suddenly we were being pushed back a bit on this turn, and then the lifeguard said, uh-oh. And then I looked behind, and there was a huge wave machine that comes to this particular place, completely knocked me off and flipped me in the water, and I felt like I was going to hit my head, and I just blocked it with my hand. I almost sprained my wrist, yes, and that was the moment I realized at nearly 38 years old that I am too old for water parks.
So just to be clear, ladies and gentlemen, Griffin almost drowned on something called the Lazy River.
Yeah, that's right.
The FBI is going to pay me to learn to surf. What is this like? This is extreme sports for you, or what? That's ridiculous. I mean, well, bro.
Oh.
It's all Gucci under the gun. Arta into the muck.
That's kind of weird.
I feel like the great thing about poker as well is a lot of the narrative's been like how many famous pros there are, like all these things. Actually, they're just getting eliminated. I feel like we're going to have a final table of like first timers and amateurs. It's going to be great.
I wonder how I'll perceive that. I'm glad I wasn't bluffing.
King 7 against Ace 7. Petrangelo's opened on the button. Lander has got the Spraggy in the big.
I just love the people that it's bringing out of the woodwork. I saw Fabian Quas in the elevator.
Yeah, love that. You know, this is his first PCA since that iconic photo of him winning the 100K, he told me.
Wow.
This should just be a shove for Lander, I think, against Nicky P. Just doesn't play really well. Maybe just use the ace. It's quite an intimidating situation against Petrangelo and to recalibrate to the stack size.
Like the way you used ace-4 against Roman Clueless?
Yeah, that's my feeling, but... Oh, he's gone for... What's he going for?
Stephen Hart.
Nice 3-bet him.
Small 3-bet. I mean,
that's another way to go.
Kind of interesting. I mean, it might get a continue in some form from Nicky P here. It's not even 3x. Nicky doesn't buy it. Might want to call, flop some equity. I don't know. This is kind of weird, right?
Yeah, we're in a weird dimension here. See 3-betting to...
He might be 3-betting to fold, and Nicky might just shove.
No, I guess he's just out.
Oh, he's only folding one card.
Yeah. Well, he knows the 7's dominate. He's like, I'm just going to go to the flop with the king.
Yeah.
This whole game is all of that.
Penny CF says the word amateur is being used very loosely. Don't think many amateurs sign up for 10Ks. Do you really think the high-stakes poker world is made up of people who are extremely good at poker all taking each other's money? Or is it possible there might be some people who just have a lot of money, don't necessarily know that much about poker, aren't that proficient, who maybe keep those games going?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's a, if you can afford it, you know, if you can afford £10 poker tournaments that are £10, you go and play a £10 poker tournament. Some people who can afford £10,000 poker tournaments, that's what they prefer to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fold.
But I mean, it's like the commentary team. Two professionals, one amateur? One professional, two?
Yeah, there you
Hard
go.
to know. The true professionals don't like to point out who's amateur and who's not. You know, they keep that.
Yeah, and when you can afford 100Ks or, you know,
yeah.
see the guys like that too. Like Gila Liberté.
Yeah.
Until he went broke. He's DJing now. He DJ'd at a Burning Man set. When I was there. He was amazing, actually. He got super into DJing. I'm not even kidding.
I love watching poker.
Yeah, but I am kidding about him being broke. I don't think he's
Sure. This is, yeah. Did you get to hang with him?
No, I didn't.
There was no, you didn't.
I've had opportunities to maybe, but it's just never
come up.
Yeah.
Wow, Lander, he's itching. Itching to play.
So we had the cutoff open from Nick Petrangelo, 3-bet by Tolbert on the button. Artem Martirosyan folding 7s. And
Poor old Nicky P just trying to get a couple of steals through.
Yeah.
No.
I like that with the ace-9, by the way. Very, very nice
I know
hand
who
to
you're
pick.
talking about. The guy's like 10 years older than me.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen him in 10 years. I can't even picture him that well, but for some reason,
He's a bad man.
I always forget his name, but every time somebody shows me a picture of him, he's like a real famous hockey player.
pretty aggro poker player. He's
Oh, you're talking about Greg. No, there's another, actually, I'd look more like.
So from the secondary feature table to the main feature table. Let's pick up the action here. Halverson raised pre, got 3-bet by Matakis. And Halverson has checked the flop, and Matakis has bet 110,000. Matakis with the best hand, jacks. Halverson with 2 overs to the board, and the backdoor flush draw.
It's going to be tough to continue here, though, with not that much behind.
Yeah, the half pot there makes it nice sizing from Matakis, makes it tough to continue.
Someone's unzipping.
That was me, sorry.
He's wearing a, you guys can't see it at home, but he's wearing a full wetsuit, and he's just taking it off after, he's just taking off his flippers after his experience on the lazy river. That's what.
Oh, the blood's everywhere. Should have kept it on.
I also have something a little bit feeble like that. In Rio, I actually went to the beach like a decent amount, and they surf there. And you know, you just get in and let the waves hit you like on a normal beach. If you do this at Brighton Beach, it's like fine, the waves just cut. But actually, the waves like do put you like right under, you know, and you're like, oh wow, this is what it's like to feel the real force of a ocean current.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about because of what happened to me today.
Oh dear.
So just to be clear, you've just compared the beach at Rio de Janeiro with a kids' ride in the Bahamas.
Yeah. I mean, my story is kind of pathetic, but you made it like you went. Never mind.
Mallow Yellow in from the big blind with A7. Jack high flop.
Nice. Nice flop for the ace jack. Just a spot you can sort of big bet. It's very natural with the ace jack on this texture. See, we can see he's got his opponent dead, but can just charge like gut shots and such like. Let's see what he goes for. Yeah, going for nearly pot. Don't see this as much, but it's a good board to go for it, I think. Yeah, and it's interesting because, you know, when I'm sort of playing, if there's someone like I don't know, watching whether they hit these sizings, hit these, you know, approach things in the way that I might do, it just gives us a sense that this is Ian's on the stronger side poker-wise, as a lot of his players indicated, actually.
So approximately 30 minutes into this level, 2 eliminations so far, 33 players remaining. Action folded to Jamil Wakil. He is raising. Opens with a queen and something else.
In with some kind of decision. Again, one thing, I mean, it's probably evident to people, but these guys are on the shot clock now, which is an adjustment from yesterday as we go to the outer table.
Yeah, we need to get over to the secondary feature table because Nick Petrangelo is all in with threes and racing against Christoph Chick's ace-10.
Yeah, I'd love to see... Yeah, there you go. I would love to see Nicky P flop a set. No heart, and he will be...
Hot on the turn! Safe river, so Nick Petrangelo doubles up and survives.
Yeah. And I think that's good for fans of poker.
It's good for the game.
Yeah. Not good for... I think that's one where the whole... even if Chisk might be a strong poker player himself, if you're in this tournament, you're rooting for Nick Petrangelo to be out of this tournament. I'm pretty certain, almost anyone. And but yeah, good for us to see one of the very strongest survive.
Nicky P still alive. Playing 375k. Average stack right now is 800k.
I think it's better to put green on top.
Artem Martirosyan seems to have claimed the chip lead, 2.34 million.
Yeah, and he's going to be a force hit with 33 players remaining. You know, I've obviously emphasized it already, but a very strong online player, already an EPT winner at a very young age, actually, Arthur. it's like deceptive because he sort of burst onto the scene, but he's actually in his early 20s, even if it's fashion, more mature style. We don't normally get into it, wearing Gucci. James didn't buy his first Gucci baseball cap till he was well into his late 30s. So
it's true.
Yeah, it seems a bit deceptive. Yeah, and I think it's not giving anything away to say he's someone that can sort of mix it up, Arthur, you know, like the pre-flop strategy. He'll definitely hits the aggressive nodes. And Bowman, perhaps aware of that, going for a hand which could be flatted some of the time.
Sorry, Sam, just need to do a very quick PSA/warning. Guys, if you are reading updates on Poker News about stuff that's happening on the outer tables, please bear in mind that we are on a 30-minute delay. So please don't share that information, post that information in the chat. I will have the moderators ban you.
I mean, this is sick, by the way. No, Tol, yeah, everyone postures. Come on, Tol, but that would have been great to see him pull the trigger on a 4-bet. Would have worked as well, I do believe.
675.
Yeah. And this is what I'm talking about. I think a lot of people are just going to fold here without too much fuss. Arthur could just pull the trigger on a jam here. Like that's just well within the realm of possibility with the style, with the way he approaches things.
225.
There we go. Yeah, and clicks it back here to... Yeah, and really, really dynamic spot. I was expecting perhaps a call or shove. And now Bowman with the opportunity to 4-bet all in and pick up the spot. 5-bet all in, exactly, Griff, sorry. 5-bet all in. I don't think many people are going to do it with this particular hand, but actually it's going to work, I guess, if he does it. Really amazing spot. And look at that, forced off the best hand. And I've queued that up pretty well, by the way, haven't I? Giving you a little Arthur finds the aggressive notes, and there he is. Delivery.
Always great when you can see it rather than have to say it. We're going to the outer tables where we have a hand between Elias Gutierrez and Michael Rocco. This is Theros in action, and Rocco has moved all in on the river. Action is on Theros. The board is Queen 8-7, 3-5.
Rocco does like to bluff.
Okay.
Wow. He's on the last time bank? No.
I think he's played a fair few, Sam.
Those ones. Wow.
Yeah, well, he doesn't always throw those ones in, right? So they could have already been spoken for during this hand.
I will call.
Makes the call. Rocco tables King 4 for a missed flush draw. Queen 10, the hand for Theros, top pair, and it's good. And that is a huge double up for Theros. He's now playing 1.15 million, and former chip leader Michael Rocco is left short.
Wow, it's pretty sick. It's called hearts as well because he thinks that Michael doesn't bluff with hearts in his hand. Michael's just bluffing the king for hearts.
Yeah.
Do I have one timeout? 360,000.
Wow, sick hands.
Come on, man. Come on. Yeah, I don't know. How much is it? 360.
Wow. It's a nice little table as well. Noah, tape or Mexican 2-2. What was Rocco's name as well? It was Mind. Mind Ultra? Something like this.
Mind something, yeah, something like Alter. Mind Altered, maybe? Mind.
If there's anyone
Maybe
who played,
someone will know.
who was in the Pocket Fives Top 100 in 2009,
Yeah.
please let us know in chat.
If there's any regs from the 2 hard 1A from 2012 can tell us what.
Yeah, if
Michael
Battler
Rocco.
222 is in the chat, or no, what's his name? Battler. And look at this, 2-pair against set, blind on blind.
So yeah, we've gone back to the action at the secondary feature table.
No, Loban, I don't think it's Mind Gamer. I think that's someone else.
That's Stefan Jedlicka.
That is an under-the-gun raise. Bowman opening with artisanal sourdough, ace-5 of clubs.
Yeah, Tolbert with the ace-10 on the button. Pretty interesting hand, that one between Arta and Bowman as well. Because, of course, you know, sort of the reason you flat the ace-10 rather than sort of 3-bet is so you don't get blown off your equity. You know, not everyone capable of pulling out a 4-bet bluff. You know, a lot of the time, okay, you could 3-bet it, and if you get 4-bet, you know, you would just beat. But against Artie, you got to be careful about opening up the door.
Yeah, but it speaks to what you said about being a little surprised that you didn't see more of a call mixed in with the suited combo than, you know, maybe offsuit you want to find more 3-bets and calls with suited, do you think?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, makes perfect sense to me.
Look at this flop for Bullman.
Yeah, lovely.
A little something for everyone.
Yeah, and Arta actually with the double gutter here, with the very unpromising 8-6 and just 15% equity. No, not a double gutter, sorry. I'm completely wrong there. Just with a single gut shot.
We'll fix it in post.
Yeah. Tolbert with the quick call. Obviously has backdoor spades as well.
And for 2 big blinds here and the chip lead, Martirosian gonna peel one off here.
7 of spades?
It is always coming 7.
7 of spades?
7 of spades would be juicy. Come on.
Sorry, guys, going back to the main stage.
Can we get a break?
This is why we're going back. Datani is just 4-bet pre with aces. Action back on Matakis with jacks.
Matakis cannot catch a breakus.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I mean, actually, wow.
Big blind cutoff.
Yeah, and I think this is I think aces often calls here. So Datani with just the sense that Matakis might
like
have
80
be a
bigs
bit
cut off
too
big blind, yeah?
Oh, right, okay. Okay, very
710 plus the 135 out there. So this is going to play it just as a call.
Ah, okay,
but
yeah.
the SPR.
It's 80 bigs deep? Wow.
Well, it's 15K big blind, and he put out 280 plus the 575, right?
Wow.
So Matakis checks here, playing in this 4-bet pot, out of position, without the betting lead, with the worst hand, 9% equity on the flop, check to Datani.
Yeah, and
Gonna have to soul read his way out of this hand, but of course, Tatani betting that very small amount that's gonna keep Matakis in there most of the time, I think.
yeah, it's pretty sick. So, yeah, I mean, Ace King got there, which is the main sort of value hand that you were worried about pre. Wherever you pull the bluffs from, Ace 8, Ace 5, you're still ahead of. I wonder if Datani can find a check here. You have to be stone cold to find a check here. Probably will just put it in.
Hey.
But SBR, he does. I really like that, by the way.
Yeah.
Almost like you've got an ace deuce or ace 3, or maybe you've waved the white flag somehow. And it's just going to give Matakis a little bit of hope that the jacks are good or the jacks are going to show down.
Tricky.
Very, very nice from Datani.
Just very quickly, guys, have a KO to tell you about. We have lost a player in 33rd place, and that player is Omaha for rolls. Laszlo Butash KO'd and cashing for $33,800.
Didn't even know he was in the field. Sick. Use the time bank here, I think. Go for the full Hollywood. You know, if you're a method actor, you got to use the time bank. What would you really do with it? Ace 5. There we go. I love it.
This guy's liking the script you're throwing down.
Tatani's
no deviations.
Top boy.
Not improving any moves, lines.
Yeah.
Just
he's feeling it. Like, how would I feel? He's generating the emotion.
Yeah.
He's gone
Here,
full.
yeah.
He went to the he learned poker at the Lee Strasberg Institute. Yeah, and after this little bit of heavy breathing, he's gonna move all in for 4. Oh, no.
He burned your script. He was worried about kings. I was gonna joke and say that that's what's gonna happen here.
No, Detani. Oh. Sorry. Anyway, I don't think we should. You know, I shouldn't be so critical. This may well be fun. Basically, very deep in a big main event, Detani feeling he's got a big edge. Just somehow worried that queens and jacks won't call,
and the
Ace King is all,
are going to play this.
Yeah, Ace King would value bet. Just doesn't feel that his customer. And let's be honest, jacks, good chance they weren't going to call that. So, Detani. Complete misread from the commentary booth.
I was about to say something. I was about to say I think there's going to be a check.
So we lost Butash in 33rd place. We saw Michael Rocco crippled by Theros. He's now out in 32nd.
Always going down firing.
And that
Chad was
is Chad Eversledge. He's actually 31st place finisher. So Chad actually gets the pay jump.
By the way, what strong plays. Laszlo and Chad as well. Like, sick.
We are at 30. Apologies that the field ticker is stuck at 31. There are 30 players remaining now. We are down to the final 4 tables.
Disciplined from Wakil. Yeah, and Matakis, let's give him some credit there. A lot of people, maybe a rush of blood to the head, you know, or even, it's a reasonable strategy, of course, might have put in the jacks, has left himself with chips behind, didn't go broke in a potential cooler.
Plenty of chips, too, 35 big blinds.
Yes, maneuverability.
Jack 7-5 with 2 hearts.
You get to bet some pure nothing in position, but 10-2, just gonna delay. And yeah.
The overbet.
Ian will pick it up.
You ain't calling with your 3.
Ian Matakis is now the shortest stack at the table, but still has 33 big blinds.
Did you say anything?
I think 3 levels is maximum.
I guess it's frustrating when you once had like over a milli.
3 levels max.
Meanwhile,
Per person.
if you want to play some PCA-themed poker while watching the stream, the mini PCA tournament series continues.
I think.
It does not conclude, by the way, with the mini PCA main event on Sunday, because the series will continue all next week. There will be an EPT Monte Carlo package awarded to the winner in that one, and then we'll have the mini PSPC to follow.
And the redraw is when?
Win the PCA and come to Monte Carlo.
24
nice
hours,
work.
Yeah. Final 3 tables.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can be lucky and go to the redraw TV table and be all levels, right?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Lucky, unlucky, something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Say it in a polite way.
Matakis has the bond, 7-5 of spades.
A lot of straight flash potential with this hand.
Sylvain Loosely, the main event specialist.
Yeah, big time.
If that isn't his nickname, it should be.
C4. 4. Heads up.
I do like the idea of Sylvain, the specialist, loosely.
Mm.
Wow.
Ooh, James Bond.
Yes. And, well, there you go. Not quite a straight flush, but an amazingly strong hold. The nuts on a board, which is very good for the big blind. And Sylvain with the nut gut shot.
Now, what's your strategy here when you unblock the pairs? Usually you want to bet on the bigger side, but
You have to keep your range together. Yeah,
Yeah.
You can't bet big on their board.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, and what that'll do is not set off any alarm bells. And now it's just very possible that Loosely will come in for a check raise. I mean, that's a very viable strategy. Actually, so I played this almost exact board and got check raised by ace-6, and I bet the 10-8 and. Like, you would clear out a 10-8 if you check raised.
Yeah, I remember that hand.
But, yeah, there we go. I mean, I think it's almost, I would say, I don't want to say before, like a standard check raise hit with the 7-8. Anything you get to fold, if you get them to fold Jack-8, it's just great for you, right?
Yeah.
So now we go into a strange spot. Obviously, you would love to just 3-bet the flop of 7-5 and cooler some hands, but normally you're going to have to play a little bit defensively. It's them your opponent that's got more straights, so you just call. And wow,
I mean, the world just gets better.
Yeah. And now Loosely has a decision. Ideally, you would have a spade. Obviously, ideally, you'd have 2 spades. Does he want to apply some pressure to ace-4, ace-jack high, queen-jack of hearts? And, yeah, and I think this is just...
I think you're folding out the queen-jack of hearts, right?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
So it's just less, I think, hands like that. Certainly ace-jack, ace-queen can be part of it, but maybe I think Loosely's seeing this as
I mean, if you could
give up.
Yeah, I think this is just. It may just be the optimal strategy, anyway. But it's also, I think, we talk about main event specialists. This is people who don't put a lot of chips in the middle without having the best of it. That's just. Again. Who knows? There might. It doesn't strike me that, like, in this spot, at this moment in the tournament, Sylvain's like, I'm going to randomize this or going to take this. It's just like, okay, the check raise makes money. We don't improve. It's a good card for them. He doesn't want to get himself involved. If you bet the turn, you're going to end up having like a good bluff candidate with the nut low on the river, but he just doesn't get himself involved in that way. I guess Sylvain.
Yeah.
Really interesting hand.
Leaderboard here at this feature table.
Yeah, and Sergi, who we haven't seen play any big pots, had no all-in confrontations. Just a reminder that he actually still does have a tremendous stack. Datani, who's won the big all-in, had aces against jacks for a lot of chips. Still well shy of Sergi's towers. And I think that's just another skill. It's something we expect a bit more these days from those top pros, but not to get carried away with the chip lead, Griff, you know? Like sometimes you can feel, okay, I got this 2 million, I got to put it to work, I got to find spots to bluff or fire or raise. But just happy Halverson now with the bullets, you know, happy to sort of go with the flow, pick his spots.
Did you see that? When I forfeit, what did he have?
Let me ask you, when the big blind folds in, do you think Halverson's going to show? Yes or no?
No.
It's not going to. No, just he knows what's up. It's just like that.
The blockers.
Important to shake it off after that suck out as well. You know, so much mental game to being deep in these big fields.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you're off, the structure sort of allows you to make mistakes, to see things that aren't there or start to get out of line.
So we are midway through the level now, about 40 minutes left on the clock until the next break, until the blinds go up again. As we see Jamil Wakil with Jack-9 of spades.
10 raises to 35,000 total. Suit 1 fold.
He's raised to 35k. Sylvain loosely with 10s on the button.
40 effective against Wakil.
Yeah, and it's again a product of the structure that a lot of hands that would, you know, in a lesser tournament, in a 1K with a different structure or a 2 or 3 day tournament would just be 3-bet calls. The stacks are such that a lot of them end up, yeah, being called at 40 big blinds and 50 big blinds.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got Alain Mello in the small blind with ace, deuce of hearts. He calls. And Michel Detani getting a superb price in the big blind.
He's got pocket queens. He's got 8-6 offsuit.
Ooh.
So close second time. 7-6 off. That's a defend. 4-way to the flop.
Fair fight. Look at these percentages.
It is 9-9 tray.
Ooh.
Trips for Wakil. The nut flush draw for Mello. Overpair to the board for Loosely.
Quads,
crazy flop.
Quads incoming. Yeah. Oh, no. This is big.
You hadn't seen the 9 now until now, huh?
No, I hadn't seen the flush draw.
Oh, okay.
10%? It's quite a delicate one. You just don't get many 4-way pots. The strat's not exactly clear.
40.
Wow.
Continuation bet from Wakil. 40,000.
Yeah, and this is a little bit worrying for Loosely on the button. Of course, you can't go anywhere here with the pocket tens. Could somehow be 8s or 7s spending this size.
Yeah.
A flush draw, like, I mean, it should occasionally be ace-5 of clubs as well, I guess. He will call, and now how does Mello want to proceed? And this is just one of the reasons you don't get to call third from the small blind very often. It's the 9 really favors the big blind, and you've got a lot of action, and it's quite unclear as to how you should proceed. Guess.
But it's big boy chips.
That is a raise from Mello with the flush draw. Makes it 150k. Detani's out. Action back on Wakil, who has 71% equity with trip 9s.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy because what 9 does Mello have? Is it always a 9 that beats you, or is it always 9-8 and 9-10? Or is it always?
I mean, how many of these are really overcalling from the small blind? Less than 40 effective.
It's just a
I don't
flush
think
draw.
it's too credible to me. Maybe ace-9 suited, but
I mean, surely that squeezes at least some of the time. Yeah, and I think with Loosely in the pot, maybe you just want to click it here.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, you don't need to be. You need to maybe protect a little bit, even though you obviously
Sure, because
are quite happy with the spot. You don't really want two people to see this.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably.
I mean,
the non-nut flush draw.
I'd be pretty worried about threes. But anyway, you can't be worried. Your hand's the nuts. You're going to play for stacks. Well, he just jams.
He does jam.
Wow. Oh, that's because...
I think our chip count is off. I don't think Wakil has that much. And
oh yeah, definitely
Mello
that much.
making the call here.
So it must be like 300 something.
The graphics are going to be wrong. We're showing Mello as the at-risk player. That is not true. Wakil is at risk here. Wakil definitely has less than Mello. So Wakil needs trip nines to hold. He has to fade those hearts.
Yeah, Mello was hoping for Queen Jack of Hearts, King Jack of Hearts, something like that. You know, this is just the dominating flush draw.
But I don't think he made it 150 and called off 500, did he?
Well, we're saying Wakil's got less. Yeah.
Okay. Did you not hear what I just said?
I did. It's just, yeah. Okay.
He's on his phone.
So the dealer verifying the stacks, but just to clarify, guys, we are pretty confident that the chip counts are off. Wakil is covered by Mello. The red bar should actually be on Wakil's name. The triangle should be against his cards. Wakil is at risk and needs trip nines to hold.
Yeah, this is very big. This will take Wakil over the million chip mark for the first time today. Big pot with 30 left and 1.5 million up top. And yeah, very sweaty moment. Just a bit of a collision. So much money out there forced this action. And Joppy will deliver a big turn card.
That turn card is the 4 of clubs.
Ooh.
Wheel draw. The backdoor 4-5 would be dirty, very dirty indeed.
Wheel Rex Wakil?
No. His hand holds, so no elimination there. Jamil Wakil doubles up through Melo, and we will get those chip stacks, those chip counts adjusted ASAP.
Bit of a sweat? A little bit, yeah. I knew it was another 9 or a flush draw, so I thought flush draw. What the size?
Yeah, Jamil, you know, a series of deep runs. Ran pretty deep in EPT London as well, I believe. Was one of a slew of people who were on the wrong end of David Doherty when he was in wrecking ball mode. And in a good spot here, 1.2 million. Nines hot for him today. And now it's Mello who is the, I think it's fair to say, the real short stack at the table, under 15 big blinds now. Yeah, and an interesting strategy. This is just why you got to be careful in these spots about coming in, like taking the price, playing out of position. Pots get big real quick, you know. Seems like a small investment, blind and a half, but
suddenly you're...
Yeah, there's a cascading effect, and you can get yourself in... Yeah, not that it was unreasonable to get in the nut flush draw there, but you get yourself in trouble.
Similar principle as we discussed in the last hand. Pocket tens just going to flat here at this 40-ish big blind depth. Attackis trying to rebuild since that pocket jacks for aces hand. Very fair fight between these three hands.
It's obviously going to come queen, queen, 4, 2 clubs.
Yeah? Tired.
Yeah, and Jamil just going to balance his timing. Obviously, a board that hits the under the gun 2 player very, very hard. For that reason, we'll check. Matakis, I mean, it's not unreasonable to just put in some money and go from there, but we'll check. It's Halverson strengthening his grip on the hand, and yeah, nice check. Sensitive to the fact that this is just not his board.
Yeah.
And therefore holding back his strong hands as well as his medium strength hands by checking the turn. I think this is really nice actually from Halverson. Going to allow your opponents to make a mistake. Of course, we know a queen would give him a boat and Matakis a straight, and does get Wakil to take a stab with no equity whatsoever against Halverson. Obviously drawing stone dead against the king. I think maybe this...
Yeah, maybe just thinking firing out 2.5, 3 bigs here might fold out, you know, the
sevens.
Pocket 8s, pocket 7s type hands Matakis can have, and then, you know, thinking that the big blind could just completely not be on base, but took a shot, didn't work out.
Always coming 7, which does not change the outcome of this hand.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty out of character for Wakil to fire again here. You'd have to fire real big. It would make sense. I mean, let's just imagine these guys had Jack 10 and a flush draw. I mean, you unbox spades. I don't see it happening. Obviously, we know it won't work either, but it would. Yeah, it wouldn't be. Yeah, it's just saying I've got queens, something like this.
And yeah, well said, Sam. Remarking that Halverson, how astute that check was, allowing your opponents to find a mistake, and that's exactly what happened. 2 streets of value that would have otherwise not have come had he led the turn with the king queen.
Yeah, nice play from Halverson. He seems to be playing great, actually, by the way.
Yeah.
So Halverson playing 900k, around an average stack, 60 big blinds. And Alan Mello's still the short stack at the table with 14 bigs. He is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Actually starts on suit 10, fold.
I don't often bluff, but when I do, it's 3-way and I'm drawing dead.
Just got to let them know you're capable, you know, Sam?
Thanks.
Silva with the very beautiful looking 8-7 of clubs. Just deciding whether it gets in there sometimes as a 3-bet or indeed as a flat.
Yeah, a bit on the looser side as a call here from the hijack, but, you know, wants to, I guess, have a bit of a mix here. Most often the calls here are going to be, you know, hands like the pocket 10s or the, you know, the king jack suited. So sometimes mixing in something like the 8-7 suited.
Giving you a bit of board coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. And if you think the
No,
players behind are a bit more passive or whatever, I mean, this hurts you a bit as well. If the big blind's looser, and they're going to call some 7x and 8x that dominate you. But we shall see.
But the jack does pair by the player that probably shouldn't be in this hand, the jack 6.
Yeah, and Sylvan with a very, very strong flop. Yeah, in these multi-way spots, just normally play by small stab in position. I'm not sure if it's different specifically when you flat on the hijack, but in general, just putting a small bet out there, which kind of hurts the big blind. sizes up just smidgen.
Just a smidge.
Maybe because of the strength of being on the hijack. I wonder whether Ian gets the call here with the ace-queen. I don't think he will, but wouldn't be completely unreasonable. He's not sure himself. Scratch of the head and a mark.
Well, you just hate loosely to have 2 8s there, or the, you know, ace-9 of clubs, something like that.
Wow. And a lot of the, and Amiri gonna feel very good about that turn card. Loosely, of course, beats, you know, 6-7, beats better flush draws ahead of the 9-10. Yeah. And I think in general we just want to check here, and that's what he'll do. Try and show down the hand and bricks off. And it's very unpromising holding from Amiri. Jack-6 offsuit. Finds its way to the river where he can put in a very clean value bet. Obviously, some of the straight draws make pairs. Sorry, 6-7 specifically gets that. But going to have still some missed draws here on the river. And goes for the overbet. Like this size a lot. Exactly what we'd want to do if we had the 9-10. If we had the Queen-9 of spades. Lucy would definitely rather have like an ace-8 of hearts here than
the 7 blocking, yeah.
But it's a very valid bluff catcher. Sometimes, of course, he just ends up here completely unpaired himself.
It's just such a great hand on the flop, and then you get that turn in that river, and you're just like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, although actually it's not the worst run out. I mean, the jack pairing does sort of strengthen the 8. It makes it less likely your opponent's got a jack. Although, you know, a 10, I think this would be a bit more of an easy fold for Sylvan on the river. And again, he's just going to take the measure of his man. And this is just, look at... And I think we're just seeing really, you know, you sort of called him a main event specialist. This is perhaps a little harsh because, of course, Sylvan does mix up with very, very high stakes tournaments. But we're just seeing how good he is.
We need to get to the outer tables, guys, because Maria Konnikova is all in with ace-10. Called by Giuseppe Pantaleo, who's got ace-queen. A domination situation for Maria. At risk and behind.
Friend of PokerStars, I think we call her. Friend. That's not Giuseppe Pantaleo. No.
That's not Pantaleo.
Yeah. Friend of the New Yorker magazine.
Yeah. Let's see if she can write her way out of this one.
Ace, Jack, 6.
She's a pro. She doesn't flinch.
It's Giuseppe Iardacina who is the opponent in this hand, who has the ace-queen, who is ahead and is still ahead on the river, meaning that Maria Konnikova is eliminated in 30th place and cashes out for $38,900.
One of the local Bahamas undertakers there to ask her whether she wants to earn or...
Kind of a PCA boss, Maria. I think the first main event she came out here for.
Yeah.
Was a big winner.
She won the, I think she finaled the 1K just the other day as well, the LAPT.
She was at the final table of the BSOP, and yes, there was the PCA National in 2018, which is a 1K that she took down. Giuseppe Iardacina from Venezuela takes her chips.
Yeah.
Just doing it.
Giuseppe, a big, long-time EPT, high-stakes regular himself, another very accomplished, experienced player in the field. Yeah, and just before we went out there for the for Maria's exit, yeah, I mean, you see what I'm saying. I mean, we've Sylvan playing really, really well, right? Like,
yes.
4 days in, just so easy, I think, as well, to just flick in the call out of curiosity on the TV table. Don't want to seem like you're getting exploited.
He's been here so
or
many
run
times
over.
before. That's the other thing too, is when you do get deep frequently in main events, these kind of fields, these kind of player pools, you are going to have a feel for the kind of bluffs people are willing to make at these stages.
And if he's got 9-10, is this gentleman, I'm not saying he is, by the way, is he just going to go 180 for 80% pot with his 10 high bluff?
Yes.
And make the jack the over bet? It's so easy to be sloppy, and I feel like Loosely's someone that's just sensitized to that.
Exactly.
And he's really going to take you to task.
Sensitized to it.
So 29 remaining, and with 5 more eliminations, we'll have the redraw for the final 3 tables, and we will keep playing today. We'll only stop early if we get to 16. Otherwise, we'll just play out the full 5 levels on the schedule, this being the 3rd level of the day.
Wakil with a great candidate to 3-bet this open from the cutoff, and is going to do so to the tune of about 140-ish, I think, 120.
The ace-3 suited 3-bet.
Yeah, and again, you just see exactly why someone might choose this, holding just the blocker to the strong hands and the unblocker to these kind of offsuit opens. That just it's just the offsuit part of your opponent's range that you target with this 3-bet and force them out. Just nothing they can do with Jack-10 off, even if they suspect you might be at it.
So Wakil currently playing 745,000, around 50 bigs. Average stack is nearly 920,000, more than 60 bigs.
Yeah.
A reminder for those of you who are interested in what the widget says, we are meant to finish this level with 26.67 players.
What is this like?
Widgetaz.
It's like the GX goals now. It's that you can't beat someone 2-0 in a football match now. It's like the real score was 1.8 goals to 1, and you just ran above VV, you know?
Get widgetazed.
Wow, look at this.
Ooh. What a setup over at the secondary feature table. This is where we find Giuseppe Pantaleo. So we've had Talbot open under the gun with ace-jack, Lander call with ace-queen, Chick 3-bet with kings, and Pantaleo now in the tank with ace-10 suited.
Surely too many people to get through here. Pantaleo's going to let it go.
Yeah, Petrangelo out. Big blind folds. So action back on the original razor.
Yeah, and ace-jack off just from this earlier position, and with the flat, I think we're just going to let go. Yeah, and now, but it's a problem when you got ace-queen of clubs. It's just going to feel like too much hand. Luckily, they are quite deep, but just to,
Yeah, let's see 3.
Yeah, exactly. We got jacks as well. We got 10s. We got a bit of board coverage. Obviously, we know as viewers at home and in the booth, we know 2 aces are gone. So Lander going to need some clubs.
Oh, no.
That's the card he didn't want to hit.
Yes.
The queen.
Yes. And this pot with the it's just a very inflated pot because of the initial raise, the size of the antes. I mean, even though they started very deep, 340 in the middle. And kings, it's just a very clean board to, yeah, I mean, I guess the sizing should be 3rd pot maybe, but might even be tempted to size up a little, specifically with this hand. Helps to have the, yeah, it just goes 3rd. Yes, it's nice. Maybe a smidge over. Yeah, and if you call, it's going to have pot back. And Lander going to need a queen or an ace on the turn.
It's the 9 of spades. Chick still ahead with the overpair, plus has the flush draw. It's a 92% favorite. Action has been checked to him.
Yeah, and you don't really fear the flush. It's just the ace-jack of spades just check raises all in if your opponent happens to have it.
Hey guys, how do you think Pantaleo feels right now, right? Ace 10 of spades.
Different timeline.
Chick moving all in on the turn. And of course, this is shoving on Lander, all into call for his last 585,000.
I mean, we could see a big fold here, you know, but it's real tough.
Yeah, I mean, if he for some reason had Ace King,
the ace of spades.
we'd be saying, well, what's Lander doing? He has to call. You know, it's just imagine the other combos. On the other hand, I think all of these players just sense the feeling in the room, the sense that people aren't just. I mean, people are being very cautious with their chips. You feel like your opponent knows I have Ace Queen. No, he just can't help himself. He feels he's got a call. Yeah.
And so Lander is drawing very thin, just an 8% chance of survival.
Yeah.
Has to hit the ace of hearts.
Yeah, if you think,
or one of the two queens in the deck.
If you think Chick might get there with King Jack, King of Spades too, right? Squeezing and then maybe.
Pretty unlikely, I think. Yeah. Not the King Jack off in this spot.
3 outs for Lucas Lander, 2 river cards he can hit to survive.
So it's only the Ace-King combos then basically you're hoping for here, right?
And we see Chick improve to the flush on the river, and Lucas Lander will be eliminated in 29th place.
GG, nice run from the Argentinian. Played very, very well.
That was the one, right? Yeah.
Cashing for nearly 39K. Meanwhile, I would imagine Christoph Chick has just consolidated his chip lead. I think he's just moved above the 3 million mark.
You have a hand to it?
Ace 10 of spades.
Oh.
And here's a little
But I
hashtag
saw
fun
that
fact.
No, for sure.
What is currently the secondary feature table will become the main feature table for the next session of play.
Hey,
So we're
Jack,
going
so
on
you
break in 13 minutes, and then we're going to have a bit of a switcheroo.
Yeah. I want some money with it.
I like that.
Put it in
Seems
with
like
96% or something. Very good.
Seems like a very, very good choice for feature table. With Nicky P, the chip leader.
I was running down on the time bank. I only got 2 left. I'm like,
No, he had like half of the first deck.
Pantaleo is a
He had, like,
big
pot
character,
size.
big
Yeah.
personality.
And that hand we saw
He
out
showed you. I don't
in
think
the
you knew it was the last.
The hand we
stack,
saw out in the table, Sam, that we saw out in the field.
He showed it to you, but you probably couldn't see that was the last one.
that was the one out to the side.
Yeah.
I thought he still. Okay.
Can't believe these guys are talking over you, Hartigan. Chandler's got no
Unbelievable.
respect.
But that table we saw out in the field, which has Noah
hand.
Boken, Taylor Poor, and crucially has Theros, that will become the new secondary feature table for the next level.
So we're going to have Giuseppe Pantaleo on the feature and the secondary table. Yeah, and Marquez, who already won a tournament, this PCA, took down the very first event of the festival.
See,
a nice little 300.
I look at his face, and all I can think of is that camera sweep at the beginning of the W Coupe opening titles, where he's there,
sure,
with his arms up, winning the main event in
PT
2020.
Fisherman, right?
The part-time fisherman himself.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You must have a lot of hands against PT Fisherman.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and he doesn't miss these spots. You see, not opting for a sort of passive line and just call instead. Yeah. Pantaleo with the 6s. So hard to back jam here. So hard to call, feeling you kind of get sort of capped and a bit pair heavy. Yeah. And there he is, fishing around for polarized poker. Yeah, and just goes to emphasize once again what a talented field we have on display here. The fact that, you know, someone whose name doesn't immediately get recognized is, of course, a Was it WCUBE or Scoop main event champion?
WCUBE main event 2020.
Yeah, indeed.
Marquez is going to raise from the button here with 9-8. Stay with the action on this secondary feature table, which, as we just highlighted, will soon become our main feature table. That WCUBE win, by the way, was worth $1.1 million. I remember we spoke to him immediately afterwards, and Joe said, I guess you can stop being a part-time fisherman. You don't need to go out on the trawler anymore. All that money in your pockets. But you know,
that's what he loves.
He does it for the love of the sea, Griffin.
Yeah.
Sure. Isn't there like that parable where it's like the millionaire goes to the fisherman and he's like, yeah, you shouldn't just have one boat, you should get many boats, and then work all day, and then you get more boats, and then you open a shop, and then one day you can go. And he's like, why would I get all this money? Well, when you get all this money, you can just be like me, go out on the sea and fish, you know, and have a good time. And
that's not a very good summation.
I lost the heart to do the full story there.
Yeah, I think it's
often quoted by these like you hear like Tim Ferriss and people go.
Yes.
This might be a 3-bet pot here, potentially. Potentially 3-bet pot.
Yeah, I think if we find 350 in the middle by the river here, odds are
raise,
Wakil opened,
3-bet
defended against the 3-bet.
Bet, call.
Yeah.
And now Wakil deciding whether to go for some value against Ace-Jack, Jack 10.
This might have gone check actually with 350 in there, right? Because it would be 30 open, 3-bet like 80, 200. No, it would have been a small bet on probably the flop return for Sergey.
We just saw the elimination of Maria Konnikova, and we caught up with her on the rail.
It was really nice to get a deep run in the main event. Obviously a little disappointing to be out on 30th, but I was short stacked all day, so got in ace-10 against ace-queen and did not hit the miracle 10, so that was my tournament. But I'm really happy with how it went. You know, you can't ask for anything more. The rest of this is a free roll. I final tabled the 1K before it, so everything was good. I'll be playing the PSPC, which is the 25K tournament. I have no idea what day of the week it is, so I'm not sure when it starts, but I'm really excited to play it. It's going to be my second time. Last time I had won the Platinum Pass. This time I did not. But this is basically a Platinum Pass and then some, so I'm looking forward to it. It was an amazing event the first time it happened, and I think people have been anticipating this for years because of COVID. It's been postponed so many times. So I'm really thrilled I can be here, and I'm really excited to play and hopefully have another deep run.
I am thrilled that Maria Konnikova can be here. And by the way, guys, if you have not read her book, stop watching this stream and read it now.
Oh, we're going on break in 6 minutes. Read it on the break. Like, stick with us. We might have something happening here. That's a super fan right there.
And just to help Maria out, it's Monday it starts. Monday, January the 30th. And those Platinum Pass winners are on their way to the Bahamas. Some of them are arriving today, some of them are arriving tomorrow, some more on Sunday. And all 5 days of the PSPC are being streamed live straight after the PCA main event.
Very wholesome interview, eh?
Yeah, that was real nice. That was sweet.
That's confusing. Yeah. At first I was
bingo, bango. Nice turn card for Halverson.
Like their seat 10.
And it's interesting because, of course, we saw him play the trip kings pretty passively. And again, decides to check the trip eights. Going to make Sergi feel like fives is just going to be good often enough here to put out a bit of money just to protect against the overcards, the double pairing. And I wonder if Halverson will go for the check raise. That's what we should do when we check again. But going to play defensively and just call.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this because could actually be even, I think, a small block bet by Sergey with something like ace-queen, ace-jack, right? So, you know, obviously those hands might fold to a check raise, but, you know, they're just always checking back on the river, and you're not getting that extra bet.
Yeah, and by the way,
very bluffy line.
Yeah, Sergi's just deciding, does he want to bet again against ace-jack? It's literally like he's thinking about whether to go for value or not. And he just checks down.
Going to be surprised to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, there's some chip leaders where you would just want to check and let them go crazy, but don't think that's how Ryshak is approaching it. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Sorry to Catalan viewers. But yeah, I don't. And also, I think it's the sizing as well. If he goes into a polar line on the turn and goes pot or near pot, then maybe we play defensively.
Yeah,
but
for sure, it's definitely a sizing
adjustment.
thing.
Yeah. Anyway, don't want to be too critical, but yeah, played the hand in you know, maybe in other spots it's going to pay off with your opponents aware that you're playing so protected, so sort of defensive, either to be able to spring a big check raise bluff or to get to showdown a little more easily.
So ticking down into the break, 3.5 minutes left on the level. Action folded to Sylvain Loosely, who's got ace-10.
Yeah, nice one to have in the big blind. I mean, I say nice, not so exciting, but to have the low suited connectors when often you're going to be up against exactly hands like ace-10, it's pretty nice.
Wakil defending and flops a pair and a flush draw.
Poker's so crazy how seemingly such disparate hands with complete ends, different ends of the board can both hit so strongly. Loosely, of course, with the backup of the ace of spades. And it's a interesting sizing decision. In general, ace-10 on a 10-high board, you really want to sort of size up. But the connectivity and the locked-in straight is going to mean that you have to dampen the sizing a bit on the other hand. And so, yeah, we end up with this medium size, which makes a lot of sense, 50K. And Wakil, I think, you know, just from what we've seen and makes sense, a pair and the flush draw will just call.
Five of spades. So Wakil with the flush, a redraw to a straight flush, Loosely with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, and Wakil just thinking about whether he gets a lead here. I think because their lower spades doesn't. And Loosely with the backup, a lot of times you might want to check this card that interacts so well with the big blinds range, but with the ace of spades as well, sort of be able to protect and to some extent bet a draw. He's gonna put some money out there.
And this also allows for some price setting, right? Like if the river is a brick, maybe sometimes you want to, maybe not a brick so much, but like you want to find some checkbacks with this ace-10 sometimes. And
sure.
You know, you're not going to get check raised that often when you have the ace of spades in your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And Wakil, bit unsure with the. Yeah, we'll just call with just the 6-high flush.
This should be our last hand of the level, and it is a big one.
And the board bricks out for loosely. Wakil's flush is good.
Yeah, and loosely, yeah.
Nice.
Checks it back, and Jamil Wakil wins the last hand of the level. That is going to take us to the break.
It's nice to see a big smile from Jamil. Played very well this last couple of levels.
And just before we go on break, I can tell you it's a case of man down from one of the outer tables. Chris Brewer eliminated in 28th place. So we go on break with 27 players. What did the widget say? 26.67. How much you loving that widget, Griff?
Wow.
So these are the stacks of the players we were just watching on the feature table. A reminder, these guys will go out into the field. What was the secondary feature table becomes the main feature table, and we will have Spanish sensation Theros at our new secondary feature table when we come back inside of 20 minutes with more action from day 4 of the PCA 2023 main event. My thanks to Sam Grafton, more from the Squid tomorrow, and my thanks to Griffin as well. Back shortly. Darren Keys back in action. Blinds are 25.50. He's open to 125k with ace queen. The Duffmeister has ace king of hearts.
He has the keys dominated, like Elton John.
Hey?
You know, the piano keys.
Oh.
I understand you probably have not heard of Elton John before. He's a really famous singer that plays piano on stage. Dominates them.
Oh, I'll have to look him up.
Yeah.
Do you think I'd like his songs? Do they have a good beat?
I do think you would like his song music. Music songs, excuse me.
So we established that Prasbanzi was the short stack of the final 23, and he's shoving here. Duffy set the trap perfectly by just flatting with the ace-king.
I think even today, though, if it goes raise call and you have ace-10 there, you might fold it.
I'm all in.
How much are you playing?
1.45 million.
We have seen ace-king folded a few times pre-flop here on EPT Retro, but we've seen a lot more deliberating and then calling. Oh!
Oops.
No.
Ace-king folded. So
ace-king.
Ace-king. Wow.
Suited. Don't forget to tell him it was suited. It was hearts, John. You folded ace-king suited. You had both these guys dominated. You probably would have doubled up or busted them. Oh, no.
Ooh, good fold.
An inspired fold by John Duffy if we're going to play results. Not looking good for Prasbanzi, who's the at-risk player here.
It's easy. It's easy now.
Inspiration saved him the perspiration.
Turn is a 7 of hearts.
Ooh, ace-king of hearts I had too. Yeah.
Now he realizes it was suited.
Ace king of hearts. Yeah.
Oh Jack on the river sees Praz Banzi, River Broadway, get a near triple up.
Sheer skill, Praz. Sheer skill.
It's because they made me wait. They made me wait. That's why they gave me a bit.
I'll tell you what, you saved me. You saved me.
Really?
Yeah, I had ace king of hearts.
It's part of it. It's all part of it.
Yeah.
So everything about that hand was wrong, by the way. Correct to fold ace king, correct to shove ace 10, play results.
Jack 10 for Ryan D'Angelo. Raises to 140,000. Ace Queen again for Ty Ryman. And again, he flats in the small.
Crazy, he's in the small line 2 hands in a row.
I don't think these are edited highlights.
Ryan does not bet this flop.
Not
Ryman.
Not many opportunities for D'Angelo to win this.
Nice check, though. Set the trap.
Yeah, and we get the delayed continuation bet from D'Angelo, 250,000. Called by Ryman with all the draws, all the equity.
And the best hand.
Still the best hand.
Will D'Angelo go for it? He probably should. And Ryman's going to be in a really tough spot.
Wow, 850,000. Almost a full pot bet. What could he possibly be trying to get this much value with?
Gets a fold from the better hand.
I'm not saying I could call with ace queen
the
there.
biggest hero call of my life.
Ace high?
Yeah.
Wow. That would have been sick.
I still think I had the best hand.
So I'm trying to Google D'Angelo song so I can make a Ryan D'Angelo joke. Do you know what the #1 D'Angelo song is that comes up?
What?
Untitled. So. And then the #2 is Brown Sugar. Two things I'm going to struggle with.
Is this not sending you a very clear signal that you should just abandon any attempt to pursue this comedic line?
Oh, God, no. It's just going to make me try harder.
Ryan has opened with King 10, and Ryman's flattered the button with queens. Duffy with aces in the big. Re-raises to 540,000.
Nice chunky re-raise.
Gets a fold from the original raiser. Action now on Ryman. We just saw the chip counts. Duffy and Ryman 1 and 2 on the leaderboard right now, both with around 5 million behind, and Ryman moves all in. Duffy calls, huge pot, 10 million in the middle.
Good luck, whatever happens. Good luck.
Oh.
It's just 4 million.
Ryman at risk and way behind. Queen high flop.
Wow. That is so gross.
Domination, rotation. And now,
Still just needs to dodge either of the remaining.
John Duthie is looking for an ace on the river.
Wow.
Doesn't hit. Huge pot, huge double up for Ryman, and that's going to leave John Duthie
Celtic coming as well.
with the proverbial chip in a chair, had that expression been a thing in 2010.
Very good instincts. I knew that queen was coming. Damn it.
Like, how do you deal with that? Deep in a tournament, ace is cracked. Like, the difference between being almost out and chip leader. Like, it's just, I just don't even know. I'd be in tears.
So Ty Ryman takes the slight chip lead over Ryan D'Angelo. Duthie left with 65K, left with one big blind.
You better go on and win it. What am I left with about? Enough for a taxi home, I think.
Actually, taxis don't accept tournament chips.
I think you'll find, Joe, that James Bond tips in tournament chips.
That would have been some great deleted scenes of him just like going out to restaurants and Dunkin' Donuts and just using the tournament chips.
55,000.
Cameras.
So Duthie letting the cameras see the cards. He himself has not looked.
Still a TV producer at heart. Is he gonna survive this?
Well, he has paired his queen. Now he's picked up a flush
He's got
draw.
the only heart too, right?
Yeah.
And straight draw.
All right, let me see Thomas and Zach's hands.
King
to the
high.
side.
You got the pair?
I don't know.
King high.
He did it.
King high for the side pot for Thomas. John will triple up on that hand.
All right, thank you.
John Duthie now with 3 big blinds.
I would have rather gone out for a smoke, I'll be honest with you.
And over to the secondary feature table now. Maria Lampropoulou has raised pre and been called by Liv Boeree in the big blind. 9-7 for Liv, ace-6 for Maria.
Nearly a flip if we see all 5 cards.
The flop is king 6-3, a pair for Lampropoulou.
Maria already had the best hand, and now she can be more confident in it.
Boeree checks. Here comes a continuation bet of 24,000.
And let's face it, she was betting either way.
Boeree folds. Maria Lampropoulou chipping up to 559,000. Liv Boeree with a similar size stack, 600K.
She might look frustrated, but she's probably just thinking about the particles of the dawn of time.
Meanwhile, it is all kicking off at the secondary feature table, kings versus queens.
Oh no, sick cooler alert.
Maria Lampropoulou was the original raiser. Liv Boeree re-raised. And now, Maria, who is a commanding favorite, has to decide how to respond to Liv's 3-bet.
That is a 4-bet on its way.
She re-raises to 200,000.
My guess is, much like Thelma and Louise, neither of these ladies is getting away.
An intense stare from Liv Boeree, studying her opponent.
All in.
She moves all in. And Lampropoulos calls. And there is an 80% chance that Liv Boeri is going to bust in 17th place.
Very, very sick cooler.
Oh. And I just fold.
You know, everyone's going to think that, but Maria's very aggressive. Not sure how you can.
An ace, jack, jack flop. 2 outs for Liv Boeri. She needs a queen on the river to survive. It's another ace.
Good luck, everyone.
Liv Boeri is out in 17th place. KO'd by Maria Lampropoulos.
She does not seem to be taking much enjoyment out of it.
Liv cashes for just shy of $50,000. And Maria Lampropoulos is now one of the chip leaders as day 4 of the PCA 2018 main event draws to a close. We are down to the final 2 tables. Ronaldo has flopped bottom pair, and he's facing a bet from John Patgorski, who's got a flush draw.
So Ronaldo limped under the gun with ace deuce, huh?
Yeah, he gibbonsed. And now he calls Patgorski's bet. We're going to the turn.
He was a tricky soccer player, and he's a tricky poker player.
7 of diamonds. There is Patgorski's flush card.
Check.
Action goes check, check. Oh, Ronaldo's river trips. Patgorski bet 16,000. Don't see Ronaldo folding here.
Raise.
No!
Hey, it worked last time.
30.
Raise, make it 32,000.
Ronaldo again value raising the river with the worst hand.
Surely Patgorski isn't folding to him this time.
Call.
No.
Call.
I got a good hand. Nice one.
Patgorski probably could have raised back and gotten a call, but yeah, risky.
Good, man.
Back on the main stage, blind 6-12. Action on Ronaldo.
This guy's playing every hand.
Ace deuce suited, under the gun +1. He raises to 35,000.
Some might say it's a little loose, but to be honest, if I saw Ike Haxton do it, I'd probably be praising it. So I'm going to go ahead and allow it.
I'm sure Ronaldo will be delighted to hear that. Folded around to Christopher Lockhart in the big blind. He's got ace-king.
All in.
And he shoves on Ronaldo.
Now, Ronaldo really does not have to call this off.
Try to put me out. Everyone.
He's cute.
He feels he's being bullied.
Okay, I mean.
Is that a call?
Yeah.
Okay,
Call.
Ronaldo calls all in, and he is a huge dog here.
Well, Ronaldo, it was nice having you here, unless you do something terrible to this boy.
Lockhart, a 7-3 favorite almost. Sergio Garcia rooting for the underdog. Ooh, flush draw on the flop.
Well, that should pep him up a little.
I know who I'm cheering for. I know who I'm cheering for.
Huge Chris Lockhart fan.
Ronaldo now has 12 outs. He needs a diamond or a deuce to survive. The river card is a deuce.
Wow.
Wins with a pair of deuces. That shouldn't even count.
Whoa. What is that?
A pair of twos.
Heart attack, like. Oh.
And Lockhart has asked that Sergio Garcia be removed from the rail.
It's amazing, this game.
Can you imagine what the rail would be like if he final tables?
No.
First final table with a Mexican wave.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023, the triumphant return. Live coverage continues from the main event, day 4 from the Baha Mart Resort in Nassau, the Bahamas. Overall chip leaders, Christoph Chick, 2.8 million. Artur Martirosyan, we saw him play some massive pots, excuse me. And of course, Reichstack has been a dominant force all the live long. New feature table headlined by Christoph, Artur, Titani, Markish, the PT fisherman himself. I am Joe Stapleton. Sat with me right now is the king of South Florida poker, Scott Baumstein.
Thanks, Joe. Good to be here. I've been on the water slides on Lazy River all day. What did I miss?
Blinds now at 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante. The shorter stacks at the table in case you didn't pick up on that. Nick Petrangelo, the short est, getting mic'd up right there on the left side of your screen. 30 big blinds. Not exactly a short stack, but the short est relative to the rest of this table. And Giuseppe Pantaleo, a.k.a. Joey Pants, with 35 big blinds. Plenty of absolute crushers left in this field. Maybe not the ones we're used to hearing about on television coverage, but absolutely many deserving candidates, all vying for that $1.5 million up top, $1 million from the runner-up. This is the sort of PCA prize money we're used to.
Yeah, this seems to be right in the sweet spot of what we've been getting the last few years, and yeah, like you said, a lot of crushers left in this tournament. I know a few guys at this feature table. Obviously, Nicky P, one of the best in the world. Chris Sisek, I've known for a long time, who's now the overall chip leader in this tournament. He's been putting a lot of time in. Says he's committing himself to tournaments from cash games recently.
That makes sense. Why we?
Yeah, I've known him from playing cash now for years, and he actually recently said to me just a few weeks ago that he's sort of uprooted himself and is just sort of traveling the circuit. He used to play tournaments years ago, was off of it, coming back on it, and now is wants to play all these major events, and this is a great way for him to start. So he's been around a long time, very good player, definitely knows what he's doing.
I totally get that transition, by the way, from tournaments to cash games, and now it's been like, well, maybe tournaments are looking good again.
Right, sometimes these things go in waves, you know. When you have motivation to do something, you can take some time off. And when you have that motivation, you have to use it. Because sometimes people start to play poorly when they're just not motivated to play tournaments every day.
It is a wildly different game, tournaments versus cash games. I don't know if there's really an analogy that's appropriate for how something can be so similar yet so different.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of it has to do with just like patience and mindset.
And time commitment to how long you want to play or to an initial investment, right? Like your cash games, you live in South Florida, there's lots of cash games available to you. There's not a lot of overhead, at least just for your life. But if you want to be a tournament pro, there's a lot of expenses involved.
Right, and I myself go through periods of time where I'm motivated to play one and not the other. And if your head isn't right, you know, the best thing you could do is just sort of focus on what you want to be doing. And then, of course, we have Giuseppe, who's just long time reg in everything. I've seen him around for years and years.
EPT champion, if I'm not mistaken, Giuseppe Pantaleo. All right, Michelle Ditani has spent a lot of time at our feature table today. Obviously, there's been a redraw. Ended up back here.
40,000.
And that is Giuseppe Pantaleo there in the one seat. And Titani is going to be facing off against Nick Petrangelo. Queen 10 suited in the big blind, easy to defend, even on a 30 big blind stack.
Yeah, we're well into our defending range here.
Ace-6 tray, 2 spades, top pair for Datani. Petrangelo, 2% equity, and very likely to feel that way about this flop.
Right. I don't think there's any amount here Nick can really take a card off with his hand.
Smoking Bacon asks, Stapes, when are you going to write a book? When I'm no longer reliant on a paycheck, because the book I would write would get me, make me unhireable. I'm barely hireable as it is. And if I wrote a book, it would be all over for me.
I feel like you would subscribe to the 2% rule, which is if 2% of the people thought it was funny, you'd go for the joke.
Yes, it depends which 2%. If it's the 2% of the worst people in the world, no. But if it's like the 2 smartest percent of people, absolutely. It's all about who gets the joke, not how many. Do you tweet much, Scott?
Not very much. I'm more of a voyeur of
Okay.
Twitter.
I'll say that when I tweet, and if I only get like 6 likes, obviously not my favorite, but if those 6 likes are certain people, I'm like, all right, you know what? I can live with this. I can live with the fact that 6 of the smartest people I know are into this bit. So I know you've known Christoph for a while, so we spoke to him directly. He gives us the pronouncing Chick of his last name. So that's what I'm going to go with. Marta Rosian raising 8-7 suited, ace-9 suited for Chick.
Well, he's got a great hand to 3-bet, especially as the chip leader.
And there's a white
suited
chip.
Ace-9 is
Those white chips are worth 100,000.
And we're deep enough here that
because they were
Marta Rosian, I think,
yeah,
we can peel one off, and I think we're going to see a...
I mean, you did it anyways.
Oh, no, he does,
Yeah,
he does not.
Like this, right?
Does not want to face the chip leader here out of position. 7-8 suited flops pretty well. He would have had about 20
More
times
closer
back
to
that
you?
100,000 extra. I think we could have seen a flop there.
Bine asks, is Maria coming back for commentating? I like her a lot. First of all, I'll say, don't insult our current
they are
analyst here, Scott Baumstein, by asking where's someone else. Scott's great. Secondly,
no Maria.
Maria will be back for the last level of the night. So it's a win-win situation.
And it's hard to follow Sam Grafton as well.
Yeah, I mean, for all of us. I mean, I've been at this a long time. Sam comes in and I'm like, all right, cool. It's the Sam Grafton show now, guys. I mean, he can do it from the table. That's how good he is.
He does it from the table.
Yeah. Datani with another raisable hand. Ace-10 off. Pocket 6s for Chick. Chicks for 6s? Sick is? No, that's okay. Chicks is coming along for the ride. I'll just combine the two. And James Tolbert in the big blind. That's a fun hand. Can we splash around here with?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to defend the min-range for the old 9-7 suited here.
Tolbert. 10-7 tray, 2 diamonds.
And Tolbert and Datani both are going to flop enough of that to probably see a bet and call here and go to the turn. As the pre-flop raiser, Datani's going to see bet here. This is a really good flop for his hand. Top pair, top kicker. With no other obvious hands that would be beating him very often.
And 6s has a fairly easy decision here.
Yeah, he's going to have to fold. He's got someone behind him. He doesn't have good backdoor draws.
Having a player behind is very similar, I guess, in that respect, too, to having it go bet call also, right? You're just like, eh.
Well, bet call would make it even more difficult, but the
Right.
big blind range can hit that pretty well as well. But with Tolbert's
both folds, I guess.
Middle pair, he had backdoor straight and flush draws. Now picks up an open-ended straight draw on the turn.
Big Boy says, WTF, Scott is a commentator now. That's right. He's taken some time off from winning your money to drop some knowledge in the booth.
I love this lead here from Tolbert. It is a great card for him to lead, as he would be. If the 8 hits his big blind range, he can have straights here and 2 pairs here that Tolbert can't have as the pre-flop raiser. That Titani can't have as the pre-flop raiser. Tolbert has a range advantage on this board. He has more strong hands than Tolbert does here. Wow, and he does get there with 2 pair on the river, but there is a 4-liner to a straight, so might just go check here. Or he can get some thin value. Be a good spot maybe to bet fold. Try to get called by overpairs. He is going to try and get some value here. This is going to be a good bet. He's going to put Titani in a difficult position here to call with top pair. Now at this point, Titani's just guessing. He's missing some busted flush draws.
3-7-5 the bet.
And he does make a good discipline fold here.
Yeah, picks up. Tolbert picks up a significant pot there, though. Puts him up over 1.5 million. That's 81 big blinds. Titani down to 55 big blinds. A quick little message out there to chat. If we could have everyone stop whining for a little bit. I'm a little itchy. My band finger is itchy right now. So let's just be positive, be happy. We got a little emote only mode right now for you animals on Twitch. Let's just chill out for a little bit. Let's talk about how much we like someone at the table. Let's talk about how much we like poker. Let's keep it positive. Chick, King 7 suited, under the gun +1. I know King 9 suited is a hand that we is typically in a raising range. King 7 a little out of line.
It's a little bit wide, but as the overall tournament chip leader, we can like start opening a couple of pips higher. So I think that's pretty reasonable.
Nice sigh there from Christoph Chick, table chip leader. And almost 3 million now.
He's definitely someone that with the chip lead is going to, you know, keep putting pressure on. He's gonna be going for it for sure. Like I don't think he's going to slow down much here. I think he's really gonna be, you know, putting pressure on his opponents and trying to leverage that stack a lot.
I'm going to allow this one little bit of whining from Armando, who says, am I allowed to whine about Scott playing the monthly 300 at PBKC? He's too good. I think that's a legitimate whine.
I've never played the monthly 300 at
Oh,
PBKC,
well,
but I have played at PBKC.
Come on.
I play some of their a little bigger stuff than that, but I would play that if I was. I'm not like above it or anything, but I haven't played that.
That's the Palm Beach Kennel Club?
That is.
Is it weird that when I hear a kennel club, I imagine there's just rows of dogs in cages around the poker room?
Well, there's no more dog racing.
Right. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, they still use those tracks, so the ones that
Such
have
a nice name for dog racing, Kennel Club.
Right.
One of those tricks of language. Titani v. Tolbert, button versus big blind. Ace, King 9. No pairs.
So the tracks in Florida still have all the licenses, and they're phasing out a lot of the horse racing as well. But those are still the card rooms.
I got a question to ask you about South Florida poker, actually. Let me make sure there's nothing big happening on the other tables before we get into this. Actually, we are going to go check out the secondary feature table momentarily. As Tolbert stacks a few more chips. All right, y'all are going to be pretty happy about this secondary feature table. Apparently, this Thero makes us all very excited, huh? Y'all excited to see Thero? Is Thero in a hand?
Noah Boken, that's exciting. I haven't seen him around in a while.
I see Buchan in a hand. Nevis also involved in this hand. Ace high out in front. And Buchan folds a slightly better hand. All right, here's my question about South Florida poker. Now, I heard that years ago when poker was first becoming legalized, that there was a limit to how much you could buy in
$100.
for.
Right.
And so everyone would buy in for $100 and move all in every hand until like people had enough of a stack.
That's exactly how it used to work before I lived there. But yeah, it was $100 max buy-in, and the games would still be like 5 and 10, so everyone's buying in for like 10 big blinds, and it would just be all in, all in, all in until people sort of built up stacks.
Oh
but the new players, the table still only had $100, so it created a very interesting dynamic.
I mean, that when people say who loves it more, you got to love it a lot to buy in for 10 big blinds and just try to run it up.
Well, there was no other option. That's how it worked. So if you wanted to get into a game, you had
the
to
other
do that.
option is to not play, and that's what I mean. Is like you love it. Who loves it more? I mean, you gotta love it a lot to do that. So
the funny thing is, the Palm Beach Kennel Club continued that game after the laws changed.
More than they had to.
Yes. So because
people were used to it.
Yeah, people were used to it. So that game continued on because they enjoyed that.
There you go, your hero, Thero. Your hero, Thero. Nope. Anyway, Kuchera is folding ace-5. I don't know if this is a joke or an actual accusation, but Stapes took some SBF cash. I know Durr did. Not sure other announcer did. Scott, did you take any money from Sam Bankman-Fried?
He didn't make any political contributions to me. But I feel like he was arrested just down the road from here, no?
He was,
yeah,
I mean, it couldn't have been very far. Colonius versus Buchan. Colonius, quite a likable player from what I remember. Buchan flopping the worst hand is going to continue into top pair, unfortunately.
I don't really think he has any option here other than to just call.
Yep.
Top pair, no kicker with no backdoors. We're going to try to pot control this out of the big blind here.
Turn card is a 5. It's in the area of 6 and 7, but not really much help. Not any help, I should say.
I think Buchan is going to generally check back here.
Yeah.
Try to get this to showdown. He is still beating some hands.
He's beating what, like the king 10s and the king 9s? Yeah.
Some of his maybe his ace highs, and Colonius is not going to fold a queen or a jack on that turn card anyway.
Yeah, he's not beating much of anything at this point.
Now he's really not beating anything, so
give up or...
Colonius could bet for value here or check, and Buchan could turn this hand into a bluff potentially, because with that 10 of diamonds on the river, his 7 really isn't beating anything. He could try to make him potentially fold a 10, but will be dicey. And Colonius is deciding whether he wants to check and probably call or go for some value here. And I think the reason he doesn't is because if he bets and gets raised here, it puts him in terrible spots because Buchan has more really strong hands now at this point than he does, like sets and ace kings. And so if he bets and gets raised, we put him in a bad spot. So he opts to try and check call, and it goes check check, and he's going to win here.
Vegas Backrat said to me, Stapes, why you blocks me on Twitter? Probably because you're... I don't block people very often. So, sorry. But not really. You probably said something really awful to me or someone I care about. Thank you for your question. We've got Yo Virel at the table, too. So we got some influencers, right? We got the big French influencer, the big Spanish influencer. Pretty cool. Old school EPT champion.
I hope he's playing at a reasonable pace.
Yeah, I've heard people sort of take pokes at him for that. I haven't seen it yet. Picks up the chips kind of slowly, but nothing egregious thus far. And another King 7. King 7 suited for
+1, but the difference here in this spot is when Chris did it, he has over 5 times
keeps,
5 times the chips that Johan has. So now in a totally different spot where Johan is less than average stack, I think it is a little too wide. But he definitely, and I've played with him a few times, opens a lot of hands. He's opening really wide in general. So it does make it more difficult to play against him. He's very aggressive, opening a lot of hands, but with his chip stack in that early position, that could cause some problems for him, but he does get it through.
I will say that I don't consume a ton of poker outside of what we do here on these streams, but I have watched some of Yo Viral's clips this year, including the King's Fold.
Yep.
And then the hand that happened shortly thereafter, and those were pretty great hands.
Oh, the King's Fold was, I think he had aces against
Oh, sorry,
Kings.
yes, he had the aces, yeah.
In a cash game at the win, and the funniest part about that was, I think Sean Deeb made a comment about it. He goes, that was the fastest move he made all day. He's so slow at everything, but then made an absurdly correct call.
It's
in
one
a
of
big
those
pot
things.
And snap folds.
It's like if you're like in a bungee jump, right? You just do it.
Gotta
Like
go,
the longer
yeah.
you stay there,
if he thinks about it too
Right.
long, he might change his mind.
It's such a hard fold to make. So yeah.
But definitely, my hat was off to him in that particular fold. That was a really tough fold to make.
Oh, this could be a dicey blind-on-blind battle. King 7 versus King Queen suited.
Well, King Queen suited here has about 17 big blinds. I think he's just going to go all in here.
So this is something that I've been off for an entire level now.
That's
And
rough.
340 still looks like a big stack to me.
Right.
But
So
good call,
we're
Scott.
at about
Yeah.
20K big blind. King Queen suited is strong enough for his stack size. Even if he was jammed on, he probably is going to just call off there with that hand. It's a little bit too strong. It dominates a lot of the hands that he would have been jammed on against. Weaker kings and weaker queens. So right now at 20,000 big blind. So if you're under 400,000 or so, you can sort of go all in over opens when you have like that 20 big blind or less kind of stack. It's going to be hard to flat with fewer than that. So you have hands that are good enough to go with. You can shove over somebody's open and potentially even just shove yourself if you're under that mark.
A lot of love in chat right now for Colonius. I knew he was a fan favorite.
No hay problema.
Gonna stick around here with the. Is that a walk?
Yep, Yo got a walk in the big blind.
Who
that
gets
image.
walks anymore?
They know he's never going to fold, so he definitely is a tough big blind to play against.
Pretty cool. That's like an achievement badge, right? Like a.
It's just definitely a show of respect.
My image is such that I get walks in the big blind, even all walk.
At this stage in the tournament versus a table full of people who have you out-chipped as well.
Yeah, the only time I ever get a walk is if I have like about 13 big blinds and people know that I'm probably going to shove it in pretty with any couple of cards. That's it. If I have chips to be won, they're raising my big blind. And here comes Colonius with ace-5, the off-brand sourdough. Here you go, gang.
Gutierrez is going to defend this king-9 in the big blind.
Gutierrez, Thero. Thero, your hero. Here comes your flop. Ace, queen, trade, 2 spades, top pair for Colonius.
Kind of board he could check back here, even though that's going to look a little fishy when the board comes ace high and you don't bet. But when you have your weaker aces and you flop your ace, it's not a terrible time to mix in some checkbacks here.
Okay.
Allow your opponent to catch up a little bit. And you're going to be losing to bigger aces, but you know, also a C bet here, pretty reasonable. Goes for big sizing.
And with no spade, no immediate draws, Gutierrez folds. All right, fans of Thero, tell me what you love about him. Tell me why Thero is a thing. Seems cool. No issues with Thero, but tell me what's the deal with Thero? Why are you all here to see this gentleman? In the meantime, I'll answer this question from Teen Feet Club. It says, excuse me, gentlemen, I've heard the sourdough thrown around a few times lately. What's the origin of this name? So it just so happened that ace-5 suited and ace-5 became like a hand that was really in fashion to play. Right around the time sourdough starters became in fashion, right? Remember during when we were all in lockdown and people were all making sourdough bread? They had sourdough this, sourdough that. Everyone was baking at home. So we just kind of decided, like, hey, these are 2 popular things right now. Let's jam them together. Back to the main stage where a huge hand is developing. Martirosian opening under the gun with king 10. Petrangelo 3-betting the shortest stack of the table. Nick Petrangelo 3-betting pocket jacks.
Now it's on Marquez with the Cowboys. He's probably going to put in a 4th bet here. He's going to be back on Nick, and he's going to have a tough decision to make, but if anyone can get away with it from it, it's going to be him.
This is Andre Marquez. You may recognize him as the PT Fisherman, absolute online crusher.
Wow, and he goes for a big shove here. Almost 40 big blinds shove. Even though Nick has less, there were people that covering Marquez behind him, so Nick is still thinking that he was willing to put in 40 big blinds with whatever his hand has.
So what you're saying is there is a chance Petrangelo does get away from these jacks.
Oh, I think there's a very high chance.
High chance.
Because, I mean, if we're going to be put from Petrangelo's shoes, if we're going to be putting him on a range of hands, it's probably like 10s plus and ace-king and ace-queen. And 2 jacks doesn't play great against those range of hands. Most of those hands he's going to be crushed by. And there's a, albeit there's several combinations of ace-king and ace-queen that he's going to be flipping with. But he's really only going to crush probably exactly pocket 10s and maybe some like ace-5 suited as his bluff hands that he might be getting out of line with. And even ace-5 suited has pretty reasonable equity against 2 jacks. And,
with a 30 big blind hand to start, 30 big blind stack to start, should he be excited to flip?
Well, A, he's going to be on the good side of that flip with a 55,
right.
45, and he's invested some money. So, no, Nick does not want to flip in this tournament.
Okay.
Nick is, you know.
So that all adds up to a higher chance that we're going to see a fold.
Nick is
here.
certainly one of the best few players remaining, and because of that reason, you're not going to want to take these flips. I think some other people might be more inclined to take these spots, but Nick is going to value his tournament life probably a little bit more here.
Sure.
So I would expect him here probably to find a fold.
You would have made it.
Not an easy decision at all here for Nick.
Kings and aces, right?
Some rare outer monologue from Nick Petrangelo.
Nick doesn't think his opponent has many bluffs at all.
This is 3.
So he's going through those motions in his head, like how many combinations of hands he's flipping with and crushing. He's hoping, if he knew he was flipping, he probably would take the spot.
Was chips going in the middle. Petrangelo makes the call.
Oh, he did?
Nicky Petrangelo, a big dog here. But we've all watched enough poker to know a decent percentage of the time he will get lucky.
Definitely a cooler just for his 33 big blinds.
Absolutely. It's hard to get away from jacks. It really, truly is. And if you've ever felt bad about not getting away from jacks, just check out Nick Petrangelo here. Ace high flop. Nick with 2 outs, 2 chances to spike one of them. Does not connect with the turn. And the turn leaves him with 1 chance to hit a jack. No jack for Nick Petrangelo. Absolutely one of the best players in the game right now, in contention for an all-time great.
Yeah, he'll just have to settle for going to win one of the 50Ks here.
50K, the PSPC, the 250K, all events still to come here at the PCA. A very deep run for Nick Petrangelo. And no shock that his chips go to one of the other best players in the game, PT Fisherman. And the rest of the tournament going to be breathing a sigh of relief to be rid of Nick Petrangelo.
Yeah,
Finishes
I'd imagine the other 26 players collectively were not rooting for him in that one.
And of course, he gets to take a free phone from the free phone bag. Looks like he found one he likes. And my guess is Nick is going to be in a tournament within the next 10 minutes. Back to my question from before about Theros Gutierrez. Daniel H., the first legitimate answer I've seen on YouTube, says Theros has a great poker school. He comments hands in a very schooling way, opening eyes to many who get into the game. He studies spots, pursuing a GTO game, and he tries to show it. Thank you, Daniel. This hand we have got Taylor Poor versus Neves. Button versus big blind, and Neves does catch a pair here. And is facing a attenuation bet.
It's not going anywhere.
Nope.
Taylor's hoping for a queen, jack, or an ace or a king here on the turn.
A deuce on the turn. Not a terrible card for a pair of fours, yes?
Not for a pair of fours. It's a terrible card for Tapar. It's
Yeah.
going to be a hard card for him to bluff when he's putting his opponent on hitting a lot of pairs there on the flop. Again, that
wow, what a run out for a pair of fours.
Yeah, a queen jack won't be able to bluff if it's checked to him on this run out. But the 4 with the weakest kicker also not quite strong enough to value bet here. It's right on the border here, so I think a lot of the time this will go check check, or maybe a really small bet here from Neves trying to get called by ace high. Yep, that's what he is trying to do here. Does bet very small and is targeting exactly his ace-high hands.
You don't see a lot of queen-high calls these days.
Tayfar's only beating some of his like 5-8s, 6-8s, even 5-6 got there.
Jack-9. Probably not hanging around at this point.
Yeah, he's not can't call with that hand here.
And Power does let it go. It's just a 4-letter last name, but I struggle with it. Power. 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 I'll get it one day.
I think the U is silent.
Par.
Yeah.
Oh. God damn it, Scott. Where you been all my life? Par. I'm going with par from now on. Thank you.
Oh. Thank you.
I think we're going to drop in on an outer table right now. Ramon Calillas versus Jonathan Little. Cards on their backs. Ramon with ace-5, Jonathan 8-7. So I assume Jonathan has got all the chips here. Ramon at risk. I see a 5. Ramon was already ahead, but things are looking okay for him. I don't want to jinx it. Ramon has to fade 2 cards now. Otherwise, we'll double up. There's the turn. It's not an 8 or a 7. The river is not an 8 or a 7. The 4 hearts do not help Jonathan Little. So Ramon is staying alive. Doubles up to 330,000. Not great, but still in.
Yeah, I don't think he's had a lot of chips this whole tournament, but managed to stick around. Got to give a shout out to Jonathan Little, too. He's got to be the hardest working guy in poker.
I totally agree with that. Absolutely. Love Jonathan Little.
I think he wrote a book since he got here.
Sylvain loosely, a walk-off here. Didn't catch the hand, out in 26th place. Queen 8 tray, 2 diamonds here. And that has managed to miss both players pretty soundly. All right, there you go, your Hero Thero. Hey, all right. Woo! C. Felicidades. Sin Karma. I know I said I don't block many people on Twitter, but I just got this direct message. Hi, Joe. Do you know why you are the king of comedy? Because you like Joe King. Hold me back, Scott. At least that person, I think, was trying to be complimentary, so I'm going to let it fly, but...
He just gets a warning.
Yikes. That's a great question for Scott here. I'd be happy to ask Scott this one from Graydon.
Raúl.
Do poker pros like Sylvan, etc., even though they have played like 7 or 10 million in their career, generally sell a percentage? Or are bigger parts of the field actually owning 100% of themselves?
I mean, the answer to that is just totally varied from player to player. Some people sell a lot, some people sell nothing, and some people do somewhere in between.
We can't answer for Sylvain specifically, right? Because neither of us know him. But I would say that more people than you would suspect sell action.
Yeah, especially to like big buy-in, and we'll call that $10,000 and above, main events, and something like this now, which used to be a freeze-out, so it used to be one entry.
Multiple
it might have been
entries
easier.
are expensive.
Right, so if this was a freeze-out and it was one entry, you might be less inclined to sell, but now if you want to maybe fire 6 times, 60,000 could be a lot of money for a weekend. So I say it's player dependent, it's buy-in dependent.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, selling for bigger buy-in events is definitely very common, and probably more common than you'd realize from the outside.
Yes, and another way that folks sort of mitigate the risk too is maybe not selling specifically, but plenty of players swap. Plenty of players see a buddy, they see Scott in the tournament, they know Scott's a good player, they go, hey Scott, you want to swap 5%, you want to swap, you know, it's usually not much more than that.
Sure,
right?
yeah, 5 would be a lot. Yeah, 1 to 5% are probably common numbers.
This is Guibert versus Nevis, and it looks like Nevis is going to take this one down. One of my favorite stories ever, I won't use names, but it's 2 scummy poker players are in the bathroom at the World Series of Poker. And one of them says, oh, hey, are you playing the 10K? You want to swap some action? They go, yeah, all right, I'll swap 10%. One of them leaves.
They were both out of the tournament.
One of them goes, no. One says, hey, just, you know, the guy you just swapped with, he went broke an hour ago. And the first guy goes, well, I never registered in the first place.
Sorry to ruin the punchline.
I think both of those guys are dead now, actually, that the story is about. So probably would be fine to tell it. Although I'm sure it's told with different names.
Yeah.
It's like one of those urban legends, right? Taylor at par. The U is silent. Raising Queen Jack from relatively early. It's cool to see overall deep in a tournament. I know he plays lots of cash, but we haven't done a ton of commentary on him on the tour, so I know he's a very popular player in the French regions. And we're going to go to the flop, pocket 8s. It's par versus Gutierrez. Top pair for par.
Gutierrez has just about his strongest hand here that he can't really call a bet with.
Pifisi asks, Stapes and the other commentator. This is Scott Baumstein. Hopefully you get to know his voice. He'll be with us for the duration of the PCA, I think, right? I mean, hopefully you're deep in the PSPC.
Hopefully I can't make it, but otherwise I'll be here. I think this is going to be dicey to call here, even though it's a small price. And 8s could be ahead sometimes here in this spot, and I'm sure it is sometimes. A lot of Taylor's opening range is going to have a lot of equity versus that hand, and it's going to keep barreling on that board. 8s is going to be hard to hold on with by the time you get to the river.
Yeah, I feel like if you're just folding 8s 100% of the time, it's probably too much, right?
It's a very dicey spot to continue there, because even the times when he's not good, he gets blown off of it. Wow.
Now look,
I stand
everyone.
corrected.
Look, everyone. We're not going to play results here.
Taylor's going to have an interesting decision, and the reason is he's not going to necessarily think his hand is good here. He's got a great hand in terms of removal. He's blocking both the straight, the king-jack, and the big flushes with the jack of diamonds. So he's going to have a good hand to potentially turn into a bluff here if he wants to bluff raise this river. And it's certainly something he's going to consider. He's not necessarily going to pull the trigger on that, but that is absolutely what he's going to be thinking about now.
Do you think a bluff raise is a bigger percentage of what happens here than a call?
I think he's going to do a reasonable amount of probably all. I think he has all 3 options open here. He's blocking both straights, the jack-9 and the jack-king, and he's blocking the flush. His queen could be good, But given that he got called on the flop and we get that run out, he's not going to think his queen jack is good here a lot of the time. Makes a good fold.
Yeah, too good. And I guess sort of maybe that's another reason why it's a dicey spot with eights. Like, even if you spike your 8, are you going to get paid? Are you going to make money?
There weren't a lot of run-outs. He was able to win that hand. And when the ace came on the turn and Taylor had some bluffs in the flop, he would have chosen that card to continue bluffing with.
Sure.
So, like, if he had a worse hand than his queen jack, he would have picked up the pot on the turn probably. But his hand was sort of too good to bluff with, so he just checked behind, got unlucky on the river.
All right, headed back to the main feature table.
Archer opens the queen-queen from the cutoff. Giuseppe defended the ace-4 from the big blind. And I think he has an easy call here with top pair on the turn. And I think Archer bet that turn because he was intending on checking back most rivers. And I think that's what we're going to see here. Go check, check. Going to take this hand to showdown. He can beat some hands with his queens. He's probably going to get called by most of the hands that beat him.
You don't have green behind?
No.
He's only thinking about one bet size here. He's thinking about checking back or going all in. He is just over the size of the pot, Pantaleo in the big blind, but he doesn't want to turn his queens into a bluff. I like that check. Folds to Chris on the button here. I don't think he had to look at his cards to make this open, but he certainly has good enough hand to do it with anyway. As the chip leader here, I think he was going to be opening virtually 100%. Jack 5 offsuit, out of position against the chip leader. It's going to be a little dicey for him to continue.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Hello.
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 And we have our feature table leaderboard here. We have Chris Chick, about 3 million chips, overall chip leader in the tournament. And Giuseppe rounding out the bottom with about 36 big blinds here.
Hymanu Pit on YouTube asks, what's the purpose of these overboard tanks? Guys, I can't express to you enough that we're playing for a $1.5 million first place prize, $1 million for second place. Every single decision being made here has real money attached to it. We're deep into this event. Everyone's cashing for nearly 50,000 now. There's actual, like, a dollar amount attached to every chip. I don't know what it is, but it's real. It's out there. So for people to take a little time with their decisions, playing against the best players in the world, there's been nothing crazy here.
No, the pace of play has been pretty good. But to answer the question in general, not necessarily right now, but the reason why play sort of slows up at this point, we have a pay jump coming in two more eliminations, so some of the short stacks might be more benefited to take their time, because when 2 more players are eliminated, they're going to make around $8,000 more.
Yeah, Seismic actually words it really well here. They're playing on a higher level, so they do this thing called thinking. Also a good answer to that question. 3 ways to this flop, 8, 7, 5, 2 hearts. Big hearts for Pantaleo and Chick.
It is true some of these guys are thinking in depth about their decisions, but some people are getting to that answer relatively quickly, and there is a gamesmanship in terms of sometimes taking your time for other reasons.
But and tanking has been a problem in poker and can be a bit of a problem for both the other players and for the audience. I haven't seen that yet in this session. So
no, not on the feature tables we've had so far.
I think part of the problem is that as a society we've become accustomed to things happening instantaneously, and we're not that good with silence. We're not that good with dead space. We got to check Twitter while this guy thinks about something.
Right, and shot clocks too sort of sometimes slow down play.
I agree. I do
Counterintuitively,
agree, yes.
because it sort of gives you this certain amount of time, whether it be 20 or 30 seconds, and now you feel entitled to take that amount of time. Whereas if there were no shot clock, you might not take quite as long.
Yeah, I do think overall they're a net positive, the shot clocks. But yes, sometimes, you know, when shot clocks were being debated, you know, years ago, one of the cons, one of the arguments against was, well, if someone takes the full 30 seconds every time, that's bad. That's actually an eternity for most decisions.
And I think, you know, the clocks have gotten a little bit more complex over time, and I think the answer lies somewhere in having quick pre-flop shot clocks and maybe more time on later streets.
That's been discussed as shortening the pre-flop shot clock to 20 seconds. I think it's at least one tour or tournament has tried it. Rip Roar says, chat pros are usually 3-tabling free-to-play games. Things happen quickly. And Martirosian gets a walk in the big blind. Another nod, tip of the cap. To the best dressed player at the table, you may have 1 walk per day. Have you ever gone into a store and looked at the mannequin and been like, I'll have that?
Never.
I think I did it once in my life, and I felt real stupid because it didn't look as good on me.
Did you undress him right there?
Yeah, right. I'll wear it out, thank you. Shopkeep, you may keep these. They're like, sir, could you do that in the dressing room? And see, Pantaleo has done a little tiny bit of tanking on some of his more trivial decisions, but now when he's got an actual hand, oh boy.
Definitely going to see a 3-bet here.
Pantaleo starts the hand with around 34 big blinds.
I don't think Marquez is going to go all in. I think he's going to 3-bet.
Yeah.
And they're 6-handed here. So +1 makes it a hijack first cutoff open. 9-9 is going to be probably a little bit too strong to fold. I think he's going to have just a call here, and we're going to see a flop.
The Stars nuts.
I think Pantaleo, we're going to effectively pure call our 9-9, I would think. And that's because if we do decide to jam with it, our opponent sort of plays perfectly against that, meaning he's going to call with all of his better hands and his ace-king, his flip hands, and he's going to fold all of his weaker hands. So 9-9 is good enough to beat all of our opponent's bluffs, as well as flip versus a few of those hands. But if he were to jam here and does get action, he wouldn't be in a good position.
Right. You're not very that happy when you get called here.
Right. So I think we're going to see just a call here. It's too strong to fold, but not strong enough to 4-bet here in this particular dynamic. Wow. This is not going to get through. And
it is certainly not going to get through.
He ran into the right hand to be flipping against, but I would have preferred to see a call there and then continue on flops that don't contain an ace and proceed from there.
So an all-in. Oh no,
he's virtually went all in. He left himself one chip back.
I see.
And I think the reason he did
this
that
makes commentating so much harder. Now I'm mad. Marcus is all in now,
and he's going to take all of his time. And the reason why he's doing that is because even though they're 2 people away from a pay jump, so the chance that 2 people are eliminated on another table in this amount of time that he's taking, he gets a money ladder, and that's why he's doing this.
Very slim, by the way.
Very
that
unlikely.
That will happen,
yes. If you're 1 away, it's obviously a little bit more possible.
But we are 1 away from a redraw. So if Pantaleo does not win this flip, there will be a redraw, the final 3-table redraw. As it stands, Pantaleo the slight favorite. Like being based versus being red-pilled, one of these 2 things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Pretty similar stacks.
Marcus does have Pantaleo covered. Joey Pants tournament life on the line. Ace high flop not looking good for the Pantaloons. Six of diamonds on the turn, not helpful for Pantaleo. Luckily doesn't remove an out, as Marcus does not have a diamond either. River card, 7 of spades. That's going to be it for Giuseppe Pantaleo. Will be the 25th place finisher. And another elimination for PT Fisherman. Just took down Petrangelo, then Pantaleo. And we will be having a redraw.
Nice timing.
Pantaleo did not ladder up. Will be taking 25th place money for $44,700. Yeah, typically the way the ladders work is we get to an even number of tables, then an elimination, then a ladder.
You guys do it the right way. It was always done per table on other tours.
You don't really want it to be happening at the short-handed table, right? You want it to be...
And that has to do with about balancing tables before you get to stage ups. So this is the fairest way to do it.
We are going to hold up play here. But my guess is there's still action happening.
I got interviewed and it took up the entire break. And I went to the bathroom and make sure like no hands are played. We're redrawing, right? It's gonna take like 5 minutes.
There is a redraw. We really need you to move your
I know.
We did get a question on Twitch while we wait to see if there's still action at the other tables. What's the longest anyone you've seen that has tanked with no shot clock? Anything crazy like 15 minutes or more? Robert Mizraki here at the PCA, I don't want to say like 7, 8 years ago, tanked for 11 minutes once. It wasn't pre-flop, and it was a genuine decision. It wasn't a ladder thing. It wasn't anything like that. But still pretty insane.
Okay.
That was pre-shot clock era.
Pre-shot clock, yeah. And it was deep in the event. It almost made sense to tank for that long. So there is still one hand in progress out in the field. Mitchell Halverson versus Ehsan Amiri, and 5 cards on the board. 4 Trey, King, 7 Deuce. There's 3 clubs out there. And Halverson is checked. Halverson, the player with the headphones around his head. Ehsan Amiri to his right with the sunglasses. Oh no, looks like action, excuse me, is
we're on the river and, he's in the tank.
Okay, there we go.
Looks like he's facing a bet of 125,000.
Thank you.
Used at least 1 time bank so far.
Wow, that's a big raise.
Puts in a big raise.
That is a splashy raise, maybe enough to put
900,000.
Halverson all in, looks like, actually.
Yes, he does jam all in.
Sorry, to put Amiri all in. That's Halverson raising 900,000, enough to put Amiri all in.
Call.
Amiri makes the call. Halverson shows a flush. King Trey, no good for Amiri. That's 2 pair. A bit of a cooler there. Amiri eliminated. So we're actually down to 23 players. So the next player out will get the pay jump, but Amiri will not. Big pot for Halverson. Tough spot for Amiri, and I guess with those hands, it must have been blind on blind, right? If it's Jack 4 of clubs versus King 3, makes it even harder.
They were sitting next to each other. Those river check jams out of position are rarely bluffs.
Rarely bluffs, and it's hard to know, right? With King Trey, you're like, huh, what not bluffs am I beating with 2 pair? Wasn't quite top and bottom, but effectively. And a pretty exciting time in this tournament to have made it down to the final 3 tables. And we'll have some of the same faces at the feature table, some different faces at the feature table.
Well, I guess 2 out of the 3 tables remaining will be featured.
That's right, you're right. The main feature and the secondary feature. Gotta feel bad if you're 2 feature tables and you're not on one of them, right? I mean, what a blow to the ego.
That's probably the best table to be at.
Right.
There's a reason why the tables are featured.
It's me and you and the rest of these bozos. And just want to reiterate that we have the best floor, best dealer staff in the world. Elise right there, keeping things organized. Juppy running things, pitching cards at the feature table. Marta Rosian and Markish supervising their chips. They prefer players to move their own chips during the redraw. And just an overview of the room as a whole. Obviously, we're down to the final 3 tables in the main event, but man, the PCA is, again, one of the best stops on the entire tour to come play other stuff. Wide range of buy-ins. Mystery Bounty still going on right now.
Yeah, and outside of, like, Vegas during the summer series, like, there's no place, no tournament series that has, like, the number of different tournament options per day as the PCA has always had. There's always 4 or 5 different tournaments you can play every single day.
Yeah, it really is a great spot for if you're a veteran of the tour or if you're new to it. It's a very welcoming, fun environment. Plenty of chances to satellite into the big stuff.
Right. Someone in the chat says, nice dress code in this tourney. I mean, you have to understand poker players will wear whatever is comfortable and whatever they want, but we're in the Bahamas on vacation here.
Exactly. Why not get a real job if you're going to have a dress code? Here are the top 10 chip counts for the tournament as a whole. Christopher Chick with 155 big blinds, 3.1 million. Artur Martirosyan, a live and online crusher, won an EPT. In Sachi, one of the more recent EPT winners, over 100 big blinds. Sergei Reichsak, chip leader to start the day, still third in chips. I mean, this dude had a ton of hands today. Aces, kings, set, straight, flush. Just been a day for him. James Tolbert in fourth. Now, another Giuseppe in fifth. I'm going to leave that last name for Hardigan. Ian Matakis rounding out the top 6. And why not look at what they're playing for? Not quite up to that 10th place 6-figure money yet, but we are within sniffing distance of it. 23 players remain. Get near the final table and you're making 6 figures. Make it to the final day, 6th place, that's 300K. Near enough 400 for 5th, over $500,000 for 4th. Closing in on $750,000 for 3rd, but it's gonna be very top heavy at this point. A nice even mill ball for 2nd place and $1.5 million to the winner.
And this is where it all comes down to. I mean, you've been playing poker now for 4 days, and those decisions were important, but it's to put yourself in this position here to make that final push to the final table where the real money is.
And I think we are just about ready to take a look at yet another feature table. We put all the players into a tombola, spun it around, picked out 8 of them, and they are now taking their seats. Wouldn't you know it, Ramon Calillas burst onto the scene the last time we had the PCA. Of course, didn't win the PCA main event, but won the $5 million in the first ever PSPC. And what a victory lap he has done to have made it to the top 23 in the very next big buy-in event at the Bahamas.
The PokerStars Championship! Let's go!
You guys sit down over there.
It is a total dream come true.
How much better can it get?
We're not even done with the main event yet, gang, but man, oh man, are we already looking ahead to the PSPC. Ramon has already cashed in this event for more than enough to buy in. PSPC is a freeze out, by the way. Pretty cool. Don't see a lot of those these days. You get one shot at it.
Old school. And I think that's what makes it special.
Which I particularly like for the fact that you're going to have more amateurs in the PSPC than you would in this event even.
Especially because it's such a high buy-in. So the professionals will be able to fire multiple shells much more easily.
Correct. And we are streaming every single day of the PSPC. Starting January 30th, final table on February 3rd. You can watch it on Twitch. You can watch it on YouTube. We'll all be here. Edges of our seats. And it's going to be a sweat just to see how big the prize pool is. I think it's going to be a bigger prize pool than it was last time. I think the winner is going to get more than Ramon got, unless Ramon wins it again, which at this point I am not ruling out.
the last time there was an extra $1 million added to first place. So because of that, even though the prize pool might be bigger, I don't think the first place prize will be bigger.
All right, fair enough. And of course, you know, not everyone won a Platinum Pass. Not everyone can afford a $25K buy-in. And if you're one of most of the world that applies to, we got the mini PSPC for you. If you're living in a place where the global liquidity market applies to you, you can play the online version of the PSPC for 1/1000th of the price, which turns out is very easy to calculate. $25 times 1,000 is $25,000. That means for $25, you can play the mini PSPC. That starts on Monday, January 30th, and there's tons of added value in that. We've got tickets and satellites and packages, all kinds of things, bells and whistles being added to the mini PSPC. Check it out for more details. Pretty impressed with how fast the redraw got done.
Yeah, that's a big part of your luck in a tournament is the draw and the seat that you get.
Yeah, great point. And it's just, again, another testament to how well things are run here. Very proud to be able to say that. Just from the dealers to the floor to the way the whole thing is organized. All right, there's our new feature table, 8 players, and what a lineup here. Martirosian, Titani, Thero, Colonius, Parr, Gilbert, Sparling, Coleus. Okay, maybe Sparling is someone we don't know that well, but everyone else is legit a superstar.
Yeah, not only that, we're going to have an interesting dynamic because Martirosian has over doubled the second place in chips, so he's going to be able to put so much pressure on his opponents.
Is it attack mode already?
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to see him raising and 3-betting a lot here. And his opponents are just going to have to play relatively passively overall against him. But like you were saying, how the PokerStars Live Tour is, I've played poker all over the world, and PokerStars definitely puts on the best live events there is from the staff from the top down. The dealers are the best.
I'm glad as a player you can say that because it's, you know, it's easy for me to say it because I witness it, but I don't experience it.
Right. I'm not just saying that because I'm here in the booth with you guys. You guys have been, you know, perfecting this tour for what, 15 years now, and you know, it really shows.
All right, we are back in action. Taylor Parr, Ace Jack, couple of hearts. Munjoy asks, who is guest commentator? I'm not even sure we can call him a guest. He's just a commentator. We're here with Scott Baumstein, South Florida legend. And action's been folded around to Colonius in the big, who folds 9-6. And there's a new payout now. That 44,300 is no longer what everyone's
51,400. We're all guaranteed now.
Yeah, and that's only for a couple of places. The pay jumps come faster now. This is really why everyone is taking so long with their decisions. It's not only do you ladder up, but the ladders come more quickly.
Right, because we lose 2 more people and then we get another pay jump.
And I believe the plan is we've got 34 minutes left on this level. The plan is to play another full level. I'm sure there's some number they could hit that will be like, all right, well, maybe we'll call it for tonight. But we're not there yet. So let's just plan on 33 minutes here. A break and then another 90-minute level.
Yeah, you can tell that before we saw his cards, that Yo woke up with something. Put his hat down, put his sunglasses on.
Shields up. And Ace-Jack suited
then
again
puts in the
for
super
par.
slow motion call. Yeah, and Yo has pretty much his strongest hand here that he's just going to be calling with. That isn't exactly a trap. It is to some extent, but he's sort of playing cautiously.
The last thing you want to do is, you know, go crazy here with ace-queen, and then it's ace-king under the gun, or aces or kings.
Right, and the reason why he doesn't 3-bet the ace-queen suited here is because he didn't want to face an all-in in case he was 4-bet.
Yeah, and par with the dominated hand, it's domination rotation now.
Love that check here from Par. Par hit this flop really well, but he knows his opponent is oftentimes going to take a stab at it here. We're going to see a bet here. Taylor wants to protect against some of the straight draws, specifically the ace-X's that Yo could have here that he might want to continue with. He could have, like a hand that he has, it's going to have overcards and a gut shot. Could have hands like 5s and 6s that picked up straight draws.
Sorry, which player can have 5s and 6s right now?
Well, they could both have 5s and 6s, but I'm saying that we're betting now is Taylor on the turn because that 3 brings in some straight draws that he could get called by, like he does here.
Well, if you have 5s and 6s, you just made a straight, but unfortunately for Guibert, it's just ace-queen high.
Neither of them has 5-6.
Does anyone fold 5s and 6s +1 after the under the gun raise?
It could be a foldable spot. I don't think Yo is folding.
Got it. Okay. That's the relevant information. Pretty clear value bet for Par. Seems like a slam dunk fold to us mere mortals, but I guess good players are going to run through some various scenarios. Can they?
I can't imagine he's going to find a call here. He doesn't have a good combination to call with. He's showing up to the river with one of his weaker hands, and I don't think he gets to the river here and calls a bet on the turn with many hands that are worse than his ace-queen here.
Yeah, like what are you beating there? King queen, not hearts, and does I'm only talking like what's a pre-flop hand that might raise under the gun?
It's more than that. We think about like what our range of hands that we show up to the river with. And if we're calling with a hand as weak as ace-queen, which is one of the worst hands he can get to the river with, then he's calling with all of his hands. So we have to take our entire range, call with some of these hands, fold some of these hands, raise some of these hands. But if we get to the river with our worst hands, we certainly can't be calling with them. We could be raising or we could be folding. But if he's calling there with ace-queen, then he's just calling all the time. And from a theory standpoint, that becomes a problem.
Right, that's not very good. Pocket aces for Ditani.
And he has the second most chips at the table. Be a bad time for Chris to, for Artur to make a play at this.
Or Ramon with his 9 big blinds, who has not acted yet.
Oh, wow. And Kalilis's run looks like it's going to come to an end now because there's no way he's not moving all in here, running his ace-king into aces. But he too is going to take all of his clock and go all in except for that one chip because on the off chance that 2 people bust in the other tables, he gets that pay jump, which is worth about $8,000. Wow.
Holy
So
shit.
Gutierrez has 46 big blinds. He has 930,000. The question is, what is he going to do now? Is he going to just call? Is he going to raise and isolate? I think he should be just calling with his entire range of hands here, because it protects when he has some of his weaker hands that he's calling with, like aces, or stronger hands like aces, but also his hands like tens.
Gutierrez announced something, and it wasn't call. He's 4-betting to 240,000. Unfortunately for Ramon, this isn't going to save him, really.
Yeah, it's certainly a massive cooler. He might have stacked off anyway, running your queens into aces here. But I think this is his 4-bet here is a fundamental mistake. No, I think he 4-bet.
Yeah, the queens have disappeared for a minute. There we go. We're back.
I think he should just be calling here with all of his hands that he's continuing with, because he can protect himself when he has one of his weaker calls like tens, but also he can have his stronger calls like aces. And I think we just call with all of them so that you can have all of your range of hands in this spot.
I understand that's the play, but once Titani moves all in, you're so committed at this point. Oh, it looks like Ramon, it was perceived to have been all in already. It looked like Gutierrez tried to call before Ramon has acted.
Right.
Titani has shoved.
So now he knows that...
this complicates things. Okay, there it is. That goes in. And Thero makes the call as well.
Wow, very quickly.
Titani in a great spot right now to become the chip leader.
This is a massive pot here. It's going to be over 2 million chips.
Worth tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in real money, not just chips.
Gutierrez doesn't have a suit either.
That's right. Thero's suits are covered, can't flush out to win this pot. Probably gonna need to spike a queen.
You cover me, right?
I think so.
1,900.
9. I have 1 million. So.
What a cooler. I haven't seen a deck this cold since EPT Hoth. Here we go. Huge flop. 9, 7, 5, 2 spades. Spades can only help Titani. I guess there's a way to put a chop on board.
6-8.
Turn card is a 7. That eliminates
Ramon is out.
The chop option. Ramon drawing officially dead. Gutierrez can still spike a queen. 5% chance it happens. River. No queen. Aces
Yes,
hold.
you might have chips, I don't know.
No, I cover everything.
Double elimination.
Good luck.
From Thero to 0.
What a spot to get in there. Run your aces into ace, king, and queens for chip lead pot in the tournament with 3 tables left.
Ramon also busto.
Nice hand.
Certainly disappointing, but you can't really complain about, I'll call it a year, even though it's been way longer than that, but the time in between the last PCA and this one, Gutierrez out in 22nd place.
That year was 4 years long.
Yeah, a 4-year year, a 4-year cycle from
a leap year.
Yeah, a leap year from PCA to PCA. And Ramon really does deserve a round of applause for this victory lap from last PCA to this one, and it's not even over yet. Out in 23rd for 51-4. Now, I said Titani could potentially take the chip lead. He didn't. Ramon and Gutierrez did not have enough chips to put him over Martirosyan. However, they are now dang close.
Poker should be 6 man. I don't know why we play more than 6 people in poker.
Martirosyan still holding at 2.29 million. Titani 2.175.
Yeah, like 8, 9.
Come on.
What a hand. We went from 25 players to 22 players in
2 hands.
2 hands.
That's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you lose 5 players in the snap of a finger, and sometimes it takes a level to lose 1.
Absolutely. And Michel Detani getting it quietly. You would not think that that's the face of someone who just skyrocketed to 2nd on the leaderboard and just got 2 places closer to the 1.5 million first place prize. And we have to play on. We can't even just like sit here and bask in the afterglow. No come down from that. And Detani with another very strong holding under the gun, pocket 9s. Taylor Parr.
I think that means they're going to be 6-handed now.
Taylor Parr 3-betting from the small.
The under the gun open to the small blind 3-bet is generally a very strong kind of format to 3-bet from.
Some metagaming happening here.
But 9s is going to be too strong, 6-handed. He's in position, has Tapar significantly out-chipped. We're going to see a call here. Wow. Flops the full house.
I mean, from aces to flopping a boat.
And Taylor does flop an inside straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah.
So it's going to be enough for him probably to continue here to some extent. Just does not want to see a 10, that's for sure.
Can't make a straight flush, and that's why you see 0% on the screen, even though without the 9 of diamonds in Detani's hand, it was going to be a bit uphill. And Detani firing 100,000 into a pot of 360. Just giving Parr a great price.
Wow, great way for Taylor to navigate that.
Wow.
3-bet with the 7-8 suited. You do flop a gut shot, albeit on a paired board with a backdoor flush draw, and he doesn't lose any more chips.
The tickler just slapped away. No, thank you. No, thank you. I take your finally. Look, everyone.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, yo.
Finally, Jonathan Little.
Are we going viral today?
We try, huh?
Okay.
If I have King 9, guys,
yeah,
I'm all in. It's a diamond, I'm all in twice.
Jay Little gracing us with an appearance at the feature table. And he'll be under the gun this hand. Comes with 58 bigs.
Comes right in there raising.
As far as I know.
All right.
I feel like he's got something good. Oh, no.
Great.
Yeah, he's got to have something.
Pocket 8s.
Great spot.
Great spot, thanks.
Number 23.
Good position.
Yeah.
Snowmen,
But you're
nom
good position, so it's okay.
Yeah, I might try to eliminate you both ways.
Oh boy. It's aggressive.
And he's
Like
1.1.
Detani is en fuego right now. All right. Jonathan, welcome to the table. The first one's free.
And he's going to come in with that middle of the pack stack, about 1.2 million.
Sorry.
It's going up to 60 big blinds now.
I think it's unfair. We cannot straddle in a tournament. So this is so imba.
Okay. Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
I mean to come to the table, but you have a comment that's right there.
Oh man.
Yeah, fine. Nice one, yeah.
All right.
Really
One day we managed to make a round of straddle in a 25K in a tournament.
It worked?
Yeah, everybody did it, even short stacks. I swear it was in Monte Carlo, EPT Monte Carlo.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Like, I would say end of day one, kind of. Not too bad.
Things get a little silly in some of the high rollers. I'm not sure. I mean, look, you can't stop people from raising blind, but a straddle,
and there's
in its
few
purest sense, is not going to happen here in the main event.
Right. There's few people who could pull that off to convince their table to do it other than Yo.
Fold.
Can I see your chips, please? All right. 8 something.
Jonathan with 10-7 in the big blind. I saw Nick Petrangelo fold this in the big blind earlier, and it made me very happy.
He was probably dominated.
Right, no, he just had a read.
Yeah.
King Jack 7, a pair for little.
Perhaps the raise probably came from an earlier position than the cutoff. From the cutoff,
it wasn't
10-7
super
like
early, but
10-7
probably,
seems like a defender.
probably was earlier than the cutoff. You're right.
Because as we get closer to the button, your opponents raise more and more hands, so you can call with some weaker hands versus late position raises from the big blind. But from early position raises from the big blind, you're going to be tighter.
Par continues, little calls, and a pair for par.
I think that means par checks
a
back here
slowdown?
and tries to get to showdown now.
A slowdown for the showdown.
Nope. He's going for it. And Little has one of his more difficult hands to continue with the 7 because he does, he has a lot of kings and a lot of jacks there. So
par just puts him on having some 7s. What a great bet.
Some 7s, some gut shots that he can get him off of.
How's everyone so good? It's so annoying.
They're getting better. And I'll tell you how everyone's so good. It's Jonathan Little's fault.
Yeah, right. I mean,
this guy has pumped out, no joke, over I feel like a dozen books. He's got a training site. He's the guy out there like teaching the masses how to play poker.
And no offense to anyone else.
You get a plug for this, John,
because I don't know you know what all the training things are out there. But when people come to me and they say, "Hey, if I'm pretty new to poker and I just want some basic like to get from newbie to the next level," I'm like, Jonathan Little, go check out. He's got tons of free stuff. He's got,
and he's one of the OG guys from my generation. He was the guy that really picked up the teaching element, the book writing element
before everyone else.
Of the what now became, I don't want to call it new school, it's now old school, but after the guys like Doyle Brunson and
sure,
were writing those
middle
much
school,
older, much older books. He was the first guy from the internet age to really pick up on that teaching element.
Yeah, it's almost like everyone's coaching and teaching now, but he was one of the first. Jack 6-4 heads up to the flop. Titani Martirosian. Titani's 3s in the lead. Scott Anderson on YouTube. I'm not super interested in your well actually right now. Just take it easy. Just calm down. Jason Asher says, don't forget Action Dan Harrington books. Yeah, what I thought was odd about the Dan Harrington book is there was a coloring book at the end of it.
I remember that. Harrington on Hold'em. I do remember those books. But yeah,
it did actually have a workbook in the back where you would like fill in answers.
Right, but that's what I mean. Like Dan Harrington was the guy of that previous generation that Jonathan really, picked up the flag for. I used to read all those books, 15 years ago, and now the format has just changed. It's a lot of streams and videos and coaching sites. The way we consume information is a lot different now.
I've only ever read one poker book, and it doesn't really count as a strategy book. Positively Fifth Street. Great read.
James McManus.
Yeah, it probably is what made me fall in love with poker and get into poker. Again, we're heads up to this flop. It's ace, king, 6, 2 hearts. Top pair for Ditani. What a level this human is having.
My favorite was the banker, the joker, and the suicide king.
The professor, the banker,
banker,
and the suicide king. Yes.
Again, not about strategy, but that was about the
excellent book.
The biggest game ever played.
I've read some of that, and I know the story very well. That's about when Andy Beal came to town and thought that a rich man could eventually beat good poker players if you had an unlimited bankroll, and he lost $100 million.
I don't think it was that much.
It was.
He definitely lost tens of millions.
Tens of millions.
10 plus million.
It was so much money that when he left town, everyone played a bigger game.
Because they were all richer now.
That's what made it go from like a 1,000, 2,000 game to 2-4 or whatever it was, 500,000 to 1,000, 2,000.
Put money into the economy. And he wasn't losing by much relative to the stakes. They were just playing so big that it was so significant. And he was playing a corporation, a group of the best players in the world.
Yes. And they were swapping out for people that were better at particular games. It was...
Well, they were playing limit hold'em.
Yeah. Was it all limit?
Yeah, it was all limit hold'em.
Okay. I interviewed Ted Forrest. Was one of the first interviews I ever did back when I was podcasting, and Ted is the suicide king mentioned.
Ted Forrest is a legend. He's still around. This guy.
Is he still playing Vegas?
He still plays all over the place.
Wow, all right.
But he'll play like a wide spectrum of things too. He's a guy who will play. I've seen him play like in 5-5 and then in like in massive games as well.
Rystax asks, who was the professor? We know who the professor was. We don't say his name that often anymore. Beer Blazer says, I love how Stapes just makes up the story of the book. I am definitely misremembering things because I haven't thought about it in about 15 years. But yes, I'm glad Scott's here to correct me. Colonius trying to get away with one here on the river. Not going to be enough to get top pair to fold, and Ditani's just going to keep adding chips. And is that going to be the one? Is that going to be the one that puts Ditani? Yeah, it sure is. New chip leader, my babies. Michelle Ditani with the aces and the double knockout and the flopping of the straight and the top pair and the other top pair. Now, top of the heap, 2.68 million, 134 big blinds. Farther Martirosian with only 110 big blinds.
Right. Having over 100 big blinds on day 4 of a tournament is a lot. It's always going to mean you're at the top of the counts.
Oh So Roar says this run good is setting him up nicely for the final table. Anything could happen, but he's certainly looking pretty good at this point. 21 players left, and we've got 9 minutes left on this level. We're going to play one more full level, or if we get to 16, we're going to call it. If we get to the final 2 tables, we're going to call it.
550 to start the hand. Huh? 550 to start.
Maybe we're not going to be able to play the PSPC.
I know. We're going to have to sit in my room for 2 weeks.
Fuck. We're going to stay in Bahamas.
Yeah. Too bad. You can probably go to the beach still if you have COVID, right? You'll be okay.
Martirosian raising from the button,
Yeah.
king 9 suited.
Sit on the beach for a week.
It should be a week.
With the pig.
Is that going to be a raise and take it from the buttons? Yeah.
They cannot get COVID.
Private COVID reminder the pigs as well.
There you go. There's the smile from Ditani. Juarne says Ditani is a fantastic human being and a friend of mine, but haven't seen his amazing smile yet. Hope we get to see it. Best smile in poker. That's a lovely message. And it is a nice smile. Couple people asking what the box is with the button next to the dealer. That's the shot clock, aka a timer, with which you are limited to how long you have to make your decisions. 30 seconds on the shot clock. If it runs out, you're forced to use a time bank card. You get 6 of them at the start of the day. You get more every day. They do carry over. And if you run out and the shot clock gets to 0, your hand is folded.
Oh. It's definitely something to get used to when it's your first few times playing with that clock. You start getting used to thinking streets ahead. Like sometimes if I'm on the flop and I have extra time, I'm going to use that time because I'm thinking about what happens on certain turns.
I've never made it to. I've never been in a shot clock tournament. I didn't even consider that.
Because generally when the shot clocks come out, you're sort of in the money and you're later in the tournament. So these pots are big and they're significant. So you have to, think about these little things and these little edges. And if that means you're playing a big pot late in the tournament, in the money, in a major event. And you don't want to waste any of that time. So if it only takes you 15 seconds to come to your decision, use that extra 15 seconds to think a street ahead.
Oh, so sometimes you will have major decision and you're like, I'm just going to use the rest of the
Correct.
time. Wow.
Because I know I'm only going to get 30 seconds on the next
Sure.
street.
No one's really presented it like that before. Thanks for sharing that with us. Bear wins this one with a C bet. Gorath says it should be a shock clock. If you waste too much time, you'd get shocked. We've discussed that. Five minutes left on the level. All right, here's one from Twitter for you. Scott, try to answer as best you can. I know it's not. Lots of conditional answers in poker. Hi, and thank you for the broadcast. My question is how much of a poker bankroll a player should have in order to join these kinds of tournaments and high buy-ins? Greetings from Turkey.
Maybe something around 50 buy-ins is probably a pretty reasonable number.
50 buy-ins, what does that mean? So if it's a 10K buy-in,
it would be 500K if you're taking your own action.
I need $500,000 to play a 10K.
Well, then you can sell. Saying it, buy-in rules.
I don't think I have 500 times. Wait, how many? 50 times?
50 times.
I don't think I have 50 times whatever.
But honestly,
I don't think I have 50 times 1%.
It could be a little. Probably, it's a smaller amount of times for the smaller tournaments because those are easier. Your variance might not be as high.
If I'm playing a $200 tournament, I don't have to have 50 times 200 in my bankroll. Especially if I'm. Also, you're talking about someone that's like has a bankroll. If you're a recreational player and you're going to play once a year,
when you're talking about guidelines to not go broke when you're trying to make money at playing poker,
yes,
it's different when your goals are different.
All right, we've got Guibert versus Colonius. Top pair for Guibert. Colonius sticking around, calls the 60K bet. Really hoping for a 10.
Colonius has the nut no pair. Makes the absolute nuts with E10, but also sometimes he's good here with just the king-jack.
The question here I think I know the answer to. I'll ask it at the end of the hand. Let's see what Scott says. I'll let him handle this one. Not much time left on this level, though, gang. And Colonius is going to fire again.
I don't see Yo folding an ace here for that amount. But he's gonna take his whole clock and then call.
Is it whole clock or hold clock? Whole clock this time. And Scott predicts correctly. 120,000 called by Gilbert. And we are headed to the river. Nearly 500K in the middle. It's a 6 of clubs. Pretty fun run out for top pair.
6 doesn't really change anything. He got called twice on this board.
And Colonius does not. Neither player has a pot-sized bet left behind.
Is he going to pull the trigger here for 2/3 pot all in? Would not be an easy call for Yo. Wow.
Does it. Empties the clip.
This takes a lot of heart right here.
Bet shove.
And this is not an easy decision for Yo at all. We talked before about showing up to the river with a certain range of hands. I think Yo actually does have one of his weaker hands here showing up to the river. And that's because when he calls twice, he usually has an ace or better. And this is his worst ace.
Thank you.
He has better aces with better kickers, and his weaker aces made aces up.
Mm-hmm.
Like Yo could show up to the river with 4-5, ace-3, ace-6, ace-deuce, ace-10. These would all be better hands to call with, and he does fold.
The
wow.
bluff works.
It worked.
Colonius gets away with one. It looks like we're going to squeeze in one more hand while we do that.
That's not an easy thing to do when you're going all in for just 2/3 of the size of the pot for your tournament life when you got called twice versus a player, mind you, who is very sticky.
I guess you can narrow it a little bit, right, from the big blind. Like there was no re-raise, so it's maybe there's not a lot of big aces.
Yeah,
in
but
the
all
range.
the smaller aces made aces up. So he could have had ace-2,
So there's only a
ace-6,
few, right,
ace-3.
that don't
he could
have
had
two pair.
4-5 for the straight. He could have had
I
ace-10,
don't like
which
having
would have
them
been a better
for
call
one
as well.
You can keep them to
So I understand that fold from Yo, and I think that is probably theoretically the correct fold, even though it happened to not be right in this situation. And that's because Yo got to the river with one of his weaker hands, even though it is top pair. Because if Yo had second pair on the turn, he may have just folded that, and all of his other aces are better to call with. He sort of had the worst ace to potentially call off there with.
So is that lucky in a sense for Colonius that he just so happened to have that particular ace?
Yes.
We will stay after the break.
Because like we said before, you're going to have to show up with a certain range of your hands to call with and a certain range of your hands to fold with. And he has like all sorts of better aces to call with.
And Par running into a bigger ace. Guibert this time with ace-9 in the small blind and against the button.
Big blinds, we're going to see it go right in here. Yo is going to go all in, and I don't think Taylor can easily call this 15 big blind shove with ace-5 offsuit. I think he's going to fold, yeah.
All right, so Gilbert is going to pick up the last hand of the level. Would have rather picked up the one before that. Picks up a couple of big blinds there. But with the blinds going up to 10,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 big blind ante, Gilbert is stuck with 15 bigs. In fact, why don't we take a look at all of the chip counts in just a second. The question I was going to ask you is, someone asked if PKOers were going to take over the live scene. It might be kind of hard to work out.
You mean progressive knockouts?
Yeah.
They've sort of been introduced recently over the years, and they're gaining in popularity, but I think enough of the population isn't really familiar with the format
It's a little hard to work the math out. Yeah. Here are the chip stacks at our featured table as we take our last break of the night. Titani, as we saw, just was gangbusters during that last level. Had the double KO. Martirosian was pretty quiet. Fewer big blinds only by virtue of the fact that they are going up. One last break. More from the PCA when we return. A little bit of justice here for Lonis. Hopefully.
Yeah, I was
So
going to
far.
say, well, Loosely does have some great backdoor equity he could turn, plus the overcard to the kings, of course.
$20,000 apiece. We go to the turn, which is the 5 of spades. Loosely checks a second time.
The straight draw does get there, but there are still quite a few hands you can hope to get value from. Of course, you want to maybe protect against some flush draws. The 9Xs would certainly come along for another bullet if sized properly, but Lonis just decides to check the turn. Not a bad river card for Loosely to perhaps entertain the thought of turning his hand into a bluff, but looks like he's gonna go for the check.
And now Lonis going for the value bet. 99,000 in the middle. Lonis with 242K behind. That's a fistful of blue. Those are the 5K chips. It's a bet of 45,000.
Does Loosely dare to perhaps find the check raise?
I mean, you gave the proper amount of foreshadowing about 2 minutes ago when you said you've seen him make some pretty ridiculous plays.
It certainly looks very strong if he decides to go for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pulls
this guy.
the trigger on a check raise bluff.
No.
All you can eat, and it's all into call for Lonis.
You are a sicko, but I love it.
Lonis is like, why did it have to be a diamond? Why didn't I just check back river?
No, you can't check back this river, but I get it. Oh, boy.
You've got to feel sick.
That's a time bank card going in.
The problem for Lonis is that Loosely doesn't have to be just check raising with the nut flush. I believe Loosely would do this with all his flushes, and considering he defended from the big blind, he certainly has every suited combo. People are not folding suited combos from the big blind. So
Can you eliminate, obviously, some of the suited combos based on what cards are out there already, right? Like your 6-7 suited and your 8-9 suited and your 9-10 suited. Those are all...
yeah, but they're going to defend 8 deuce suited, right?
Right,
Like we've seen
right.
the 8 deuce suited defends. We've seen the 5 deuce suited defends. We've seen 4 deuce suited defends. And you're not just going to be afraid that you're up against a bigger flush draw as Loosely. So why wouldn't you go for a check raise here in the spot with a lot of your flushes, not just the nut flush? So it's not just about having, you know, the ace X of diamonds in the big blind, because obviously that would narrow the range quite a bit. Well, Lonis can't do it.
The French go wild as Sylvain Loosely gets the bluff through. Jesse Lonis folds kings, and Loosely adds nearly 100K to his stack. Second in chips at this feature table. I'm hearing there is an all-in and a call at the main feature table. It is Steve O'Dwyer all-in with King 10, and he has run into the Ace-King of Lowness. Plus, we've got Loosely with 8s.
Domination situation.
So, Lowness is the at-risk player here. O'Dwyer will be left with 5 big blinds unless we see some sickness. Well, there is an ace on the flop. Gut shot for Steve O'Dwyer. 4 cards for Lowness to fade. Five of hearts changes nothing. Same 4 cards that Steve O'Dwyer needs to see. Otherwise, he's left super short. And indeed, Lowness's ace-king holds, and Lowness doubles up. And Steve O'Dwyer is now in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
157, I believe.
I mean, this is a legit danger zone. 5 big blinds.
Lowness, meanwhile, playing 33 bigs.
It's 157.
And we have ticked down to 51. We've lost someone in 52nd place. It is... No, the squid. Sam Grafton ran queens into aces, and he cashes out in 52nd place for 29,400. So once again, we find ourselves in a situation where Ramon Kalilas is the last remaining player from Team PokerStars Pro.
My goodness. So Sam, you see, he smiles, he gets up like a professional, but you saw that table knock. There was a lot of mustard on that. It was quite the...
Well spotted on that.
So we're 30 minutes into the day, 30 minutes into the first level of day 4. And we have seen 3 eliminations so far.
Jamil Wakil. Love it.
Hasn't picked up much in the way of hands. Doesn't really have good enough stack where he wants to be opening too wide, especially with all of these good players behind him with big stacks, such as right set.
Steve O'Dwyer all in from the hijack with 10-9 suited. A hand named after the player who we just saw KO'd in 52nd place. And Taylor Paul, I guess, is priced in with pretty much any 2, right?
Yeah, there's a few hands, you know, the very bottom of the range he could fold, but I think he might look him up with the Jack-7.
Good luck, Steve.
Jack high is ahead right now. Steve needs to hit, needs to improve.
I know it's going to sound crazy, but I think Steve could still outplay him.
He's got 44% equity. Could be worse.
Well, we just saw Grafton go bust. Can Steve survive with the Grafton?
It's all connected.
Suited
flop.
connected.
Whoa!
Wow.
Is all
Yeah.
hearts.
Yeah, I think that's you.
Whatever Steve wants, he gets, except for his luggage.
No sweat on the turn. Taylor Paul drawing dead. So Steve O'Dwyer gets more than a double up. Steve now playing a 12 big blind stack. Still very short. Jamil Wakil also playing 15 big blinds. So 2 shorties on the main stage. Steve O'Dwyer all in with ace-10 up against Jamil Wakil's queens. Not looking good for O'Dwyer.
Yeah, but so far today, hearts has been his friend.
Short stack versus short stack. It's like a little slap fight between dwarves.
Oh, okay. Instead of the flush, he's just going to hit the overcard.
Probably no hearts now would be good.
Steve O'Dwyer just has to fade a queen on the river, and he gets another double up, and that's going to leave Jamil Wakil with just 2 big blinds. A queen on the river! Steve O'Dwyer gets done by a 2-outer on the river. Granted, Wakil had the best hand when all the money went in. Steve O'Dwyer eliminated in 51st place. The champion of the EPT Monte Carlo main event in 2013, cashing out for $29,400.
Terrifically brutal drama there.
Like queens?
You had queens?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I open raise queens and Leonard called call.
Yeah.
10-8 versus ace-6. Just a nut flush for Datani.
Where's this flopping flushes today? I think it's a, what, 2% chance with suited cards that you'll flop a flush?
Yeah, a little over, but Datani obviously realizing how rare it could be for your opponent to have much to call with when you have all of the goods in your hand. Checks back, which allows Loosely to make a straight.
First hand, I used 2 time bangs. Usually, I don't use any of them. I mean,
Oh, wow, and you see Loosely
No,
go
yeah.
pretty big on the sizing.
You know, some days you go through the whole day, you won't use one of these.
Yeah.
First hand.
Loosely, more like loosely.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot for 90.
And this is exactly what Datani was hoping for when he checked back the flop,
not
was
but it's the
to
same
get
deal.
Loosely to bet into him on the turn, but I don't even think Datani knows how good that turn card is for him.
I think your original time should be 45 seconds.
Pre-flop?
No, when you're in
your first.
After flop.
Oh, yeah, this is all
30
bad.
seconds in a lot of spots, and this deep in the tournament, it's really not that much time.
Very bricky river is going to
but
cause Loosely to go fairly
by the time you get to
big, I
5,
would
you're
imagine, on
rushing
the
your
sizing
decision pretty.
on the river.
Which is whatever.
I mean, you basically
it's like chess.
forced to play with it.
Yeah.
You're what?
I'm a fast
Just
player.
forced to make your decision.
Yeah.
I'm not one to play slow, but you know, when you're this deep, it's like
Yeah, for sure.
30 seconds goes by quick.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
125.
Yeah, it hurts. It's going to hurt.
Get ready to feel the pain.
Especially because Loosely knows what he did earlier with just the nut blocker. That when Datani raises, Loosely's going to be like, huh, is he taking a page out of my playbook? Do I need to look him up right now?
Yeah, he came to me.
Switch in between.
Reminds me of Breaking Bad when the fly's in the lab and they're trying to. You watch Breaking Bad?
I was going to say, do you check your cards again in this situation just
the fly episode.
to make sure?
Me neither, but that shit was amazing.
Yeah.
I also look at the board really carefully and ensure I have the stone cold nuts right. There's nothing else out there
I'd
that
be
could
counting
beat
on
me.
my fingers, just
Yeah.
be like, queen, okay, no, there's no straight flush.
There is the shove from Datani.
I will say that the difference in this situation that I think will allow Loosely to get away is that Datani will very likely be c-betting that flop with the ace of spades in their hand. You know, that's a flop where you can very easily c-bet, take it down right then and there if you have the draw to the nut flush. If you check back here, this actually makes this raise a lot more credible and a lot more value leaning towards flushes than just, say, the naked ace of spades that misses the 4 flush.
Couple of eliminations to tell you about. Kelvin Kerber out in 50th. Bainham Patros out in 49th. 48 remaining now.
For that reason, this is, you know, quite a different scenario than when we saw Loosely get away with that one with the nut blocker against Lonis. And so I do think Loosely is going to figure this one out. I also felt like Datani sold it a little too much on the river. He looked around a lot at other stack sizes and just did a couple things where I'm like,
And ultimately came to the decision fairly quickly. I know that he still took some time, but remember how long Loosely took before he did the bluff shove with his flush? Sorry, with his fake flush. That's how good his bluff was. I thought he actually had it, and I could see the cards.
If Loosely makes his call, he will be eliminated.
I mean, Maria said earlier, don't try to bluff this dude.
Is this still a bluff?
Made a solid fold earlier on with the jacks against the trip aces.
Really great fold there. Didn't have a straight, though.
I think that if somebody has the ace of spades in this spot and they were the under the gun pre-flop, there we go. That's the right decision.
There's a flyer around the table bothering him all the time.
Yeah. And it's not true, yeah. I just said.
Okay, just say it. Okay, and now it's on your shoulder.
You ever watch Breaking Bad, the show?
Yeah.
Breaking Bad. There was the one episode where the fly's in the lab.
Okay. Jesse gonna fold a jack 8 here. Jamil Wakil. 9-7 suited. Everyone's famous, almost grafted.
It's in the range.
It's in the grafted family.
Yeah.
YouTube
the
chat.
genus.
The genus. The YouTube chat saying there should be an award for the best dressed poker player of the year. Now, at first
that's
glance,
a lot of losers.
At first glance, that seems a little bit silly, but I do feel like we have some pretty interesting show-ups. So it might add a lot to the live scene if we get some.
If they know they're being judged.
Yeah, well, I feel like poker players are the ones to really go ham in order to win that, and you know might bring a little bit of levity to the table.
I just feel like ham is not the way to win best dressed. All right, well, that's a flop that has a little something for everyone. Unfortunately for Loosely, not enough for him. Trip for Wakil.
Yeah, I mean you're better at this this kind of putting than me, but a Loosely defend from Silverman.
Sure.
And it's gonna cost him at least a smidge. Wakil just betting one big blind as he would with sort of ace-king high for protection. And this is an interesting board because you have the 9x, you can also incorporate some check raises with the ducks, but decides to just call.
Oh, well then.
Yes.
Quads on the turn for Wakil.
And look at this. This is why I like. Look at this poker face here. No acknowledgement inside. It gets the heart rate up just a little bit.
How many quads do you have to make in your life before you stop being excited about making quads?
It's a very exciting thing.
Sam, I'm not sure if he knows that he has quads yet.
I know.
That's how cold he is.
Yeah, and Sylvan doesn't. Has he checked? Yeah, he's got to check it over. Wow, and Jamil reaching quite.
That's quite quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, he had. He snapped that. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, by the way, that might be be a way to make it look like you don't have quads to do it that quickly, by the way. It's pretty interesting.
I'm a fan of it.
Yeah, and Sylvan has the 2 and can also obviously outdraw, you know, pocket jacks, pocket 10s, and such like if he hits the king, and will continue. And
river card is a jack.
Yeah, pretty good card for Jamil's range. Some of the bluffs going to be Jack 10, Queen Jack, Jack 8 suited, and the like. And now, what sizing do you want to go? Very interesting spot because, you know, as much as you study, you don't, you know, it's quite hard to know actually what to do with the 999 board where they have the 9 advantage or whatever it might be. Yes.
This, of course, going into my blockers are definitely real file.
Yes. So what does Sylvan want to do with the full house here? Yeah, he's not loving it, I guess.
Is he loving it less because of the jack also?
Yes, definitely. That's some of the bluffs have got that. What are you? Is a king X bluffing? Is it good to have a king? Is it better to have king 2 here, blocking kings, than 2-4 where you unblock the 7-8 bluffs? You know, all this going through his head. And also, to be honest, this is a little bit of a, do we know anything about this individual, right? Are they just going to bet 10-8, bet like this with such confidence, with such speed? There's a lot of factors playing in, and you can see it's a very marginal.
At this level, is there like a bare sort of, like a minimum of bluffs you have to give them credit for? Wow, okay.
That's just a very
laydown.
Strong fold. I mean, this is just, yeah.
Not the first good fold we've seen from Loose Lead today either.
Yeah, I feel like that's, I don't know the spot well enough. Almost like an exploitative fold. Really, I think having the king deuce there, if you're playing pure theory, you're probably supposed to pay, but just feels something's off, something in the universe, and pass the spot.
Halverson with the biggest of slicks.
Yeah, and wow, a lot going on here because
the fruity one as well.
Datani with top of the flatting range here, and Halverson throwing in. Yeah, and this is really gonna leverage Datani's stack. Not much room to just call. You don't
40
imagine.
bigs, the awkwardest of stack sizes.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen people. Yeah, I mean, it just may go in. I wonder, would be a remarkable fold from Datani.
Is that a big round of applause or rain?
How does he approach it? See Datani not comfortable, not excited. Yeah, there he goes.
Domination situation. Datani behind and at risk.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Just flattered with the ace-queen, wanting to, you know, so deep and with such a big age here, I'm sure he'll feel deep in this tournament, wanting to not get involved in big pre-flop confrontations, but having your strongest holding on the button versus such a sizable squeeze. So nice to just pick up the pot versus a king-jack or an ace-4, not risk getting bluffed down the streets.
Golden Jaguar says, great commentary, guys. Thank you for cheering me up in my hospital bed. It's been so great watching Datani. Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's not over yet. We've seen it happen. People have got out worse in poker, that's for sure.
Hope you feel better, Golden Jaguar. Here we go. Queen ball. Hello. It's a miracle. Get up out of that bed and walk.
It's amazing you're still employed by this company. And look at this switch of emotions.
Halverson is getting halved.
Yeah, it's huge pot. King required for Halverson.
Just the worst. River card, not a king. Double up Datani.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, of course this just happens 25% of the time, but you know, it's not every day. It's not every year that you're so deep in a giant tournament.
Welcome back to the Bahamas and the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure 2023. One more level left to play on day 4. Another 90 minutes of poker, unless we lose 5 players, in which case we will stop when we get to the final 16. Here are the big stacks coming back from the break. Christoph Czech is still the chip leader with 3.2 million. Michel Datani had a couple of great hands during that last session, catapulting him to 2nd place. And he is still at our main feature table, along with Artur Martirosyan, Jonathan Little, Taylor Poor, Alex Colonius, Evan Sparling, and Johan Guibert. So 21 players remain as we resume the action. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Good evening.
And of course, we are well into the money with 21 players remaining, with massive money up top. Most of the $8.6 million prize pool will be paid out on the final day. Big 6-figure scores with 7-figure scores for the top 2. $1.5 million. First place prize money in this year's PCA main events. So just waiting for players to return from break. Maria, you were with us for the start of the day. Obviously, you've had a bit of time to chill out, relax, or have you been playing poker?
I have not. I actually took my first day off from poker since I got here. It was lovely. The weather, not so great, but still just enjoyed a little bit of a break.
Because we had both Scott and Griffin sampling the water park today. Seems that Scott had more success than Griffin.
You don't say. Griffin bungled something?
Griffin nearly drowned in the lazy river.
Come on.
That's a thing? I mean, I guess for Griffin, anything's possible.
I mean, they say it only takes 2 inches of water to drown in, so Griffin, I mean, not surprised that 2.5 feet was plenty for him. Maria was cruising around the water park with former Poker in the Ears guest, Kim Caramelli.
Yes, walking the water park, certainly not going on any of the slides.
Yeah, Griffin reaching the conclusion that he may be too old for water slides. I think one of them made him feel quite nauseous.
Maria and Kim were both debating on how much money it would take to get one of them to ride a water slide. It was at least 4 figures.
No.
Hello to everyone watching on YouTube. Hello to everyone watching on Twitch. Looking forward to your questions and comments over the course of this level. Looks like we're finally ready to restart the action.
This is the last level, right?
Martirosyan returning
Can we
to the
redraw
table.
We'll still not entirely sure about that. That will depend on how many pairs.
To be determined.
That's a bad rule.
We will let you know.
All right.
We redraw every day.
You would think, but they might not redraw. If there's like 17 left, they might not redraw.
I believe the process is that as a redraw was conducted at 24, there would not be a redraw overnight. The redraw would be at 16.
Yeah.
Because if they have like 16, they don't, or 17, they don't sit this all down and then bust someone and then redraw it again. It takes a bunch of time.
Yeah.
So they would just leave it like this.
I don't disagree with Jonathan Little. I would prefer to do the redraw overnight and then not have to do another redraw when we get to 16. However, I believe the process is that there will be no more redraw now until we get to 16.
Jonathan Little, James Hartigan, both very smart and both very, very annoying.
Oh my gosh, man.
Just kidding, Jonathan.
Biological warfare.
One way or the other.
Yeah.
You know that.
It's fine. If I win, it'll be worth it.
So blinds are currently 10,000, 25,000 with a 25k big blind ante. This is level 23 of the main event.
Last level.
One note on table draws, just generally speaking, in these types of main events is when you get down to 21 players, it really matters how good or bad your table draw is, because it can really affect your ability to win chips at a stage where it's very critical to keep accumulating. And we talked over and over again about how tough this field has been relative to maybe people's expectations in general. And I have to say, I don't think there is such a thing as a soft table draw right now with 21 left.
No. And if there is a soft table draw, maybe it's because the table draw's had a long day and is under a lot of stress.
They have social anxiety.
Exactly. What happened? Who won the first hand? Sparling.
Sparling, you're playing golf.
Aww. Maria, you golf, don't you?
I do. Why, thank you for asking. Actually, I've been told I have a very good natural swing for someone who's never taken any golf lessons.
Did this compliment come from a man?
Came from Toby Lewis, actually, who was a great golfer.
I trust Toby. Have you ever golfed in Poland?
No, but, you know, it's landlocked. I don't know how many.
There's not a lot of water hazards there. It's a little easier. Gilbert, King 10 suited. Limping in. We've got a late position limping strategy being employed.
Yeah, I don't mind having a limping strategy off of, you know, sub 20 bigs, but
my hand.
This one's not going to get through.
Yours must have been bad.
Not sure.
Oh.
Maybe.
Keep waiting for Arthur Martirosian with that background attack. Oh. How's it going, fellow teenagers?
Mine was a 16.
The reason why you want to have a limping strategy, you know, when you have around a sub 20 big blind stack is because you have some type of hands that actually have good playability.
Get out of here. Is this guy serious?
I mean, clearly not. You want hands that have good playability post, but you can't really afford to raise and call a 3-bet off of a sub 20 big blind stack. However, you can limp and call potentially maybe a 3 or 4 big blind open raise after you limp. And that is why having this in your wheelhouse is the ability to get to flops with these types of hands that could flop and play really well post is important to develop that as a part of your strategy.
Doesn't it somewhat give away the sorts of hands?
Sure. Yes, but you know, if you flop equity and you're just going to go with it, it still can be profitable, even if your opponent can maybe range you a little better.
That is equity.
Eddie Jabara on YouTube asks, where are all the chip leaders from yesterday? Rocker, Buchan, O'Dwyer. You must be new around these parts, Eddie. Just because you're a chip leader on day 3 doesn't mean you're still going to be in on day 4. I can tell you that both Rocco and O'Dwyer are out. Noah Buchan, however, is still in.
That's pretty cool.
Remember, we have got 3 tables in play at the moment. 1 on the main stage, our secondary feature table, and then a single outer table. Hey, we've got Jerbeck27 watching on Twitch. He says, I'm currently first in the mini PCA 25 event. 50 players left.
Wow, that's cool.
Low buy-in mini PCA tournaments every single day of our live coverage. Main event on Sunday, which will have an EPT Monte Carlo package awarded to the winner, and the mini PSPC kicking off on Monday. Details on your screen now as we go to the turn.
Stack to pot ratio less than 1, and Martirosian obviously feels pretty comfortable that he has the best of it.
Pretty bad situation overall for this hand. Bad pre-flop, bad on the flop, bad now.
All in to call. And that is a fold.
To answer your question, there won't be any redraw unless we drop down to 16 pairs. So you'll keep the same table, you put the topping in the bag.
Same table tomorrow.
Yeah.
So at least confirming that the next redraw will be at 16, not overnight.
It's something. It's good to know.
Redraw at 16.
But not at the end of the day.
Unless you get to 16.
So tomorrow we come back here.
Unless you get to 16.
I feel like this isn't that hard
The
of a
widget
concept
doesn't look.
to
The
explain
widget
or
does not have us
understand.
getting to 16. We're not getting to 16. Colonius.
Deuces in the big.
Oh, is everyone just gonna ask the same question? No, it's okay.
Oh no, you're feeling a late night fan fest, or what's happening?
No, it's. I think they're all legit questions, but it's just people are like asking the same thing over and over again. Let's focus on someone flopping a set. Like ducks fly together, right, Maria?
What is the FAQ, Joe? What is the question that everyone is asking?
I mean, you literally just got done saying it. How much play left today? Wait, so they redraw tonight, right? I mean,
Okay, fine.
You can understand why I'm pulling my hair out over here.
Okay, remember, back to the flop set,
Right,
though.
the set. It's such a nice feeling flopping a set, especially with deuces.
Tani with the 2 overs and the backdoor flush draw. Feels like this is a pretty good board to just bet and hope to take it down. Colonius can certainly play this hand either slow or fast. I mean, with all of the draws out there, you can certainly disguise the strength of your hand and make your opponent feel like perhaps you've got one of those straight draw, flush draw type hands that makes them want to take one off, you know, with the hand like King Queen. But obviously up against a set, Tani is doing horribly. You don't really expect your opponent to have many offsuit 2-pair combos either, so it does feel like it favors their hand more as a draw just because they're not going to be defending the big blind with 8-deuce or 5-deuce offsuit.
Seven of hearts on the turn, and Colonius has a lock on this. Tani drawing dead.
Yeah, and that's going to probably kill Colonius's action just because a hand that could raise like 9-6 gets there. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of pair and straight draw combos. And you're not going to be doing too well against those. And when you float, you're hoping to turn backdoor equity as Tani, which he doesn't. Colonius with a sneaky little check, though. prompts Detani to fire. And it's interesting because Detani could also have some sets here. Potentially could have some 2-pair combos if they're going to be opening, you know, say 8-7 suited from the cutoff. But Colonius just always intended to go for the check raise, which is going to end things pretty quickly.
Wait, so you're saying, Patrick, that Colonius's online name is Mexican222 and he just flopped a third 2? Well, I wish I'd known that ahead of time.
I mean, he might flop another set of deuces before play ends.
Please. I will not miss my chance the second time.
So StatTrick also confirming that, as we established yesterday, Artur Martirosyan is Maratha 1, and Michel Detani is Freelancers with 2 Zs.
We already answered the bankroll question last level, Jackie. And you're asking, I mean, I know you were there for it because you went, oh, 50 times a buy, and I thought it was 100 times. We said 50.
I kind of feel to keep your blood pressure under control, you should just stop banning people.
It will release some of the tension. All right, I'm giving out free bans. Just write the word Hardigan in chat. Uh-oh.
We've got an all in here. Go viral, making a move with 10-8 of hearts.
Yeah, sub 10 bigs. Definitely within range there, but doesn't get any action. Happy to not get action, I should mention.
What did you add against me? 7 juice? That's in your range.
Well, we're going over to the secondary feature table, all in and a call. Noah Buchan, we talked about him a short while ago. He's at risk with the Spraggy, ace-7, and he is dominated by ace-king, and there is a king-high flop.
It is never good when you're at risk with the Spraggy.
And that turn card has Noah drawing dead, and we lose the EPT Copenhagen 2005 champion. Noah Buchan eliminated in 21st place. Cashing for $51,400, taking us down to the final 20 players.
James, this is working.
Everyone is here now.
I've banned like 40 people. I feel way better. That was a great idea.
Yes, to answer Shreyas on YouTube, Ramon Kalilas is gone.
I could do another 2 levels now. That was great.
You are re-energized.
I feel like I just had a shot of espresso. Oh, here's a real ban. This is cringe, lol. That was a nice cherry on top, an actual ban. Back over to another 10-8 suited. Hey, that's your friend Toby Lewis. 10-8 of clubs.
No, but Tolbert is actually my friend.
Tolbert Lewis.
Tolbert Lewis, also known as Clint James Tolbert.
Where do you know Tolbert from?
Actually, you know, back in the day, I was a spokesperson for a casino in Oklahoma, and Tolbert, Ben Lamb, Chance Corneth, they were all kind of regulars there. So they were a fun crew to hang out with.
You're no longer a spokesperson. That's one of the few places I haven't managed to ride your coattails to.
They actually closed down their poker room during COVID,
Oh, no.
unfortunately, and that is why there's no longer a thing.
You know, Norm did a show there right before COVID, and he was like, I would bring you as my opener, but unfortunately, I'm opening for David Spade, so I can't bring you.
Yeah, that place is massive. They were the second largest casino in the world in terms of gaming space, actually, at one point. I don't know if they've maintained that status, but yeah, a lot of slots.
Then they realized if they filled the poker room with slots, they'd make way more money.
Ooh, from a speculative hand to a real hand.
This hand is not bad. Top 5 hand here, Pocket Kings. James, I've been waiting for you to tell me how to pronounce Yedisirnio's name.
I think you nailed it.
Pace folds the Jack-8 suited over to Matakis with 8 deuce suited. You're supposed to call any suited hand in the big blind. And away we go. There's an 8 and a heart.
Yeah, both players really deep to start the hand, so certainly can get some chips in. It's one of those spots where when you have an overpair to this board, given the texture, you know, you might want to start sizing up a little bit at the start. Tolbert went for more than half pot.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. This is why I don't like calling with 8 deuce suited here.
Yeah, I think without the backdoor equity, certainly it's going to look a little less appealing.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Well, this is action.
All right, well, I guess the good news is that there are no flushes that make the full house. No, I guess the 6, huh?
Yeah, so clearly chat's going to be calling for that card. But I will say that we're going to see Tolbert size up quite a bit here with the two-tone, with the straight draws possible. Straight 8, flushy possibilities abound. I really feel like Matakis knows that they have a lot of equity, most likely, if they think their 2-pair is live, which it isn't.
Does Matakis ever take this spot to raise?
I don't think so, because this board does still, the sizing really does still favor the
It reeks of
under
value.
the gun raiser.
Yeah.
So I think that you either elect to check call and try to get there and hope that you get the implied odds of getting paid off pretty big when you hit, or you know, you're not getting the precise right price, but again, it's the implieds that you're looking for, and they are so deep, which is why I said Tolbert's going to probably be sizing up right from the flop.
River card is a neener. So the flush comes in, just not the one Matakis was looking for.
And the gut shot straight draw, which becomes an open ender from the turn in Jack 10, and you know, I don't think 7-5 necessarily calls a big turn bet without a flush draw with it as well. So this is certainly a pretty big scare card, considering it fills in all of the draws from the flop. And
So what you're saying is anything could still happen here. This isn't clear cut.
yeah, and I definitely did not rule out the fact that on certain scare cards, Matakis would try to turn his hand into a bluff. That is always an option as well. You know, there's not just one way to go about trying to win this hand. This does feel like a really good river card. If Matakis wants to pull the trigger, I don't think it's going to work, depending on the sizing.
Here we go.
Because Tolbert just has that top of his
sizing
range.
is certainly not going to work.
No, I think it's just going to be a side call, snappish, 30-second, not going to go into the time bank type of decision, in my opinion. I think you're just side calling.
Something someone told me recently is that almost getting someone to fold is the exact same thing as them snap calling you.
You're really ugly if I don't.
Huh. The chips go in.
Yeah.
He's going to be real happy about that.
Yeah, that's definitely the best hand.
Well, that's why you're getting the chips.
Unless you had 5-7 of spades.
Okay, all right. You know, we got it. You won.
Yeah, that too. Or any kind of. I had the king of spades, so it's like I don't know what the hell he had.
We're okay. All right.
Wasn't trying to slow roll, but 1.5 million.
Nobody said you were slow rolling.
I didn't even use my time bank, so I'm gonna shut up. I can take my 20 seconds.
James, take it away.
We're heading into the outer table where Scott Bowman's all in with 8s against Jamil Wakil's 10s. A domination situation and a 10 high flop. While an 8 on the turn does give us a sweat. Bowman needs the case 8 on the river. It's a queen. And that means we lose Scott Bowman in 20th place. $59,100 and 19 players remain.
I don't mean to be rude, but when did we have Scott Bowman?
I was just thinking
Did he join last level? I mean, I can't be sad over someone I didn't know existed until 5 seconds ago.
He was on the secondary feature table for a while.
Okay.
And it's time to go to bed, Stapes. Night-night.
Good run, Scott Bowman.
Good run, Stapes.
I jest.
So who do we have in the PCA main event? We've established that Christoph Chick and Michel Detani are the chip leaders. Artur Martirosyan, I believe, is the last remaining former EPT champ. Sergei Reitzak, we've been following him since the beginning of day 2. Jonathan Little, Andre Marques, the part-time fisherman, Taylor Poor, Alex Colonius.
Detani continuing to run scorchingly hot.
Yeah, really interesting. This was bet call on the flop and a bet call on the turn, and now action on Detani. Going for a triple, gets a quick call.
Snap called.
And Detani will take a decent chunk off Artur Martirosyan. 600-odd thousand. And Detani up to 2.8 million. Martirosyan dropping down to 1.8 million. Still has more than 70 bigs. Detani playing more than 110 bigs. Short stack of the table is Yo Viral, who's got just 11 big blinds. Evan Sparling with 20 big blinds, also edging towards that danger zone. Stacks of all 7 players we're watching right now on the main stage.
All right, so 3 more eliminations, and we might cut it a little short tonight.
Correct.
I might be able to make it to McDonald's before they clear out the flurry machine.
There's a McDonald's on property?
No, I brought some from home.
I actually was going to be like, get me something. Don't be selfish. Hoarding McDonald's.
I Uber Eats some yesterday. It's going to be here in about 6 minutes. Other delivery services are available.
The irony is, it could be coming by boat, it could be coming by American Eagle. The time frame is relevant for both.
You do not know.
However it got here, definitely went through a park, a grassy knoll.
1 minute.
Oh boy, Jackie. It's quite the sob story.
Oh, that's cute.
So Martirosian has completed in the small blind. Alexandros Kolonius has 6s in the big blind.
Okie dokie.
Picking a pokey.
That is a wet board.
Yeah, there's certainly been, I feel like, a few hands where both players have connected pretty well with the flop. We've seen a lot of hands go to the river, which, you know, sometimes can be rare, especially when it's this deep, when play is slowing down, when we're towards the end of the night.
$75,000. Martirosian, I wouldn't say all options available because fold isn't really one, but raising.
Yeah, it's interesting because pre-flop action kind of changes what could possibly be in Colonius's range. Yeah.
All in. Oh, sorry.
No.
Jeez, I was shocked. I was like, they're so deep. What's going on?
No. You're like, that's what I would do. That's Martirosian approved? Is this play Martirosian approved?
I wasn't shocked that he was so deep. I was shocked that it was what I would do.
Remember, Joe, how it works is think how you would play the hand. Then if you want to predict what the pro's going to do the exact opposite.
For once, I was not thinking that. I just misheard him. He's in 40, and I heard all in.
And Martirosian just feels like he has so much equity and that this board shouldn't necessarily be in Colonius's range very often when he opens from the big blind.
Always with the board pair.
Yeah, good card for Colonius, who now has 3-1 advantage.
I mean, now you... Okay, so actually, what do you do here now? Because do you assume you're going to get called by top pair there a lot, and now you're running into trips and they're... Oh, small.
Yeah, I think Martirosian is really trying to find a way to realize his equity. And so if he feels like this bet's not going to get raised, then it's kind of a cheapish way to continue. Because if he checks, he might be facing a really large sizing out of Colonius. And it would make it a little less likely that he can get to the river with that equity.
Large portion.
I just feel like us mere mortals, whenever we bet this small here, it's just insta-raise. But Martirosian somehow, I guess that's part of what? It's having a table image, right? Having respect as a player. That it's not me making this small bet. It's EPT champion Artur Martirosian making that bet, and so you can't raise him as often as you would.
Yeah, but also Colonius just doesn't have the right hand to raise with, right? Colonius is actually pretty happy to call a small sizing with sixes because he wants to get to showdown cheaply.
Well, Brick City.
Of course, all surviving players will get an additional 6 time bank cards tomorrow. Any they haven't used today will go in the bag with their chips overnight.
Just put them in the bag. Oh, baby.
The thing is Martirosian is representing, you know, trip sevens or 6-5 here.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like Colonius has a decent combo to bluff catch
that,
with.
yeah.
Yeah, he's blocking 6-5. He doesn't block any of the clubs, which is the obvious flush draw from the flop. You got to think, you know, 7x type hand. Would they go for this, the sizing on the turn? Would they bet small with the two-tone, with the draws?
And are you going to be check raising a 7 that often on the flop?
Sometimes, you know, to try to deny equity to 2 overcards, that would raise pre and continue on the flop. But
there's like a ton of missed draws here too, though, right?
yes, and like I said, you know, the 6 is not the worst to bluff catch with. 2 6s, not just one 6.
Right.
Oh, Colonius. I mean, he's a sicko too, so let's not forget that if anybody could do it, I feel like he could do it.
If you hit 4 or 3.
That was a fold.
Yep, the bluff gets through, and Martirosian wins the pot and chips up to 2.3 million, over 90 big blinds now. Colonius dropping down below the 30 big blind mark. And still got 60 minutes left on this level. A maximum of 60 minutes on day 4.
It's a bluff that may have gotten called at another spot in the tournament, right? Like, we're just so deep in this.
Yeah, and you know, fair play to Martirosian because he also had a 5, so he's blocking a straight. He can represent the straight. He would easily, you know, can represent the fact that he might limp in with a hand like 6-5 and call, certainly the suited combinations. And so I think that that was a well-executed bluff.
Yeah, what a
when
hand.
he didn't get there on the river. And Colonius had an okay bluff catcher, but also it's very scary to think about putting your tournament life on the line in that situation.
A lot of love in chat right now for that bluff. I love to see the bluff, and I love to see the support.
Walk it off, Colonius. Walk it off.
In 30 minutes, he's not going to be too happy.
JC Poker on Twitch says, hot dog. I like Jonathan Little. And he is open here in the cutoff with Jack 10.
Hot dog.
Hot dog.
Staves like, where? Squirrel.
There was a hot dog at that place you got your chicken sandwich the other day, and I was so close to firing on it, but I was like, Marie just buys me so much food all the time. I'm just going to skip this one.
I mean, I feel like...
It was a $15 hot dog.
Yeah, but it's fine. You still owe me dinner here at the steakhouse. Carna.
Fine.
You could do better.
Is there a better steakhouse? I haven't been to Marcus yet. I would go there.
Oh, actually, I heard really good things about Marcus. I think Seidel said really good things about Marcus. And
No, I just mean there's a
trust
guy named
Seidel's
Marcus out on the beach who sells bacon-wrapped hot dogs. I haven't been to him yet.
Does he have the machine? Can you bop it?
I'm sure he would take a Hyatt wristband.
Sparling 9-1 favorite now. Jonathan Little still with the gut shot, but looks like he's folded the turn. Starling hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Jonathan Little, a below average stack, playing around 35 big blinds.
It's a good question for Bine. How long do Maria and Joe know each other? Almost as long as I've known anyone in poker, I think.
Yeah. So what, like 15 years, probably?
Pretty close. I think I think it was that first World Series in '05 when we partied in the at the hotel.
The hotel.
Remember the
Yes.
the hotel penthouse suite?
Close to 18 years, by the way.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Come on, human calculator.
No, just
Slipping.
highlighting how long we've all been in this
My
world.
ticker stopped in 2020,
I mean,
that's why.
James, must you?
Damn, 18 years.
Yes.
Jeez.
Almost 2 decades. Two
guys.
decades of tolerating Joe Stapleton.
That's a lot of dinners.
And the years feel longer, not shorter.
That is a lot of meals Maria's bought for me.
King 3 versus King 7. And
Guibert pretty likely to be all in at some point here.
yeah, has the flush draw. Of course, it's a domination rotation situation with Tapor hitting his 3.
Yeah, Guibert was trying to go for a light open off of just under a 10 big blind stack pre, and this is about as good of a flop as he could hope for.
Didn't have to be all in. This is pretty funny. Maria's tolerating if Stapes is almost old enough to drink. Thank you, Yukon Blett.
In some countries, it is old enough.
Yeah, it's been there for a while.
Action starting here with Michel Detani. He folds. Jonathan Little is out. Artur Martirosyan passes. Colonius out, so blind v blind. Taylor Poor in the small blind.
I have 335 effective.
Pocket tens. And Taylor just calls. Ace tray to Gilbert.
Yeah, I mean, for chips, this is always going to be a shove, and especially with the power limp in,
Oh, this is so mean.
I'm all in.
Shove from Yoviral. The call from Taylor Poor. And the Frenchman is at risk and behind.
Yoviral, the people's champion, which in French means the people's mushroom.
I actually genuinely thought it was good. Oh, that wasn't just a courtesy chuckle.
He is a fun guy.
Oh.
Oh, he deserves to win after all that.
He needs an ace.
You guys got me good.
For your consideration, Global Poker Awards.
Barry Greenstein required, or Yoveral will be KO'd. The 3 is not enough, and we are down to 18 players in the PCA 2023 main event.
Good game, buddy. Nice bluff.
Johan Gilbert out in 19th place.
Yeah.
He cashes for $59,100.
Nice bluff.
What's that like? Get 3 big blinds in his game?
You know me, yeah?
Good game.
All right, but the 5th, though.
Well, that gets us closer to 16, doesn't it? By my calculations.
It gets us too closer to 16. You really are the human calculator. By the way, Joe, you did reference that. My understanding is the nominations for the Global Poker Awards will be announced on the 2nd of February while we're still live with the PSPC. And I imagine at that point, the viewers' vote will go live for this new prize for favorite live stream. Now, obviously, I can't tell people how to vote, but I can encourage them to support this stream, assuming we are nominated.
Well, we could tell them to vote for the stream that they think has the best production value and best tournaments and best chemistry between commentators. A stream that's stood the test of time and travels all over the globe.
Sparling all in here with queens after Colonius opened in the hijack with ace-3.
How much do you have? I had 625 this
You had 625?
round. I think that's what it was anyway.
I mean, I'll think you're being funny by saying Triton is the best production value, but I mean, come on. Lol. Yes, the stream of the best commentators screaming at chat. Yes. Hey, Ruthless in chat. Hey, pal. I don't know if you were watching earlier when I mentioned Poker Superstars, but I did bring it up. I don't know if you're re-referencing that or you also thought of it. Do you remember way back in the day it was Phil Ivey versus John D'Agostino?
My God, that is a callback.
From Turning Stone.
Wow.
And it was Poker Superstars. It was a league.
Yes, absolutely.
The glass table, that's right, Ruthless. Hey, buddy. Google glass table on the internet these days, and you get something a lot different. Jonathan outflopped.
Yeah, and Martirosian has, you know, some nice board coverage when you open a combination like King 5 suited from under the gun. It certainly feels like your opponent's not really going to put you on too many hands containing a 5.
65.
Almost feels like the position would be flip-flopped and it'd be Little opening under the gun with ace-queen and Martirosian defending from the big line with King 5. See Little gonna make the call with 2 overs.
What is this person Neville on about? Has Eric Seidel got a watch company or something?
No, he wants to know what kind of watch Eric wears.
Oh.
If he's really willing to pay $100 for it. send me the money first. James will give you the answer, and I'll give it to James. And if not, I'll give it back to you.
I don't know the answer. I would have to ask Eric, or at least look at his wrist.
I feel like James has missed out on a few opportunities to make $100 in bets or other things, and it's really going to start adding up. The people that said today the tournament would be finished, you know, they got away cheap.
Yeah. Star47 says, how much is a good watch now? 5 grand? Not even close.
Lol.
Casio F91W. Fantastic watch, less than 20 bucks.
Does that have the Twist-to-Flex wristband?
It has a very basic resin band, but it's not uncomfortable.
Thank you.
Six-handed right now on the main stage.
Gabriel asks, what's the white wristband some players have? It's actually a watchless. No, I don't know where I'm going with that. John Comey is asking, do you remember that, James? Did Gus Hansen shove every hand in one of those?
Kind of sounds like something.
It sounds familiar. I know he's done that before. I just don't remember if it was from that or not.
By the way, Neville, I was not answering your question. I was not saying that was Eric Seidel's watch. I was challenging someone who said you couldn't get a good watch for less than 5 grand. We've got 2 competing conversations going on here.
But also 5 grand is a drop in the bucket for many, many, many nice watches also.
Yes, I mean, obviously you can spend whatever you want to spend, but the question was good, not luxury.
Got it, okay. Has Rolex ever made a digital watch?
No. They did briefly in the 1970s, though, make a quartz watch.
Ugh.
James, you know a lot about everything, and then also a little about... I mean, no, you just know a lot about everything. I had nothing else to add. I just had to pivot. I'm like, no, actually...
The British accent and confident voice goes a long way.
Yeah, don't turn your nose up at quartz watches, by the way. They keep better time than mechanical watches. Nothing wrong with a quartz watch. It's just hilarious that in the 1970s, Rolex thought that's what they had to do to stay relevant.
Flush draw now for Little. Strong chance of...
Ooh,
yeah, you ready?
So excited. La, 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 la.
Check, check.
Yes.
Yes.
Chop, chop.
Do it.
La, 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 la.
Do it.
We saw a little look up Martirosian with ace high earlier, like the hand before, I think, or did we miss a hand in between? But anyways, it wasn't good, so
Yeah, it was the last hand.
not sure how that would affect things. But I also think Martirosian's likely to just take the showdown value with this run out. Oh, a little bit of a value bet, a little bit of a teaser.
This time, Little was not wrong.
So, this is a chop pot. You know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
You know what would be really dope is if we can get all the commentator teams to do it at the same time. All right, we're getting a lot of 10 out of 10s.
Redemption is mine.
A couple of 9 out of 10s that are really tilting me.
Ban them all.
All right, this 6 out of 10 is getting banned. Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you,
that's
Milos.
just a straight up contrarian. Let's be real.
2.5 out of 10. That
Contrarian.
is also gone.
Meanwhile, we're going to the secondary feature table. And Looks like Alan Mello in action. In fact, I can tell you, as we come to the table, Mello is all in on the flop, and action is on Maurizio Pace.
What are we thinking about here? I realize there's not a lot of chips behind, but E10 is not really great here.
Yeah, I get that it's against a button open. I mean, but really going into the time bank with it even. So this is a real tank. It's not, you know,
I mean, there's only 40 minutes left in the level, so maybe you can afford to splurge on the time banks, but how did we get this many chips in with Queen 10 off?
you know, everybody wants to be a hero.
This would be quite the hero. There you go. Well, that's going to leave that player pretty short. Like a 10 big blind stack. So we may be heading back there relatively soon.
That's like 450.
No poor, being a little rude here. Nice value push with 89% equity. I don't think they realized they had 89% equity when they shoved with Queen Jack high. It's not like they
Yeah, they think they were just trying
overplayed
to
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Colonius, you have that in my head now. You did it.
Yeah.
You earwormed me.
Jungle Don says, check pay jumps, commentators. Okay, hold on. All right. I've checked them. Thank you for your comment. Queen Jack out flopping King 10. Pair of jacks for Colonius. Pair of 10s for Marta Rosian. All right, hit the showers, Neville.
I am actually genuinely interested to know what type of watch Eric Seidel wears.
Maria, can you text Eric? I could do it, but I feel like it'd
Sure.
be an abuse of his phone number. We're not really super tight.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Don't you notice, but I'm actually coordinated today because I'm wearing my Viva Valverde t-shirt. Valverde being the fictional country in Commando and Predator, and I'm wearing the Seiko Arnie, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger's watch from the 1980s.
It's the same country in both movies?
Yeah.
Is it the same universe? It's not the same character, obviously.
No.
That's weird.
Just use the same name in both movies.
Oh boy, Marta Rosian getting shoved on and has a straight flush draw and has the chips.
Yeah, but
That is a call. Cards are on their backs. Colonius is 70% favorite to double up.
He's also 70% favorite to find out that Martirosian bluffed him in that one hand, because I think that 30-minute time limit is
It's
approaching.
close, yeah.
Martirosian does have 13 outs. There are 13 cards that Colonius has to fade to survive.
I thought I could literally see his heart beating.
River card is the ace of clubs. And Colonius will double up through Martirosian. We are still at 18 players with 34 minutes left on the clock. That means no short stacks at this table now. Evan Sparling, Jonathan Little, 28 big blinds each. But not short stacked.
We might have to call Colonius the master fader after that one.
Coincidentally, this is also a Bond watch. Roger Moore, View to a Kill. Did Eric get back to you?
He said, me? Question mark. Fitbit.
Oh, come on. This dude's like, Eric won't answer me on Twitter. First of all, I can see why.
And then he followed it up with, not too impressive. Thank you, Eric, for getting back to me.
Did he write the number 2? Is Eric one of those? Not too impressive?
No.
Okay.
He spelled it out. And correctly. He knows the difference between T-O-O and T-O.
It would have just tickled me if he had been like, not the number 2 impressive. I might have to perma-ban Neville for making all that noise over a Fitbit.
I think it's brilliant. I think the build-up was just incredible, considering the answer was just such a Seidel answer.
I also thought like maybe Eric won't want to say if it's a really expensive watch, right? Like, why would he want to advertise
Right.
it? He's like, yeah, no, it's $140. It's last year's model. It's probably like 65 in a pawn shop.
Yeah, like Seidel also still uses an iPod.
I honestly was like, I can't picture Eric wearing a 5-figure watch. Most of his
Really?
T-shirts like look like they're from Marshalls. He does. He wears big baggy T-shirts. I mean, I don't think that's insulting. I've always liked Eric because he's not a flashy guy.
Yeah, same.
No, there's nothing wrong with Marshalls. I treat myself to a new shirt from Marshalls every time I get a haircut because it's right next to Supercuts.
Just under $1.1.
Par with 8-6 suited in the small blind. Also employing some limps.
Tani flexing that chip lead muscle in the big blind. Power has the type of hand that when you limp in, you certainly are happy and willing to call a very reasonable raise size pre.
I haven't seen Taylor Parr play in a long time. He's, oh wait, he bluffed you the other day. Never mind. I was going to give him a big compliment. He's been pretty impressive. Sorry, Maria.
Ugh. I mean, I kind of had the bottom of my range there. I'm just going to put that out there. I didn't like it, you know, to be fair. I I felt like pain was on my face. I was pained on the turn, and it felt painful. And sometimes you're going to be wrong in that situation, and it's okay. I haven't really lost sleep over it. I'm anti-railing him, but I haven't lost sleep over it.
Coach Sean asks, coming in late, is there a Cinderella feel-good player we are rooting for? Yeah. Thank you for your question. Colonius with pocket sevens.
Sparling, who has not been too active, hasn't been getting too much in the way of hands, and has been taking a somewhat conservative route, which I don't blame him, and I understand. You know, you've got Datani 2 to your left. You've got the beast that is Martirosian. Really, really tough table when you are not super deep relative to their stacks.
It's Saturday tomorrow, right?
Oh, it is Saturday. Chat Pro Saturday.
Oh, God.
Who is excited for Chat Pro Saturday? A day when all Chat Pros are correct. There are no wrong Chat Pro comments.
I mean, James already talked about the loophole, though, the emote-only chat, so...
Yeah, fine. If someone wants to emote only, it's fine with me. Colonius takes that one down with the best of it. Up to 57 bigs.
Colonius, Colonius.
That's right, J-Mac. Y'all get a whole day.
No, not a whole day, a hold day.
These BTS. Any predictions for this weekend's football games? Yes.
I want to see the Niners win.
Thank you for your question.
Yes. You got any gear with you, James? We're going to wear some...
Do you know what? I didn't bring anything. I didn't bring anything.
Come on.
Previous years, I've brought various jerseys to the Bahamas for playoffs, but no. Bit lame.
I got a shirt that says 45 on the back. We can just change it into a 9.
What time is the game, James? Is it... Are we so lucky that it'll align with a dinner break for us or something?
Well, I mean, it's final table day. I don't know what time the final table will finish, but as I've already explained to Joe, who is desperate to watch TV with Griffin for reasons unknown to me,
oh, wow.
Once we are done with the PCA main event final table, there is a reception. There is a party for all the Platinum Pass winners who are here. And I'm very keen to meet many of these people, and also kind of Joe's been told he's got to go as well. So it's, I don't know if I'll be able to watch the game. And I have to, look,
There's 2 words. There's only 2 words you got to say to get me there, James, and I think you know what they are.
Free bar.
Free, yeah. Free is definitely one of the 2
I would have
words.
accepted free bar or open bar.
Yeah. I was going to go like free booze, so close.
But I'm going to bring a Ziploc bag so I can take some back to my room.
The problem is, I kind of feel a bit guilty because for reasons that are far too boring to go into, I've not really followed this season at all. And it was only in December when I was randomly scrolling Twitter, I was like, oh, the Niners won the division. And then I read back and saw, obviously, what happened to Trey Lance, what happened to Jimmy Garoppolo, the whole story of Mr. Irrelevant. So I'm playing catch-up.
Yeah,
I'm playing catch-up.
It's a great story, though. I'm
You got to stop skipping previously on the 49ers game.
I know.
At the beginning of the show.
But also, I think I told you the story the other night where It was the divisional round where they were playing the Cowboys, and I'm walking through the casino, and they actually have the game on the little screens on the gaming tables. I'm walking back to my hotel room. I'm like, oh, fourth quarter's just starting. I'll go back to my room and watch the fourth quarter. How long does it take to get from that casino floor to my room? 5 minutes tops. In that time, I'd completely forgotten about it. I ended up watching some random stuff on Netflix.
James.
See, that's my relationship with sports.
That was a good game.
I got to tell you, it was a really long 6 weeks being a Rams fan before they won the Super Bowl.
Right.
I don't think, and I'm sure there'll be someone who will tell me I'm wrong, I can't think, certainly in the modern era, of a team that's had a worse season after winning the Super Bowl than the Rams. The fact that Sean McVay was on the hot seat, there was the prospect of him being fired less than a year after winning the Super Bowl tells you how bad their season was.
It's a very LA thing to like everyone just being all about it, and then the next year everyone's like, "Man, we're good."
Always.
It's, who? What team? Rams? Are they an LA team?
Go back to St. Louis.
So this is a 3-bet pot pre-flop. Yep.
Yeah, Colonius obviously has a decent hand to 3-bet with out of the small blind against what's going to be a very wide opening range from Martirosian on the button.
Pocket fives. We're the best hand. Picking up a little bit. Oh yeah, Ruthless in chat. He was the one I went to the Super Bowl with. It's his. Not I went with him. He took me to the Super Bowl, I should say.
Yeah, that's an important distinction.
We had a lovely day. A bit of a trek getting home. That was a bit of an issue.
The best bit is you got to sit near the cast of Selling Sunset.
That's true. I was Ruthless's date, and like most of his dates, he made me split it with him.
Actually, that's a very important question we need to address. When is season 2 of Selling the OC going live, Maria?
Yeah, wouldn't you like to know?
Wait, do you know any of those people personally?
No, but I have
seems like
one
the kind
degree
of,
of separation
yeah,
from them.
I was going to say, it seems like the kind of people you would know.
Why is that? Stapes, please elaborate.
I don't know. You know a lot of pretty successful people.
Do
I
you
see
know-
cards on their backs here, by the way.
Do you know Alex Hall? Yes, we do have an all-in at the secondary feature table.
I did just.
Watch. Should be 455.
But that is going to be a double up for Matakis. No elimination there.
It's a good spot to hold.
So let's stay with the action at the secondary feature table after Matakis just got that double up.
Oh, shut up. Two pars up there. Guy's a monster.
Yeah, he does well. He does well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, does he?
Beast.
Does he? All right.
Absolutely.
It's kind of nice, not really. I mean, I know.
No, yeah. It's
like I've heard his name, obviously, but like I don't know his head name. Like I don't know what he's got. So.
No, yeah. I mean, I don't really go to that too much into it too.
I mean, obviously, like trying to get a lot more.
What's in the box? What's in the box? to know what players are eating.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
Nine, 8 suited for Alan Mello.
I've also just been hungry all the time here, and it's a tough place to be hungry all the time because everything's so GD expensive. I mean, you see me just eating Doritos every couple of hours because they're free.
Did you get a sandwich today? It was half decent.
How much you have now?
Staves was nice enough to grab me one, and then I forgot about it on my way out, and it looks like somebody ate it.
I put it in my backpack for you. Griffin tried to
For
eat
later.
it. Griffin tried to eat it, and I swiped it out of his
Oh,
hands.
he is the worst.
He shows up at 4 o'clock, and he's like, is there any lunch left? I'm like, dude, come on.
He's the guy that, you know, in a communal lunch break room type scenario, he's just opening up the fridge and taking stuff that clearly is labeled with other people's name on it.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like, oh, this looks good.
I suppose we should have some sympathy. He did nearly drown today.
Stack's coming up. Now I'm really feeling like we're about.
Yeah.
If you count that plus all the times his parents tried to do it, I mean, it's...
I'm really happy for you.
Dark.
Oh, my God.
He's probably not listening.
Wondering what's going on. The 6 on this.
He's-
7-4 deuce.
Oh, on the
There's
last
going to be a
board.
video
There's gonna be
coming
another
with his
video.
reaction
They're
video.
in the bathtub,
On
drowning.
their hand when it was when there was 2 6s on the board.
Gotcha. Oh, brutal.
It's Queen 6-6,
It's a very
10.
good fold.
Queen 6-6, 10, 2 hearts.
Good fold.
Griffin was allowed to be a
World
professional
class.
video game player at the age of like 11. His parents clearly loved him a lot.
So Chick has opened under the gun with King Deuce of clubs. Highest on the button rather, with 9-7 of clubs.
Now I'm kind of convinced that with that Queen 10 hand, actually, he was maybe stalling just because there's a pay jump
There
at
is a pay
17.
jump. That's a good observation, Maria.
Because just the way he took the time with the 9-7 of clubs and then folded and then glanced up at the clock.
And that jump is not insignificant.
Oh boy.
18th place pays 59,100. 17th pays 68 grand. So it's near enough a 10K jump.
All right, fair enough. By the way, you're going to get a bet here a lot of the time, right? When Chick raises under the gun with King Deuce suited, you're not raising that hand to not continuation bet 8-8-4.
Yeah, and with the couple of draws possible, does Tolbert want to fast play and just hope that he's up against a real value hand that opened from under the gun? You know, certainly any overpairs to this board will not fold to a check raise on the flop, so you get a little bit more chips in that way.
Raise.
He heard me.
Man, we got some good analysts in here.
Do they have any appointments? Because I've got a lot of problems to talk about.
Why don't we start with your dreams?
I'm going to be completely honest. Since being in the Bahamas, I cannot recall a single dream.
I had a really weird dream about James and another coworker of ours named Gary.
I feel like you have dreams about a lot of people that you know, because once you had a dream about Kim, now you have a dream about
I did have a dream about Kim recently also.
I hope that one makes a stream.
You got it, dude.
I need to know.
That was very Michelle Tanner of you.
How rude. Stephanie Tanner.
Yes.
I'm moving on. I'm
yes,
saying. Yeah.
I was going to make that clarification.
So 15 minutes left on the clock. And then we are done for the night. Of course, if we do get 2 eliminations before then, we'll stop at 16. And on the one hand, I was going to say, feels like things should slow down now, but actually we're still seeing a few all-in scenarios. We have got a few players in kind of dodgy stack land, so I'm not sure which way this is going to go. I'll be honest with you, I don't want to end the night on 17. That's going to be so awkward coming back with 17. You lose one, then you got to stop for a redraw.
But we want the widget to be right, so we need it to be what someone with a really short stack, but and at 17.
I can handle the widget being one player wrong.
Definitely could have floated. 100%. I know that. I've seen you play for a couple days. But I had like the right hand to do it, not to like make a move, you know? Yeah.
A few people observing that Pice is stalling pretty much every single hand now, and
I don't want to hear it, because what wouldn't you people do for $10,000?
Absolutely. King Jack Deuce on this flop. Ryden Round says, how do we even know this widget exists? I mean, it's all it is a formula in a spreadsheet. Maria's seen it, Joe's seen it. I'm not making it up. It's also nothing revolutionary. It's purely looking at how many players you should have at a 50 big blind average with the number of chips in play. But yes, we have cut away from the secondary feature table because it's all kicking off on the main stage, Joe.
There's only one reason why we would be cutting away from a hand in progress, which means things are about to get weird.
Okay, so we've got a virtual all-in from Jonathan Little. He's left himself 5K behind. Now,
is it going to be just 2 tables stalling, waiting for each other?
Well, Evan Sparling just called, so we're going to the flop.
I'm good. Well, am I good or am I dead? I'm going to wait 30 seconds.
Yeah, so now we've got the pay jump stalling to worry about.
The interesting thing is no matter who wins this hand, the other...
Sorry, guys. Take a break.
We're either going to have somebody out or somebody down to 2 big blinds, it looks like.
I have to.
Ooh. It's looking like Sparling's going to be the one down to 2 bigs.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean...
Sorry, everyone on TV.
You got all set?
I have to. Yep. Check. I checked.
I believe he has
checked
to.
already.
Like, I don't think he has his constitution would let him
Now it's your turn.
not do this.
Yeah, this is just a part of the game.
It's like 3 minutes at the house.
The irony is I'm hearing that there is a big hand at the outer
I hate these
table.
time banks, by the way.
So this might actually work out for someone.
So it's gonna be...
Just don't mess up and get your hand killed. I thought I had one more time bank.
Are they just going to check through the streets with 30 seconds?
Well, I guess we're
every
gonna be
time?
done for the day soon, right? Or no, we're not. They're gonna make us play. They're gonna make us play more hands, so we're not.
5 minutes.
Yeah, so you can't leave yet.
Yeah, but when they announce dealer split stuff,
Okay, I guess.
blah blah blah, you're gonna play more hands.
I feel like the annoying thing for Sparling is just the suspense of seeing what Little has, because at least Little knows, you know, he has a pretty good hand for this board. But Sparling is a little bit more in no man's land. Ooh.
We have ticked down to 17, so the stalling has worked. If a player were to go out here, if Jonathan Little was to get unlucky on the river and be eliminated, he would have hit the money jump.
I know.
Pay jump acquired. Very nice.
Yep, we'll talk about 18th place finisher in just a moment. Let's see this hand play out. pretty confident it's all going to go in. And if Jonathan Little wins this, if top pair holds and he doubles up, Sparling's going to be left with 2 big blinds. I mean, this is a virtual all-in for him.
So the stalling is going to work for one of these guys.
Correct.
Early check.
Early
Assuming
check. One goes out here, or one goes out shortly thereafter with their 2 bigs.
Okay, so this is going to be a double up for Jonathan Little, and it's going to see Sparling left with crumbs.
I gotcha.
Be the ultimate slow roll, though.
I mean, if you got it,
Can
you got
someone
it.
tell them that it already happened and we can move on?
I'm surprised they haven't seen.
Kind of forgot what I have.
Doubtful, bro.
Our guys are waiting pay jump.
You could say
We are working.
So Jonathan
Oh,
Little
God.
sticks in his last
That'd be a
5K.
savage bluff, huh?
Is it?
Wait, should
You just take
Sparling?
these
No,
automatic.
but they do it.
Should Sparling fold?
Sure?
Just take these automatic as my time goes. Yeah.
Is this a fold, Maria, for the last 5K?
Yeah?
I'm so
They're all so mad.
confused.
Yeah.
Well, at one point, Little said, "I got you, bro." Do you remember? Like,
It's not
did you
even a
remember
big
hearing that?
blind, so I
No,
guess
I
you
know,
have to call.
But I thought that.
I wish I was on the good end of
I
it.
thought that they told each other their hands or something. There was a
That
weird
would
exchange.
feels like it would be much worse than stalling.
Yeah, but
No, I think he's been I got you, bro, as in
That'd be
I
a good
got
trick.
you back in.
Keep
keep
it
the
back
clock
there. Hi,
on.
good job, guys.
okay.
It's 17 now.
It is 17?
Look
Yeah,
at the fun they're
17
having now.
There we go. They know they're at 17. The cards go on their backs. Jonathan Little gets the double up, and Sparling is left super short.
You get to keep 2.
And yes, we are at 17 players, so the stalling worked. Whoever goes out next, and let's be honest, it's likely to be Evan Sparling, has got that money jump, has acquired that extra 10K.
Okay.
Sparling with a big blind.
Well done.
Looks like at the expense of Sparling, James, you might get the 16-player redraw tonight.
Possibly. 7 minutes left on the clock. So who went out in 18th place? Who ensured
I was big blind.
that the money jump is a thing? Well, it was on the outer table, not the secondary feature table. I'm afraid we have lost a very popular Portuguese player. We have lost a former W Coupe main event champion. It was Andre Marques who departed in 18th place, so he has to go back to his job as a part-time fisherman.
For Plunk.
Don't worry about me.
So yes, 6 minutes on the clock, but I now think unless Sparling can run it up, we are going to be down to 16 tonight.
25.
He's all in under the gun.
You want to bust him?
Bounty tournament.
Is Little going to finish him off?
I don't know if I should have been.
Ooh.
Martirosian.
I don't know, 1.2, 1.3, something like that.
10s in the small blind.
10.
All in.
Colonius folds. Jonathan Little will fold. And we will see what Sparling has. Whatever it is, he's behind.
I know, I woke up with a pair.
Sparling.
Dominated.
Yeah, but got a chance.
Pot is good. Top work by Juppy.
All right, in honor of Griffin, ducks fly together.
If 10s hold, we are done for day 4. We will be down to the final 16. We'll be down to the final 2 tables. Making them sweat.
Rough part is one of the twos are dead.
Of course, Jay Little folding the king deuce. So one out for Evan Sparling. Needs the deuce of diamonds. And needs to hit on the river. One outer required for Evan Sparling to survive. It's a 10.
He's playing with his.
It's a set for Master Rosian, and that is going to take us down to the final two tables.
He's playing with his. Good luck to him.
So time for players to bag and tag and come back for the penultimate day.
No.
However, hold your horses. There is still a hand in progress at the secondary feature table. We'll head over there shortly. Again, we highlight Evan Sparling got the pay jump, got the ladder. $68,000 for his 17th place finish.
We're down to 16, right?
Yeah, we're 16.
So we're just done?
Yes.
All right, good.
Jonathan Little, very happy that play has concluded for the day. But yes, let's head over to the secondary feature table and pick up the action there. I think that is the last table where there is a hand in progress. I think play has concluded at the outer table.
I won that guy an extra $10,000. He should be very happy.
It's true.
It's true. Who are the players in action here? Looks like the action's still pre-flop. Okay, so a raise from Chick in the cutoff, flatted by Decernia in the small blind, and now Pice in the big blind. There's 3-bet to 325,000, so has left a little bit behind.
Wow.
And Decernia is called?
Yes. It appears that he did.
Why?
It's, you know, definitely a loose call.
Do these people not watch our live streams? Do they not know the legend of the Spraggy?
Yeah, you don't want to be all in with ace-7.
Hey.
Well, still a domination situation for Pice. The rest goes in and looking good. Unless, of course, we see a 7, which is sometimes coming.
Always coming.
There's a chance we're coming back with 15 tomorrow.
What?
If Pice gets horribly unlucky here. I don't want that to happen. Okay, we're good.
It's a hell of a way to end the day, my friend.
Oh, it comes on the river.
Oh.
What?
The maximum sweat, the maximum drama would have been if we reversed the river card and the turn card. However, as things
The other way
stand,
around would be a little bit more exciting.
Pice is going to get the double up on the last hand of the day as we hit 16 players, as we hit the final two tables and conclude day 4 of the PCA 2023 main event.
If you had a little less, I would have folded pre-flop. Set you up well for that. Got an extra 55 out of it.
So we return tomorrow for the penultimate day of this tournament. Action starting at 12:30 Eastern on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. 16 will become 6. I know it doesn't sound like a big ask, but it could take a while.
Oh,
so
yeah,
we're
definitely.
We're set for a reasonably meaty day tomorrow. Could need to play more than 5 levels potentially.
Yeah, we're talking about 6-figure paydays tomorrow on the horizon.
Keep track of it all makes sense. Just in case. I didn't want to throw you off.
And time for the bags to come out. Time for players to bag their chips and any time bank cards they've saved today. They'll get 6 more tomorrow. So on air at 12:30 Eastern, which is 6:30 p.m. Central European time if you want to watch day 5 of this 10K buy-in tournament with 16 players remaining. 2 tables will become 1. We started today with a lot of heroes in the field, and many of those players departed over the course of the day. But still, plenty of familiar faces, plenty of big-name pros, plenty of characters to get behind. So don't miss the next 2 days of coverage before we go straight into the PSPC. All 5 days of the 25K PokerStars Players No Limit Hold'em Championship being streamed from Monday. And you're going to be hearing a lot more about that in the coming days as the Platinum Pass winners arrive in the Bahamas to take on the pros in this unique tournament.
I'm actually playing the PSPC warm-up tomorrow, James, to get properly warmed up for the 25K.
You do it, Maria. 10K warm-up for a 25K buy-in. So the stacks of the 5 players we were watching on the feature table, no one shorter than 35 big blinds. Tatani, the biggest stack, with 116 big blinds. But obviously, we need to look at the overall picture, and we need to know who the overall chip leaders are coming in to day 5. The top 10 stacks of the remaining 16 players. And it is Michel Tatani, who is the chip leader with 2.9 million. Jamil Wakil not far behind him. Mitchell Halverson, the other player with more than 100 bigs. Jonathan Little has broken into the top 10. And of course, we'll see out the 10-25 blind level, roll straight into the next level, and play as many blind levels as it takes to get down to the final 6 tomorrow. And you highlighted, Maria, we're paying out big cash money tomorrow. We're going to hit those 6-figure scores. And then once we hit the top 6, 300K and upwards, with $1 million to the runner-up, 1.5 million to the winner. The money gets big, the excitement builds, plenty of drama, plenty of tension across the final 2 days of the PCA main event. So reminder to join us for our live stream tomorrow. And of course, if you want to stay across everything that's happening here in the Bahamas, including the build-up to the PSPC, do check out the words of Howard and Jack writing for the PokerStars blog, updates and stories every single day. But yes, that on-air time, one more time, 12:30 ET, which is 6:30 p.m. Central European time, the penultimate day of the PCA main event. For now, from Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, Scott Baumstein, Griffin Bencher, and Nick Walsh, I'm James Hartigan saying good night from the Bahamas.
I make them bounce like rabbits, hoppity hippity, flow like magic, boppity bippity. Open your eyes, I cause epiphanies, and I shine so bright like a diamond at Tiffany's. And looking so sharp, I'm a well-dressed man. Living my life, doing what I can. Do what I want, who gon' say I can't? Feel so